Hey, what's going on, everyone? Xbox Online Channel, host Sega Forever here, joined with my brother Sega Man 101. Go shout yourself out, bro.
Hey guys, welcome back to the podcast with my brother Sega Forever again to chop up some game and
Oh,
talk about
Okay, go ahead, brother.
current events, things that are going on, Xbox, just some things I'd like to talk about. Everybody, man, glad everybody can join us. Hopefully, we'll have Hebot, a couple other people, maybe join me and brother Sega Forever for another great a podcast, man. It'd be really cool to hear their opinions on certain things, current events that have been going on, out here in the gaming streets, man. But yeah, brother Sega Forever, thank you for having me again, and welcome, a big welcome to the chat, man. Gogo Poll and Tool Man. It's good to see you guys here with us.
Yeah, guys, thanks for stopping in. Sorry, we were kind of waiting for Hebot, as Sega Man said. I want to give him a chance to get in, but our brother's been busy lately. And then definitely the topics we'll talk about today, I know he definitely has would have some opinions on. Um, and I know, guys, I did the Wrecking Crew podcast last week. I did it on an off day, which was a Saturday morning, just because I've been really busy myself. And then Sega Man, I'm glad you could join me this week. It was kind of an off time, as if you guys did watch the podcast, you guys knew because I was about to end it, and then Unlimited jumped in, and then Unlimited was talking, and then Daya jumped in, and it lasted kind of long, so, which is cool. I don't mind. I like that kind of stuff. We had a good conversation going on.
Yeah, I haven't seen Daya, brother. I haven't seen her for a while. I know she popped on the podcast, but yeah, I haven't seen her for a while. I know she's been gaming.
Yeah, she's been I guess she's been doing stuff on PC, but I know she got stuff around the house because we were just before we started the show, guys. We were talking about the economy a little
Yeah,
bit,
yeah.
and Daya was talking about it last week on the podcast, man, and she was saying stuff I didn't even realize, about
Oh, Daya was?
yeah, because where she lives, well, because look, guys, I'm not trying to put myself up here, so you guys know I live in Hawaii, or if you didn't know, that's where I live. So the weather here really doesn't change too much, right? And it's sunny most of the time. I get no sympathy from people you know, because of the way the weather is and stuff like that. We have some stuff here, but it's not like that. And Dale
Yeah.
was reminding me how hard it is, man, because she grows her food. You know what I mean? But then certain times of the year, being where she lives, they have a winter season, and that just went right over my head, brother. And I was like, wow, I never thought about it that way.
She
So,
got a garden.
yep, she had a garden, but you can only, you know, garden so many, you can only garden certain parts of the year unless you have a
Yeah.
greenhouse, you know. And then even then, dude, if you have like a snowstorm or stuff like that, dude, yeah, I mean, look, we all got our trials and tribulations that we got to deal with,
Oh yeah.
and it's real, and it's happening in real time. So, but I appreciate them being here last week. Again, I do apologize, guys. I try to do these shows, but I've had to be so fluid in with my channel. And as you guys know, I haven't done a show in like prior to that one it was like 2 weeks because I just been really busy. Um,
Brother Sega Forever.
oh, go ahead, brother.
Did you see 100 is very funny. Did you see his crash out Thursday? He's like saying all kinds of fucking mad, man. My nose is running. Everything, man. Tired of these motherfuckers out here. He's just 100 is so funny, man. When he does that crash out Thursdays, man, he 100 just has me cracking up, man. Talking about the pony bots, and he's like, "You're gonna get the real thing here, G." He just be going off, man. He's so funny, man. I love brother 100, man. He's just so funny, man. When he talks about the community and stuff like that,
Yeah,
and
he
what's
is.
going on, you
Yeah,
know.
he is his namesake, right? He does keep it 100. So
He does, man. He does.
I know he was talking about doing something with Little Way Dragon. No,
Yeah,
Runaway Dragon. Runaway Dragon. Um, and then I was listening to the podcast. That was Thursday. It was on Thursday, and I was listening to it yesterday, trying to finish it up.
yeah.
Oh, I think I got a text message from. Oh, what is this?
I sent you. See it? I sent you that.
Oh, okay, I got it. Oh, that was from you, my brother. Yeah, okay. I see it. I see it. Yeah, so yeah, let's roll. So, guys, this is the pop. Just real quick, this is the PopCast. We're going to talk about popular culture stuff, which includes video games. Normally when we do the Xbox podcast, that's specifically with Xbox and video games. But on this podcast, Sega Man brought something to my attention. I've been kind of out of the loop. I've been playing my games though. I highly recommend if you guys are having issues within the Xbox community, just play your games. I've been playing Diablo 3 and Diablo 3, right? It's Diablo 4. Diablo 4.
Is it Diablo 4? Yeah.
Yeah, 4, right? The newest one. That's on Game Pass. It came on Game Pass. Respect to Blizzard, man. I mean, it's a great game. It was. I mean, I'm not saying that I was expecting it to be bad, but it exceeded my expectations. And I see now what they're trying to do with the game. I know some people don't agree with the stuff that goes on in the game, um, but I gotta say I've been enjoying my time on it and stuff like that. And then I've been playing a little bit of COD.
Oh, okay.
And, just trying to get my levels up on that. Been having issues though with COD because I've been getting just not a great connection.
What do you mean? What's going on?
Just the connection for me has been bad. The ping, my ping has been really, really, really bad. So I've been in games and stuff like that. And I can tell, dude, I'm like shooting somebody and I die. It's not a fun experience to have, dude. I don't care I don't care when I play COD, like how well I do. As long as I know that I'm like, if somebody's killing me over and over again and because they're good, and there's a lot of good people on COD, I'm fine with that. I don't care. I'm just there to have fun, man. But if I'm having issues and latency and stuff like that, it just irritates me. And there's a whole reason why. I mean, I'm not going to get into that, but.
Oh yeah, that's one thing about when you go online with COD, man. Yeah, you'll get killed a whole lot. Yeah.
And then the cheating, right? And that's we had, right? And I don't know how they're going to fix that. I know Microsoft owns them now. That's something that they really need to do. I think if they get somewhat under control, right, that would really help. I know they banned a bunch of people recently, and that's good, right? Because dude, just play the game, man. Don't cheat. Because
so they did ban a lot of people.
Yeah. And then some of them, of course, when they do those blanket bans, I'm pretty sure that people got caught up, right? Because there's people complaining. It's like, look, I didn't cheat, or maybe somebody takes advantage of the system and reports you and all this kind of stuff. I don't know how they're going to fix that stuff, right? At this point, I think it needs to go into Game Pass. I think that would help. There's going to be
I think it would. They put it in there. It's eventually gone in there, right, brother?
Right. But I know people are going to be worried about that as well because then it could be like a money grab thing to some people. I don't care because I play COD myself. Look, guys, you guys, I on this. I mean, you guys might disagree with me. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't care if a company tries to money grab me at all because what I do is if I feel like I'm being money grubbed, I just walk away.
Yeah,
that's what I do. Right. These corporations are going to be corporations, right? Me and Sega Man was just talking about that with some of these, with the economy now. When you go to, like where I live, where you go to McDonald's, they have the unmitigated gall to offer you a Big Mac meal for $20. Right? And on top of that, I went and bought one for my daughter. She wanted one.
Yeah.
And they gave me the shake. I told them I wanted the large size. They gave me the shake. And when he handed me the cup, I'm like, oh, I asked for a large, not a medium. And that guy looked at me and goes, oh, no, that is our medium. And I looked at him and I was like, wow, dude.
Wow, brother. That's something else, bro.
Yeah. So then I came home, and the thing is, I already course corrected, dude. I don't go out to eat. Because you get one or two things when you guys go out to eat, man. You either get bad service or you pay a lot of money above what you should be paying. Or you get both, right?
Yeah.
Because these guys are stressing too, man. Because where I live, the minimum wage went up. It's not at the $20, but it's like $16, $18. It's been like that for a while.
Yeah.
So what happens is you get that job, right? And you get making that money, but what happens, right? You end up working a shift with less people. And guess who got to do everything you do, right? Because they got to justify that cost.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes with all this kind of stuff, and I'm no stranger to it, right? Especially, and I know Sega Man knows what I'm saying, man, because we kind of grew up the same. I'm not saying we was poor, well, but
I was.
Yeah,
I was.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, we know the value of a dollar. You know what I'm saying?
I remember those food stamps, brother.
Yeah. Oh yeah, food stamps, shopping Piggly Wiggly, all of that.
I remember all that.
Yeah, all that. Canned food was the staple in our house. That and eggs. Eggs and rice, man. Yeah. I can do everything with eggs. I'm telling you, people think I'm some kind of genius. I made eggs we had a breakfast buffet at our workplace for one of our coworkers because he likes smoked sausages and all this stuff. So I
Yeah.
got in charge of the eggs. I brought my eggs in. People thought they was like, how did you make these eggs so fluffy? I was like, well, when you pull and no money, you get kind of creative, dude. And you know,
Yeah.
I have little things I do and stuff like that. Nothing, and it's nothing. And what it is, dude, it's nothing that's outside of the ordinary. It's just that when you got to be creative, dude. When you don't have money, dude, you get creative.
Oh yeah. Oh
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And that's why I don't. Look, dude. It's just like when you go get a car and you go on the lot and they're trying to upsell you. Something you just gotta walk away. You just gotta walk away. That's what you gotta
Ain't that
do.
the truth?
Yeah. And I'm telling you right now, these people that are in the gaming industry, right? They're trying to make their money, and I feel for them, dude, because I mean I don't feel the greedy part of it because there's some of that going on, but just like every other industry or how you trying to survive, they trying to survive as well.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the truth.
And that's just the reality of it. But yeah, Sega Man, brother. We were having a good conversation about Xbox.
Yeah.
Just really quickly, welcome everybody. Gogo, thanks for being here, brother. Gogo says Silver Surfer is female now. Yeah, that's gonna go over well.
What?
Yeah, they're gonna make the female version of the Silver Surfer. So
What?
yeah, and most people don't even know who she is.
Oh,
I think
wow.
99% of people don't even know the Silver Surfer ever was female. It was so
Yeah.
long ago, I can't even remember the story. And it wasn't even a story, honestly. It's just like, who cares? But welcome, brother. Yeah, we'll talk all about that because this is the podcast, guys. We're going to talk about pop culture. But I'm glad my brother Sega Man is here because we're just having a good conversation about the Xbox. But brother, so you're telling me about this next Xbox coming out? So
Yeah, I sent you a thing, but I guess there's a guy just talking about it and what to expect, and different things of what they think are speculating on. But like I was telling brother, Sega Forever, everybody, shouts out to the chat to Gogo Paul and Toolman 55 that are with us here.
yeah, thanks.
You can chime in, guys. Let us know what you think. I mean, there's an article going on out there now on the social media about what to expect with the this new Xbox, man. I mean, like I was telling brother Sega Forever, look, we haven't even really tapped into what this the Series X can do. We really haven't. I think we're going to get a taste of it with Hellblade: Senua's Saga and Gear 6. I think brother Sega Forever, when we have our show in June, the Xbox show, I think they're going to probably drop or talk about the Gear 6 and talk about different things like that. Probably even the console.
Yeah, you think they're going to show it? You think they're going to showcase it?
Maybe, brother. Maybe. It's just that we have so much stuff, brother Sega Forever. These Series X's, man. I know that and the S is a few years old, but bro, we really haven't seen what these can do.
Yeah, I agree.
We really haven't, man. And then the new Xbox is probably going to be out probably in I don't know, 2025, 2026 maybe. I don't know. But this is going to be a beast, bro. I think it's going to be a beast. They said that I guess there's Xbox leaks about Microsoft's plans to release their it's the series Xbox Series X Slim.
Oh, okay. Is that releasing? Yeah, there's supposed to be like um, a discless one, right? Is that the same thing? The discless?
No, I don't know if they're making another series. Like there's a discless white
Right.
Xbox Series X, but I think they're talking about a Xbox Series X Slim. I don't know if that's going to look more like a One X.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But it's going to be a Series X.
So why do you think they're doing this, brother? Why do you think they're?
I don't know, man. Brother Sega Forever, I don't know. I love my Xbox Series X. I like the way it looks. It looks like a nice tower. I like that. But if they're going to make a slim and stuff like that, I don't know. Maybe it's to make it more economy size. Make it have more. Maybe they're going to try to make the Series X, brother Sega Forever, be as a attractive as the Series S. The Series S is the most popular Xbox right now. It's the Series S. I guess because of the way it looks, it's an emulator machine.
Yeah.
You can emulate on it, and a lot of tech guys love that. So they're going to buy them in droves so they can emulate it. It's an emulation box. You might as well say is the Series S, man. And actually, it's the darling right now of Xbox. Even though the Series X is the big boy, and they're both in the same family, but I think a lot of people gravitate towards that because of the price, because it's an emulation box, it's a digital box,
Right.
and it can play everything the Series X can play. It's just not 4K.
It's interesting because the S seems to be doing well in Asia, which is the
Right,
market of Microsoft.
right.
Did you see the news where Microsoft actually opened up Overwatch? Overwatch 2
Yeah,
back up to China, right?
yeah.
Well, under Activision, there's a disagreement. I forget the
Oh,
name of the company,
yeah.
but so they, China is one of the biggest markets with Overwatch when they were with the first Overwatch, original Overwatch.
Overwatch, yeah.
Yeah, and I knew that because my daughter played Overwatch for a lot. I know I played Overwatch too. I mean, I played Overwatch as well, and so my daughter got into it because I would play it, and she surpassed me. She became a huge fan because of the characters and all the stuff that the game entails. Right, it's made for
Yeah.
people of my daughter's generation, I believe. So,
She
but at
liked
that time,
she liked that a lot, Overwatch.
well, so it's so anime looking, and my daughter loves anime and the characters and the art and all that stuff, right? And the game is accessible.
Yeah.
My daughter tried playing COD, and she plays COD, but she's not on that level, right? She just doesn't like it that much. But with Overwatch, it's more than just a shooting game for a lot of people, like my daughter, who are fans
Yeah.
of that game. And so I remember because Overwatch was doing a lot of stuff to appease, not appease, that's the wrong word, to for their players in China, right? So from some of the skins and some of the stuff they were doing, they celebrate Chinese New Year, all of this stuff they would do, and it was cool, man. But this is when Overwatch was still when Activision owned all these properties,
Yeah.
and then they had a fallout with I forgot that I think I want to say NetEase. I could be wrong, guys. Correct me in the comments if you guys know. But there was a fallout between the company in China that Activision was working with, and then they stopped the game. But then just recently, I think it was about a month ago or a couple weeks ago, Microsoft was able to reestablish that working relationship, and so they're taking it back over there, to China. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, so hopefully it'll have the same draw like it did, because sometimes when you do stuff like that, right? You have a fallout and stuff like that, and you lose fans. Sometimes you just can't get them back. But the Overwatch brand is pretty powerful.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very popular.
And I sit there listening to my daughter, right? And she'll complain, but then she'll be playing it. It's just like they're doing this, and it doesn't make sense. And then, she liked the newest character they had, which was Malga. Um, and Malga's kind of funny because he's Samoan, right?
Yeah.
But my daughter's kind of like me. I don't care. I don't even care if it was.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. But I was like, I don't care. Yeah, my daughter's like, because she's into the game, right? She goes, okay, how does he play? Is he balanced? Like, I don't know. She's telling me all this stuff, and I was like, okay, he lost me. So, I mean, but we talk about it and stuff like that. So I know, right? There's my point is there's a method to the madness when it comes to Phil Spencer, right, and Microsoft and Xbox and their brand Xbox, right? There's a method to it. Now, whether you agree with that method or not, that's a whole other story, right? Me and Sega Man was talking prior to coming on live, and I was telling him about that because my only beef, like I said last week in the podcast, with Microsoft was the 4 games, right, that they brought over, and probably they're going to bring over more. But I'm pretty sure Phil and the crew sat there, calculated, and
Yeah.
they're just not doing this out of the blue, right? I know sometimes I give them crap about it. It feels like they're throwing stuff up against the wall. That is not their MO, especially now that they're officially backed by Microsoft, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is a different level, and if you're an Xbox guy, you just got to learn to deal, right? That's just the reality. And the only reason, the main thing I want to get my point across with the last podcast we did, even though we're all over the place, which is fine. That's what we do here. If I didn't drive it home enough last week, was don't get caught up in your feelings with this stuff, right? If this stuff is bothering you on social media, do what like
Mhm.
Unlimited talked about, right, Siggy Man? He stepped away and he's been happy ever since, right? He doesn't keep up with Twitter or X or whatever it's called now.
Oh,
And then if you are, did you see how some of the guys are Xbox, like some of the staunchest people, kind of falling to the wayside? You know what I mean? But then guys
oh
like
yeah, oh yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm saying, Siggy Man. So
Well, what do you think, brother Sega Forever? I mean, with these consoles, these consoles they're working on, coming out. I mean, do you think it's too soon? It just seems like it went really fast, and they're already trying to rush out, more consoles already. I'm like, man, we need more time. We need more time with the Series X, man. I really believe it. I can't. I mean, I wouldn't be able to go out and get that, man. I mean, because I know that's going to be a beast, and I know another. You know what the big problem is going to be with that too, brother Sega Forever, is when they do get those new consoles out there. Um, you're going to have them dudes. They're going to buy them all up, and you won't be able to get one.
yeah, yeah, you
It's going
better.
to happen all over again, where it's going to be hard to get a new system if you want it. Because they're going to buy them up. Them scalpers are going to buy them up. Watch.
Yeah,
Unless Microsoft does something where they can't. There's something they can do, I think. Remember they tried to stop that from happening?
yeah, yeah,
Remember? I don't know. There was something that they did where they tried to stop that from, or they did stop it from happening for nobody never getting a console. And then they wanted you to pay $1,500 a console and even probably more than that. These scalpers, man, they need to really try to do something about that, man.
I think one of the things that they're doing. Don't quote me on this. This is just is my understanding. We're so tied up with China, right? And a lot of people got burnt with that. We experienced it firsthand. You guys remember how hard it was to get stuff because all of our stuff was being made in China. Um,
Yeah.
and that's one of the things that I think that was a teachable moment with the pandemic, among other things which we won't get into here. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but I mean, you guys felt it, right? You guys understand what it meant, right? When you couldn't get certain everyday products and how people was taking advantage of that. I think Microsoft learned that lesson. Supposedly, some of these companies brought that stuff here stateside, right? And I think that's something that you should start doing, man. My brother, I know where you from, man. It's an industrial area, right?
What's that,
It's
brother?
where you're from is kind of an industrial area.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
Pittsburgh. Yeah, it's like that. Yep.
I'm a huge Steeler fan, right?
Oh yeah.
It just blows my mind that we don't make stuff here. And one of the pushback I have people who I agree with politically will push back on me and talk to me about about the cost and everything like that. I'm like, brother, what are we paying now? What are we paying now for this stuff? Dude? You know what I mean? So for me, it's like the pendulum has to swing back when it comes to economics, and hopefully, to answer your question in a long, windy road kind of way, I think Microsoft learned because they had an opportunity to have their product out there, and I think they did better. Remember that they bought those microchips
Yeah.
and they're able to still put their stuff out there, and it worked out great for them. So I don't. I think my brother. I don't think they'll be caught flat-footed again. Um, I think they will be prepared because they did take action, right? And I think one of the things that they might do is just have it limited. Hopefully, we'll be able to go to the store and buy them. You know what I mean? Like their online store, maybe
Yeah.
as a solution, or partner up with a third party.
Yeah,
Um,
because they're gonna have to try to do something, brother Sega Forever, because man, it's gonna be hard when these new systems. It's gonna be hard to get them
right.
again. It's there's people that will pay that too. That's the thing. They'll if they want them really bad, they'll go to a scalper and end up paying $1,500 for a new Xbox.
Yeah. So that's what I. So that's kind of what we were talking about last week in the podcast, right? You end up creating secondary and tertiary economies when stuff like this is happening, right? When economies are bad, there's secondary economies that happen, or when people try to regulate stuff, right? All you do is set up a black market, You know, people find ways to get around stuff, right? In the case of Microsoft, you know, they have, you know, like I saw what they did last time. I think they did it out of reaction.
Mhm.
But hopefully yeah, that's a good point. Sig. That's a very valid point. I just hope they learned that lesson and that they've taken steps to make sure that you know that it's not that doesn't happen again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the fans suffer. Like it's one of the things that turned me off about Halo. Nothing to do with the game, guys, but the brand
Yeah.
was I could not get my Halo Anniversary Edition console. I should have that in my room right now. I should have
Yeah.
that Series X in my room right now with the with the Ultra controller or I can't think right now with the controller the not the basic. I'm talking about the high end controller that
Yeah.
was really made for it. All of that stuff should be in my room right now, surrounded by my statues, my figures, all of that stuff. When you walk into my room, you say this dude likes Xbox. Is what I'm trying to say. And I got left with a sour taste in my mouth, right? Because I could not do that. Because of, like you said, Sega Man, right? There was people out there buying it to resale. Um, but they just didn't have enough stock, you know. And that rubbed me the wrong way. You guys know I'm a collector, guys. I know I don't do the videos on my channel like I used to, but I still am, you know. And when you have a brand like Halo, you have to put the time and effort into it, right? Um, like Brother Sega Man, we touched a little bit about Gears, right?
Yeah.
The new Gears, and you're telling me that what it's Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah. I mean that'll be. I think a Brother Sega Forever when we have that show in June. I just really believe that we're going to see the Gear 6 running with Unreal Engine 5, and I think it's going to be another game. It's going to be a showpiece and show off what the Xbox Series X can do, man. Every time Gears comes out, rather it was 4, 5, and 6 now, you always seen stuff that was breathtaking. You seen stuff that was breathtaking, especially that it was a big upgrade with Gears 4 when you seen those weather effects,
Mm-hmm.
with the the wind blowing and they're being like tornadoes, like kind of in the game. The weather effects were phenomenal, and the lighting was phenomenal in Gears 4, brother. It was running on Unreal Engine, Unreal Engine 4. Was it 4? Unreal Engine 4. It was unbelievable, unbelievably awesome. You know what I mean? Uh, the way it looked,
Right.
and the stuff that Unreal Engine can do. They know how to utilize it and use it. So you're going to see that a lot. I think with the new gear, the new Gears is going to be a fucking monster beast, man. It's going to be sick, I believe. So that's why it's taken a while, because they're really utilizing that engine. They know how to use it. They know how to use the Unreal Engine, and it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be phenomenal. And then there's a rumor. Here's a rumor going around that the pony bots are trying to fight for Gears to be on PlayStation.
Really?
That's what
Jeez.
I'm hearing, bro. Yeah, that's just the most stupidest thing I've ever heard. You're not getting Gears, man. You're not getting Gears. You're not getting Halo. You ain't getting none of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds like them. You know what I mean? They're always looking at other people's stuff. You know what I mean? Just like, dude, focus on your own stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the didn't they help? I forgot the name of what's the name of the studio that does Gears?
The Coalition.
So they also help. Wasn't E-Rock talking about the Matrix?
Yeah.
Like that
Yeah.
demo he played that blew him away. Yeah. So I think that was Unreal Engine. Was that 4 or 5
For what?
for the Matrix demo?
I think that's the new engine.
Oh, okay, okay.
For that demo. That demo was phenomenal. You can actually still go back right now and re-download that and go through that again. That was unbelievable, man. That was awesome. I love that.
Yeah, the demo's on Unreal Engine 5.
That is Unreal.
It is, right, brother Ebot? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's on Unreal Engine 5.
Hey, welcome, brother.
What's going on, bro? What's going on?
I was feeling bad about myself because I've been busy. Then I heard you on the podcast. I was like, okay, I'll keep my mouth shut. I was like, sorry. How you doing, man?
I'm going through it, man.
I know,
I'm just frustrated.
bro. It's crazy, man. It's nuts, dude. Everything just keeps on going up, bro. Everything just keeps on going up. Like, a week go by, dude. I'm afraid to walk into a grocery store. I'd be like, damn.
Yeah,
That's
man. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Crazy ridiculous. Crazy ridiculous.
You get your eggs for $5 a carton. You get a dozen eggs for $5, man. Come on, you know that's a good deal.
So I meant to tell you, Sega Man, dude, where we are, dude, we don't even have options, dude, because the egg farm, they shut down.
Oh, for real?
Oh, yeah, dude. It's just too expensive to keep a business running here, bro.
Man.
Yeah, they were like, well, we out. They've been in business for 40, 60 years. Yeah, but people are sad, man. People was like crying, man, because they grew up, dude. Their grandmother, the mother, and then now the kids that have kids. You know what I'm saying? Gone. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Good to see brother Hebot join us, though.
Nah.
Yeah. What's up, brother?
Stop it. Stop it.
POPCAST.
It is the POPCAST he bought, but we're kicking it off with Xbox, and me and we were waiting for you. And Sega Man brought up the new Xbox, that I kind of heard about, but I didn't know what was really going on with it. And,
Right. I mean, like I said before, I still feel that we shouldn't be talking about new consoles because these consoles haven't really been utilized, even though they've been out for 3 years. You know what I mean?
Yep.
that's what Sega Man saying. Yep.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
we paid $500+ and now they're already talking about something new. Like I don't like. Can't be doing that. You know what I mean? Like, especially during pandemic, it wasn't doing shit.
No.
Yeah. I don't know, brother. I feel them be doing a lot of stuff nowadays.
I mean, it almost looks bad because right now, look, they're bringing out the games for PlayStation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every game that they brought out to PlayStation, even though the PS5 is supposed to be dog doo-doo, right?
Yeah.
Compared to the Series X as far as specs and as far as power, right? All the games have like either better performance, better shadows, better vegetation, and things like that. Like that should not be a thing.
Yeah.
How are you gonna make it better for a PlayStation and not on the Series X? Yet you've been touting this whole time that it's more powerful than the PlayStation or than any other console. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you're talking about a new console? Like, come on.
I know already. I know already.
They're talking about, oh, it's gonna be 5 times more, 3 more times more powerful. Like, ain't nobody gonna believe that because right now the Series X is supposed to be more powerful than PS5, and games look better. That Xbox games, mind you, are looking better and running better on the fucking PlayStation. Like, what the fuck?
Okay, I have a question for you. Since you joined us, because I was gonna pose this to both of you.
What do you mean? We're also eating.
Well, but here's the question I have for you. I feel like, do you feel like this is on purpose? And if you feel it is on purpose, why?
It's a bone thing.
I think it's two things. I think it's because they really haven't went back with the more mature SDKs for the Xbox to tweak up these games because they've been out forever, right?
Yeah.
That's number one. I also feel like they're trying to give them the better version so that nobody will be like, oh, look, they bullshitted. They gave us a GIMP version. Yeah. And that's what they're worrying about. You know what I'm saying? Because Microsoft is stupid like that. They worry about what people have to say on another platform, but don't worry about their own fucking platform the way they should. I don't know why they do that shit. Like, bro, stop worrying about what the fuck other people say and fucking do what you gotta do for your shit. Fuck everybody else. They're more worried about what they're doing for other people than they are their own shit. And that doesn't look good. That does not look good.
Mm-hmm.
That looks bad. Because you know the narrative is going to be, you see, these games run better on the PS5. Imagine what Hellblade would look like. Imagine. That's why they need to bring in the PS5. That's going to be the new narrative.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to do that, bro. How are you going to make a game better on another platform than your own?
Yeah.
If all this time, every developer is like, we got to keep it parity. We got to keep it parity. No, we got to keep it parity. PlayStation is the leading platform. We can't do that. We can't make the Xbox One version better. And every time the games come out, they're fucking worse on Xbox. And then months later, they'll patch it and make it better than the PlayStation 5. But at that point, what's the point? It should have been done that way from the beginning. You know what I mean? It's, for me, I feel like Phil's more worried about everything else that's going on around to like get acolytes, I guess, from every other side, instead of worrying about getting acolytes, right? Where it needs to be on the Xbox console, on the Xbox ecosystem. You know what I mean? Because it's bad enough, they're gonna be like, oh, the PC version is always gonna be better than the Xbox, and you can play it on the PC. So you're gonna go and make the PS5 version better also? Like, what the fuck? And I know that doesn't mean it can't run the same or better on the Xbox, because if you could do it on the PlayStation, that means you could do it on the Xbox. For me, it feels it's deliberate. It's on purpose. They're doing that shit because they want people to be like, you see, like they can't. You know, Microsoft cares more about other consoles than their own. They don't want to be in the hardware business. They're not taking it serious. And then when those narratives come up, bro, how people like me, you and Sega Man and E-Rock and Colin and Tuck and everybody else that's positive Xbox can defend that bullshit? How can we defend it
So,
if they're kicking themselves in their own teeth?
no, but okay. So one thing that Phil Spencer did, I hate to bring this up, but I have to, right?
Talk to me, brother. Talk to me. I want to hear your side.
Because this stuck with me for the longest time. In fact, it kind of changed me when we used to console war, like when we were in the trenches, and I used to war really hard. But this bothered me. I'll just put it out there to everybody. This bothered me, dude, and it had to do with Crap Gamer. Now, I'm not gonna sit there and defend Crap Gamer and the stuff that he does and the way he goes back and forth and flip flops.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
But the one thing that bothered me, right, is because at least at that time, Crap Gamer was an Xbox person.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
He was with him, Z, and all these guys, right? They were, I know it's different now, but at least back then, dude, I mean, these guys were taking the arrows, right?
Yeah. They were Xbox. They were taking the arrows like us. Yeah, for sure.
And so when, I forgot what, was it Quantum Break? That was one of our games was going to go to PC.
Mm-hmm.
This was when the whole PC thing was going off.
Started.
Yeah, it was started. So Crap Gamer was the one that was the first one to be vocal about it on Twitter. Now, during that time, guys, I know a lot of you guys don't realize this, but at that time, things was bad. It was
real bad. Yeah.
You wasn't an Xbox guy back then because you couldn't, unless you really loved Xbox.
We were, but we were paying the consequence for it, right? Because everybody was just pro PlayStation, right? Mm-hmm.
You was getting it from all angles, right?
Yes.
So if you was Xbox, you was Xbox. Now, there was a lot of stuff that was being said about Xbox from ponies, right? And these guys was evil. Hebot knows. Hebot been through the battle with these dudes. The stuff that they would do, Z, right? The stuff they did to him. I mean, it went beyond gaming, dude. These dudes did stuff that was personal. These guys is evil. I just put it out there. They was just evil. And they was coming down on the brand, they was coming down on the players, they was coming down on the fan, all of that stuff. It was so bad that people left. It was so bad that people didn't want to deal with it, even though they loved Xbox, and they walked away.
Yeah.
Right? We went through all of this stuff. Now, all of this stuff was going on. Crap Gamer says one thing, and Phil smacked him down.
Yes. Which is fucked up.
I said media. I like he spoke his piece. People been saying crap all this time, And then Crap Gamer
Never said anything. Mm-hmm.
Not saying that you have to agree with them, right? But what I'm saying is he said something, and this dude was known as an Xbox guy. And of all the stuff the Pony guys was saying, all the guys on that side who are known, and we all know 100 talked about this multiple times. These guys know who the people in the community are. So you guys
Yeah.
know on the PlayStation side, and they know how bad the people on the PlayStation side. They know the people on the Xbox side, and I'm pretty sure some of the Xbox upper whatever intelligentsia didn't like some of the stuff we were doing on the Xbox side, but they know that we defended the brand, right? They knew that.
Yeah.
And the one time, dude, that Phil spoke out, even though all this other crap was going on, was against Crap Gamer, who was an Xbox guy at the time, and he put the smackdown on him.
And he said it, and not for nothing. What Crap said was in defense of Xbox and the fans. Like he wanted us to be treated more like royalty, right? Because we were defending Xbox all this time, no matter what was going on, and yet we were still getting smacked in the face with like secondhand treatment, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, why am I bringing this up now? So, for me personally, that told me, look, dude, this is beyond gaming for me, dude. If I'm gonna go to war with you, you gotta show me you're gonna fight, right?
Right.
If I go to war with you, like, I'll give you as an example. I was in the Navy, right? We was rolling with this guy. He had the car. I'll just be honest with you. He had the car. We went out as a crew, right? We went to a club. We was hanging out. I don't drink. I don't do any of that stuff at that time. I was just playing pool. But when it happened, and he got into a disagreement with these dudes, right?
Okay.
So all of us came together and we stood up for this guy, right? But what this dude
Right.
did, he ran away.
Right.
And then one of the other guys saw everything go down, and this dude started it. So he started it, but he didn't go in with us. Okay,
Gotcha.
and that pissed us off, right? So we just kind
Yeah.
of communicated the dude, right? We're just like, okay, well, we're done with you, bro. Right?
Yeah. Next time, get your ass whooped. We didn't get involved.
So that's kind of how I am. So when that happened, I kind of looked at that and I was like, dude, if they're gonna do that to Crap Gamer, they can do it to any one of us. And if you're not gonna fight like that, I mean, and I'm saying, look, I know they're corporate, right? I know that they're out there, and I know all of that kind of stuff. But that just kind of, to me, that was just bad, like a bad look. Just like, like, how are you gonna have my back? So I didn't.
Honestly, made Phil Spencer look like a bitch nigga. That's what it made him look like.
Now, it's the funny thing, right? Because, you know, and Crap Gamer is Crap Gamer, whatever. Oh wait, let me see. Wait, Mr. Kima says Xbox Series X is running the Xbox One build of the game. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but they did a Series X patch for it. That's why it runs 120. So regardless, if they just did resolution and they didn't touch on shadows, they didn't touch on why, if you know you're gonna do it with the PlayStation, right, Mr. Kima? Yeah. Why wouldn't you take the time to give that same update the same day you release it on PlayStation to the Xbox fan base? Because we supported the game, not PlayStation. It was the Xbox and PC community. 40 million players. You don't even need to put it on PlayStation. You're just doing it because you're fucking greedy. The bottom line is Microsoft is fucking greedy. And that is their biggest problem. They don't care about being looked at as better than the other person. No, we want money from Nintendo. We want money from PlayStation. We want money from PC. We want money from here. We want money from here. Motherfuckers, you got enough money. And you're going to keep printing money. Stop being greedy. Because at some point, that greed is going to work against you. At some point, it's going to backfire. At some point, you're going to get backlash. Because greed can only take you so far. Just look at Ebenezer Scrooge. That story is a pivotal point of why you shouldn't be greedy. These motherfuckers don't care. No. They're acting like we can't be stopped. We just printed money. Blah, 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 blah. The same way you're doing that now, at some point something can happen and you could lose it all. Look at Disney. Who the fuck would ever have thought Disney be in the position they're in now? Who would ever thought 20th century would be in the position they're in now? Warner Brothers. Goliaths. They're now garbage. A joke. See what I'm saying? So for me, as an Xbox fan, why? But this is why you don't see me active that much anymore, because like you, Sega Forever, I cannot defend bullshit. If I spent $500 four times for Xbox Series X, I want my games to run the best on the Series X. I spent over $2,000 day one. My family spent over $2,000 day one. That was what Crack Gamer was talking about. If you spend money and we're the ones making you the money and supporting you, why the fuck do you not treat us with the best privileges and preferences first?
Yeah, I think
And
it's
that's why nobody respects them. That's why the media don't respect them. That's why people that don't like them don't respect them. That's why the ponies don't respect them, because they give them the fuel to just make fun of them. And then Microsoft, I know why they're doing it. They're doing it because they want to win kudos points. That's all it is. We want to make the PlayStation fan base see that we care about them too, and we didn't cheat them out. We actually made it better on PlayStation so they can go and buy it. And guess what? They're not gonna buy it.
No, they're not.
They're not gonna buy it. So for me, in that sense, Phil Spencer is a dumbass. For me, in that sense, whoever's up on top, whether it's Satya, whether it's Kate Beckinsale, whatever that bitch name is, whoever's in charge, they're dumbasses. Okay? Because you have to respect your fan base first. They're the ones making you the money. How dare you go make something better on PlayStation because you don't want to fucking take the time to reward them and do the extra work because those games been out on Xbox. Like, enough is enough. Like, so that's why Sony gets the love they do, because at least they make sure that they try to give their fan base what they want. So they'll keep making these fucking fucked up deals, putting Xbox out, because they care about their fan base only. Maybe not in the sense that they give them other things like Game Pass, but as far as the fact that they can go, oh, well, at least we got exclusives that are exclusive full on and not just time, or not just, for 1 month and then it's on PlayStation. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like, and this is what pisses me off. I get it. Yes, they gave us games right then and there, and I appreciate that. Yes, on Xbox, I completely do. Like, we can play Harold Halibut. We don't got to go far and play it. Pay for it in order to play it. Yes, but that doesn't mean just because you do that, you should be giving us an average version of the game, and then go give the better version to the other side because they're paying money for it. Because then that completely negates the narrative of what you've been saying. You've been saying that you want to put quality games on Game Pass alongside the indie. That you want to make Game Pass a valuable package, but not just in the in what you pay for it, but in the quality of games you're getting on it, right?
Mm.
But that's not the case if you're still gimping shit or not updating shit on Xbox. That should be, because again, the Series X is 12 point something teraflops, way more memory, is DirectX 12 compatible, HDR, Dolby Vision, HD, Dolby Atmos surround. It has all this much more power. Dedicated RAM is much higher. The speed clock on the CPU is much higher. If it's all there, why the fuck are you making it better on a weaker console? Because this is not even the PS5 Pro. This is the PS5. Right? So the PS5 Pro going to come out and they're going to run it even better, more better? And then the Xbox One's still going to look dim? But you claiming it's the most powerful console?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, you look like a jackass. You look stupid right now. You look dumb. I can't defend that. I'm sorry. I love Xbox. I love the brand. It's my favorite place to play. I love their control. I love their ecosystem. I love all the things they provide. But those little stupid nuanced shits that they do, I can't stand them. Because we're dealing with this shit. Not them. It's us. The Xbox fans that are out here doing Xbox channel and content, we're the ones that take the shit from the stupid ass trolls stupid ass haters, the media, and anyone that wants to goof Xbox. It's not them. And then if somebody from PlayStation says something in a positive way, like, yeah, it's good that Microsoft is sharing their games. There goes Phil, there goes Sarah, there goes whoever's there. Yeah, thank you. We want everyone to play. We want everybody to enjoy. But if we tell them, yo, Phil, why the fuck is CFT's better graphically on the PlayStation than it is on Xbox? And then he'll be like, oh, that shouldn't be an importance. It should be about people being able to play the game. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of shit he does.
So here, let me interject a little bit.
So is Phil getting a fucking a side hustle check from Sony on the DL?
Maybe.
No,
Is that what it is?
So here, I just want to interject this really quickly. I think it's calculated, honestly, right? Like I'm pretty sure they looked at everything across the board, and
Yeah.
they were saying, because look, and Gogo, man, I see what you're saying, Gogo. We'll come back and address it. We will, trust me. No, I know we got Gogo all fired up. But okay, so I'm pretty sure they looked at it. And Sega Man, after that, we'll go to you. After I just say this, because I think it's calculated. I'm pretty sure they looked at everything, and you know they have us. They have me. I've told you guys this a million times. I ain't going nowhere else, dude. This is my last. This is my last.
Right.
Voting. Right. When Xbox is done, I'm done.
Right.
I also told you guys at the start of this podcast, and I'm not changing my tune about this. It's just outside of these 4 games and these little things that they're doing, I'm still 90% of my enjoyment on Xbox.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, right? But what I won't do on this podcast, guys, all of this stuff like Gogo, I see what you said. Like you said, Crap was wavering weeks before that. I was listening to him at that time. Crap was
He was. Yes, we know this. We know this. But at least what he said was in defense of being treated better as an Xbox fan. We're not saying that what he was doing was right because we knew he was flipping. What he was doing was just trying to chase the bag. What we are saying, though, that at least he said something in the fact of treat fans better. Well, no one else did. That's a fact.
Yeah, and that's my point too as well, Gogo. It has nothing to do with the console at that point. It's all about principle.
Yeah, principle. Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I mean when I'm talking about it. It was the principle for me. Phil showed me something when he did that.
Yes.
And I'm based on principle, I did not like it.
Yeah, what he showed is that he's worrying more about the money and them getting kudos points than the fans that protect and defend and support Xbox. That's just a fact. That's what he proved.
Yeah. So that's my point when I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you've been said that, and I said, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Sega Man, do you want to throw in on that or?
Well, I think Hebot is right about that, and so are you, man. I mean, yeah, I don't agree with that either. You know, I really don't. I mean, like if there's games that are going over there that are actually performing better and it's better on the other systems, yeah, man, I honestly don't believe that. I don't believe that's right, man. I really don't, man. I like it, like Hebot said, and he's been preaching this back in the day too, when certain things were going with Xbox, that we are the ones that really are behind our console 100% and have always supported Xbox in buying the games and supporting Ultimate Game Pass and helping to try to grow.
Defending them, everything they do.
Yeah.
Giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
Say maybe there's a reasonable explanation. And then when we say that, they go and say, nah, we just want money. Like, what? That's why I don't open my mouth, Sega Man. That's why and I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to add to what you're saying. That's why I don't open my mouth. Because one thing is that I don't like Sega Man said, Sega Forever said, if I'm defending you, right? It's like a woman that's getting her ass whooped, right? By another man.
Yeah.
Go and defend her. Tell that man, yo, chill. What the fuck you doing? And after you defend her, she goes, get the fuck out of my business. That's my man. How dare you? You see what I'm trying to say? Well, all right then. Fuck you. Get beat up, bitch. Your problem. It is what it is. We got to keep it 100. And I don't know why Xbox fans get mad when real Xbox fans like us say that that what's wrong. Listen, it's wrong. They should not be making games better on another platform. I don't care what nobody says. There's no way. Especially if it's their games, and especially if the whole time they've been saying we have the most powerful console. Right now, I don't believe you. I don't think this is because I see it running better on a weaker sound system. So that tells me that's not true, or you just don't care. And again, if you don't care, why the fuck should we care? And why should we keep buying your games? I'll just keep playing it on Game Pass. I won't buy your games no more.
Well,
I'll play them as a glorified rental.
People are doing that, Ebo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then that's what I'll do. I am not going to pay $70 for your game so that the PlayStation motherfuckers can pay $70 for that game and their version's better. And it's our game. What? What is? I don't see how people can't agree with that. I don't understand how you don't think that's 100% logical. Anyone, I don't care who it is. How do you not think that's wrong? Because again, like I said, if they're doing that because they worked on it just recent, had more mature SDKs, then fine. Understand that when you release it, we got to do the patch for the Xbox version for the fan base because they're the ones who supported this game first, made it what it is, and it's big because of them and the PC. So we got to give them the same treatment. But we're going to release a patch the same day of release so that they're both on even planes and have the same features on both. So fucking idiots like Digital Foundry can't do a video instantly to start narrative because they think it's funny. Because they love console warming, even though they say they don't. And that's why do you think they do those videos immediately? Because it's console warming. That's just going to bring all the PlayStation fans, give them mad views. Yeah! The PlayStation version! What the hell is going to happen? That's why they fucking do it. They do it because they want every fucking PlayStation fuckface that suck big fat cock and take it up the ass to go to their channel and be like, yay, fuck you, Xbox. You see, they lie. They're the reason why. That's why that video is done instantly, not 2 seconds later, not weeks later. No, immediately, because they love to start console war. John Letterman is a fucking faggot. Rich Letterman is a fucking faggot. And everybody that works at Digital Foundry are a bunch of faggots. They're PlayStation faggots. And they love sucking PlayStation dick. They get sponsored by them. They've been funded by fucking Eurogamer. That's why they do what they do. So fuck all of them. Fuck all them British motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck. They all can suck dick. Keep smoking cigarettes with your yellow teeth when you do your videos. You look retarded. Okay? Do all that dumb shit because I'm not stupid. I know what they're doing. So again, we as Xbox fans need to open our mouth, say what we gotta say, be vocal, because it's us that are supporting Xbox. It's us that are building the brand. It's us that are making these games big and successful. We need to get treated like kings first. I'm sorry. I am not going to change my narrative. I'm not changing on Xbox. I'm not turning into a pony. I want my value of my money that I'm dedicating to my fucking preferred platform and console to be number one. You want to think it's petty? Let me be petty. Yes, I want to brag that my shit is better because if I pay for it, I want the best. And especially if you as a company are claiming you got the best console. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sega man. I'm sorry, Sega forever. You know, that's why motherfuckers they've been unsubscribed to my channel. They don't support me because motherfuckers don't want to hear the truth. I'm sorry. I'm not doing this. I'm not. If I'm gonna keep it real, I'm gonna keep it 100. I love Xbox. It's my preferred platform, and I'm not going nowhere. I got a PS5 too through my son. PS5 sucks big fat cock. It's corny. I can't stand it. Okay? So I don't want to hear that our game runs better on the PS5 because that pisses me off.
Yeah.
That's ass. I'm getting treated like ass right now. Okay? And so God forbid that they go, oh yeah, we're gonna bring Hellblade over too, because I'm gonna be fucking mad about that shit too.
Well, you never know, brother. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah, because the only one's getting rich is Microsoft, while the fan base is getting treated like shit or like secondhand authentication. Fuck that shit. No. They get money. They get rich. They're not the ones struggling to get a new car or home like me right now. Right now, nobody from Microsoft is saying, let's help out Heba because he's going through a fucked up time. And all he's done is supported us all this time. Nobody at Xbox is helping me. Nobody. But they'll go help a PlayStation motherfucker right away.
Yeah.
They didn't fucking goddamn, what's his name? Larry Herb went to fucking Boogie's house when he's a fucking notorious Xbox hater.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Don't they give these motherfuckers free shit? They didn't give them a lot of PS a brand new Cyberpunk fucking chair or other type of Xbox shit for free. Come on, now they're not giving me shit free. I'm not getting nothing free. The fan base in even the people that support me, they don't go, yo, he by here, with the exception of a few, right? They don't go here. Here's a brand new console because we want to help you because you always there for us or you give to the community. They don't do that. I buy my shit. So Microsoft don't give me shit. They better fucking give me what I paid for. That's it. That's how I feel. I've been feeling this way for a while. But I'm not gonna do what other clowns did, turncoat and on PlayStation, because fuck PlayStation. They suck dick. They suck. Nintendo too. They suck too. They don't fucking give you shit. They do the bare minimum and everybody gives them all the money. And they do the bare minimum. I'm not supporting that shit either. I got my fucking Switch free thanks to my brother 100. Okay? And I'm grateful for it. But I don't buy games. I buy games and they're $1 on the Nintendo Switch. I'm not ashamed to say it. I don't support them for shit. Because who the fuck makes you spend $60 for a 2D side scroller? You should be a goddamn shame of yourself. And no, Metroid Dread or Metroid Prime or all them shits is not better than other games like fucking Ori or like Cuphead. No, they're not. Sorry. They're nowhere near. And those games were $20 and $25. Sorry, they're not. They're not. You know, but again, like I said, that's why people stop supporting me. People barely go to my channel, but it's all right. It's all good. That just tells me that unless I'm an Xbox 100% without criticizing, they don't really want to support me. Mm-hmm. And that's fake. That's fake. That shouldn't be real. That shouldn't be like that. They should be like, yo, Heba keeps it real no matter what. And that's what we love about him. And that's not the way it is, unfortunately. With not all, with a big majority. What?
I'll say this, like Gogo, I want to respond to this comment. You guys take it too personally in the console wars. So Gogo, here's the difference though, right? Here's the difference. Like you heard Heba rant.
That's nothing to do with console warring. That's nothing to do with that.
So you hear Heba ranting about this, right? And here's the difference, dude. Heba will rant about this 5 to 7 to 10 years from now. He'll still be the same. He'll still be the same. It's the same thing with Sega Man. That's why I rock out with these dudes, right? And I've known them for a long time. So when we say stuff like this, dude, we don't change. We don't. I've known these guys, of all the people I've hung out with in this community, and there's been a lot of them, bro. And some of them we thought we was tight with, and some of them we thought we was blood brothers, man. And we found out our way that was not the case.
Yeah.
These are the only two dudes that I know, and I use them specifically because I'm talking about when we first kicked off, right? E-Rock, put E-Rock in the same, but Tuck definitely. Tuck has been saying the same thing. His Pony Killer title has not changed since the day one.
Years.
For years.
Yeah.
I say even over a decade, right? If you want to know, right? I'm new to Unlimited. Dea's new to the group, but I'm saying these dudes. This is the point. This is my point. Whatever happens in the future, dude, these guys will not change. Is my point.
Right.
This is why we don't cry like Tim Dog, right?
And
I agree with you. I really agree with you, Gogo. Like either piss or get off the pot. Right? And I said that to Tim Dog. I was like, bro, look, if you don't like it, if it's hurting you that much, then step. But like Heba is saying, dude, what we won't do, dude, is if we got something to say, we're just gonna say it. You don't have to agree with us.
Right.
And look, bro, you're more than welcome, dude. I actually love your perspective. I love when you come on this channel. You keep me honest. right? But what I'm saying is, dude, that's just we're gonna say what we gotta say.
And Sega forever, brother. And brother Hebot just wants the best for the true Xbox fans out here. We're the ones that have supported Xbox since day one, even the OG to the misery of 2013 Google poll. We just want the best for us. We take our blood, sweat, and tears, our hard work and money to buy all these games, controllers, Ultimate Game Pass, physical and digital games. Man, we're the true ones that buy these games. All Hebot is saying is we want the best of the best for our console, man, not it to be better on another console. We're not supporting Xbox for our games to be better, brother, on another console. That's all he's saying, my man. That's all he's saying.
Look, Gogo, you're one of the best supporters of all these people out here, hands down. And you're always honest, and you're always kind. You're always polite. Okay, you're always real. When I say something, just know this: I'm not making my rant or my complaints because I'm worrying about console war. That's not what I'm worrying about. I'm talking about principle. That Microsoft is out there stating we have the best console, and yet the PlayStation version, that the console and hardware is inferior, is better. That's them putting their own foot and fuel on the fire, or their own foot in the fire, right? Like that's them burning themselves.
Yo, Hebot.
Meanwhile, yeah.
Hey, sorry to cut you off, my friend, but I'm pulling a drive-by today, like others think. Look, man, guys, look, I'm in Cancun, Mexico right now, enjoying my vacation. I get the notification, I jump in, and I hear my homie Hebot is pissed off, and I'm like, yo, tag me in, Hebot, tag me in, man, tag me in. We going like the Road Warriors over here, man. Yeah, Royal Animal, tagging your boy Hawk, right? Because you were fired up, and I hate to cut you off because nothing's better than pissed off Hebot. All right, pissed off Hebot is nothing but pure entertainment, man. But hey, the bearer of common sense, you know what I'm saying? Because I see Gogo post saying I just get a PlayStation. I see Hebot pissed off and all stuff, and I'm coming in saying, yo, I'll be real with you. I don't even like fucking Sea of Thieves. But with that said, you know, look, guys, this is just how I feel, right? This is just how I feel. I am not switching to Xbox anytime soon. I ain't jumping shit. Right. I'll never be a fucking PlayStation fan. I have the PlayStation 5, but I don't touch the fucking thing. Yep. I recently bought a Switch for super cheap. You know, recently did a pickup video about that, and Zelda it's decent. I don't know how this game is fucking Game of the Year worthy to some people, but you know what I'm saying. So I'm on Xbox. If Xbox goes away like some people want, then I'm a retro gamer, right? That's how much I can't do this. I can't do Nintendo and PlayStation. With that said, Xbox got to do a better job at fucking curating to the Xbox fan base, man. Because there's no reason why someone as loyal as Hebot should be this pissed off right now, man. Nothing whatsoever. And here's the kicker. Xbox is still going to have a great year, but my thing is this. Here's the thing. Nothing is perfect. Xbox isn't perfect. And as much I love gaming on Xbox, sometimes you got to call out bullshit when you see it. And so that's why I had to jump in and defend Hebot real quick, because the man sees bullshit and he sees it and he's going to call it out. That's just how it is. And Gogo Poe, you know, my brother, I love you. I love you in the chat. I got nothing but love and respect for you, man. So this is not an attack on you at all, Gogo Poe. You're going to be in the chat. You're going to be as fire as always. Just understand that someone like Hebot, when somebody's as passionate in gaming as this crew here, Hebot, Sega Fragrant, Sega Band, even soft-spoken Sega Forever. You know what I'm saying? When he speaks, you listen type dude, right? That's just come with territory. And what y'all got that I don't have, y'all got like 30, 40 years of gaming experience. All right. Yeah. And that can't be understated, man. Y'all were like, I was a kid. Let's be real. I was a fucking kid during the thing. As much as I loved the Genesis and Dreamcast, so I didn't feel the same impact to the extent that Hebot did. So that's why when stuff like this happens, and it doesn't bother me as much, you know what I'm saying? Like when shit like this happens, it's like I'm still gonna play the Xbox version. You know, that's my mentality, right? Yeah, But Hebot throws in that other perspective, because he coming from the days like guys like Hebot and Sega Man have seen so many consoles come and go, so many better brands than Nintendo and PlayStation come and go, right? Especially with Sega at its peak, especially with Xbox doing all it's doing. That they don't want to see this shit, man, where Xbox is in the place to not only dominate, but to really put the competition out of its misery. And for some reason, the one company that has the power to do it just doesn't want to seem to pull the trigger. Xbox, pull the fuck. That my new catchphrase is gonna be Xbox, pull the fucking trigger and just kill them already. Just do it. Stop trying to be friends with people that hate you. That's like me going to a clan rally, bringing birthday cake. Hey guy, we got world peace. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. And the PlayStation fans don't give a shit. And I know somebody watching this like, damn, Unlimited, how you gonna compare them to the clan? Because the only people that I see this fucking annoying when it comes to hating people are racist and PlayStation fanboys. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. This is the equivalent. Look, man, this is the equivalent of a black guy fucking a white woman to these guys, man. And that's how it is to them, man. And so look, I fully admit, as much as I was enjoying Hebot's rant, I don't feel as passionately. I kind of feel bad for not feeling as passionately because I love that passion Hebot brings. But damn it, Xbox, get your ass together because you're too damn good to be fucking up like this. With that said, guys, I'm getting back to I'm getting back to my little vacation, and I'll see y'all later.
Enjoy your vacation, brother.
All right. I enjoyed the drive-by. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Love you all, guys.
All right,
love you too, bro. So, like I said, I was trying to talk Gogo Post, and that was very funny of Unlimited coming in. Gogo Post, always know that when I say something, it's coming from my heart. It's not coming from a place of hate. It's coming from a place of what needs to be done for the right reasons, because Sony has done so much fucked up shit in this gaming, space and in this gaming industry, and they never paid the price for it. Never. And they keep getting away with shit, and they never pay the price. So why, for a company that's so fucked up, selfish, self-centered, egotistical, that has no care in the world about the actual industry or the hobby, why should they be treated so nicely and given so much props and so much respect if all they've done is mudsling themselves in the entire industry, where everybody is blindsided and think that they're the numero uno because they're the best, when that's fucking not true. That's false. They're just a bunch of opportunists and took the money when they had it and bullied everybody. Meanwhile, Microsoft has done nothing but try to get people's respect, help people that were down, save people, and they get no respect or no good criticism from nobody.
They don't.
Only from us, the Xbox fans. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And so when I say that Gogo Post, it's not because I'm trying to console war. No. I don't give a fuck about the console wars. It's about principle. Just like you pay for your Xbox, you should be getting the best version because they said it's the most powerful console. Look at the Xbox One. They never said it was the most powerful console, and people said PS4 was the most powerful at that generation. That didn't change me. All I saw was better looking games on Xbox, whether they were lower resolution, with better content and more diversity.
Rise on a rim.
For me, Xbox was better no matter what, whether it was weaker or not, or whether it was harder to develop for or not, because they had to use the ESRAM and nobody wanted to touch it. None of the developers wanted to take the time to spend more time in fucking doing the work because it wasn't the leading platform. That narrative of only support first what's the leading platform doesn't work anymore. That's bullshit. Because the PlayStation sells the most consoles, but you heard from their own leaders, they don't sell them that much games more than Xbox. Microsoft actually sells more games with less consoles. They said it themselves.
Yeah.
That's why they're trying to get into the gas games and those play-as-you-go games and live-as-a-service games. That's why. Because they want to get that Xbox money. And again, what makes me mad is because I know Microsoft is doing it because they're trying to get kudos points with the PlayStation fan base that don't give two shits about them. That's my point. That's
Just
where my
ask-
rant is coming from.
Just
It's a
ask
waste of time. And it's also hypocritical. It's like it's like the teacher's pet that's always sucking on the teacher, trying to get privileges because that's the only way he feels that he can get any validation because in the rest of the class treats him like he's a nerd or stupid or annoying. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how I see Phil Spencer. He's trying to be so down with the PlayStation community to be accepted and be embraced instead of just saying, I don't care about what they think because that's not my platform. I care about Xbox. And that's what Phil is doing. He's kissing ass. He's fucking trying to placate to a company and a community of that company that doesn't care about Xbox. It's that simple. They don't care. Because if they did, they would have been bought an Xbox to play Sea of Thieves, to play Starfield, and any game that comes out on Xbox. They would have been went out and bought it. Because that's why we buy consoles, to play the different exclusive games that they give us on those set consoles. That's why you buy a Nintendo, to play Mario. That's why you buy a PlayStation, to play God of War. They don't care. If the PlayStation community cared, they would have been bought an Xbox. You see? So I'm not doing it for console warring. And remember, when I say something, it's from the heart because I want what's best for us, the real Xbox fans that actually care. I'm not crap gamer. I'm not trying to turn cold and be like, oh, fuck my... No, because I won't disrespect Phil. But if Phil came at me and said that to me, I would have said, yo, so you can come out here and tell me something when I'm just saying something to defend the Xbox fan base. But when you see everybody else talking crap about Xbox and you have no guts and don't say anything. I would have told Phil in his face. Phil won't make me look like a jackass on Twitter. You crazy as hell. I would have been put him on blast. And he would have learned his lesson the hard way from a real Xbox fan. But he didn't, but crap didn't know how to answer him. He got stunted and made look like a fool. Everybody made fun of him. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's the point. Plus, he was being already an asshole way before that anyway. That's the difference. With me, Phil won't say nothing to me because he knows he say something to me, he's going to get the real work. And I'm going to tell him the truth. And I'm going to make an example of him on Twitter. I will make an example of him. Trust me when I'm telling you. He's not going to want to hear what I got to say. Because as nice as I am, I could be real forthcoming and very truthful and make you look real stupid because that's the way I am. But with respect, not being distasteful, not being nasty, and not being like, oh, fuck Xbox. No, that's immature. I'm not going to do what Tim Dog did. That's being ignorant. You're not babies. We're adults. So there's ways of doing things. And I will definitely would do it in a way where they're going to feel stupid and be like, oh, fuck, what the hell we just did? Trust me. But again, like I said, it's not about, I don't give a shit about console wars. I give a fuck about principle. Because if they would have said, no, the Xbox is not more powerful than PlayStation, that wouldn't matter to me. I'd like, oh, okay, it isn't more powerful. So what? I want good games. That's it. But they didn't say that. They said the most powerful console. So that's what I want to see. That's what I was expecting. That was the promise.
Yeah, they said a lot of things.
Yeah, that was the promise. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I say it, you know. And like I said, you know, it's just hard, man. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard because you'll say this, like when they were saying, we're not going to bring no more games to the other console. And then here you go. They're bringing games to the other console. So how are you going to defend something? And then they're going to make you look like a jackass. You know, okay, for me, I'm a man that my word is more sacred than anything else. And if I say something, I'm going to keep that word. I'm not going to go back on it. Because that makes you look disingenuous, hypocritical, fake, whatever you want to call it. And that's what Xbox is looking like to a lot of people. Maybe not us, but to a lot of people. They're looking disingenuous, they're looking fake, and they're looking like hypocrites. Because they say one thing and then do another and don't give you a real valid reason. Just, due to circumstances, but they don't want to tell you. I only know the circumstances because I know people that know them personally.
Yep.
But it's not my place to open my mouth and say something because I have no right to do that, and
Mhm.
I'm never going to do that because I'm not like Colt Eastwood or dealer that I got a inside source that tells me all types of shit. I don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm not never going to do that because that's private, that's personal, and
Yep.
if I have the privilege to have it, no one needs to know that because that's just making myself glow to make myself look better. If I want people to come see me and listen to me because they trust my opinion, because they know it comes from the heart, and that they don't feel that I'm trying to act like I'm a superstar on Twitter, no, or on any platform on social, no. I want you to see me as a regular Joe Smo, like any other player on Xbox that's just trying to be there as a voice for the Xbox community, even though I was never asked to be real, to educate, and to show that kindness that I care about the brand and what they do. That's my only goal. I've said that since I started in 2013, and I've never changed. That's why I get upset also, because if I say, no, Xbox got the most powerful console, and that's not what people are seeing, then automatically that makes me look like a liar because I defended something that they're not even showing. You see what I don't know if that makes sense, but that's
It
how
does
I
make
feel.
sense. It does make sense.
That's how I feel, right? That's all. That's all. But huh?
It does make
Oh
sense.
yeah. Yeah, it's almost like they never can keep a narrative or a vision. They say one thing 1 year, and then 3 years later say another thing, or 3 months later say another. It's like they can never stay on the track and say, like Sarah Bond, she just said, we're making a console that's 3 times more powerful, and we're aiming to have the most powerful console ever created, right?
Right.
And then when it comes out, and PS6 comes out, and then you see games on PS6 running better, and then what? It's back to the same shit. Why you said that? If you knew that wasn't going to be the case, why you said that? Because they're going to know. Well, there's no reason for the PlayStation to be running better if it has less teraflops, less memory, less clock speed. It's not even RDNA 2.1, or it's not real RDNA to be exact. It doesn't have real Dolby Atmos. It doesn't have real Dolby Vision surround. Nothing. It don't have none of that. It doesn't support DirectX 12. So how the fuck is this inferior piece of hardware running our games better?
Mm-hmm.
That just doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
So either the PlayStation hardware is more substantial than we think, or Microsoft lied, or they just don't care about making our version better because they know that Xbox gamers just play. We don't really concentrate on, oh, is our version better? We don't do that on Twitter. We don't do that. And they know that. So they're like, oh, it's all right. The Xbox fans ain't going to care if the PlayStation version have more foliage. That's their mindset, or they're lying. It's one or the other. I don't know what it is because I don't work there. But it has to be something. Because it just doesn't make sense. To me, it don't make sense. It doesn't make no sense. Logistically, it makes no sense. You know?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
And sorry, Sega Forever, that I was trying to bring positivity, but speaking my true voice and my opinion, but I don't want to bring no negativity to the podcast or nothing, but
It's not negativity, man. It's just honesty. Right?
Yep.
I'm just trying to be honest. That's it.
Honesty is the best policy. He bought.
Dude, I was the only one in 2013 defending and pointing out shit that nobody wanted to believe, and now it all came to fruition, and it was exactly like I said, and nobody gave me credit. No one, except the people that I roll with. No one said, yo, Heba Ben said that shit. In fact, no, we can't stay away from Heba. He's too controversial. That nigga toxic. Like, what? But they want to say and speak on things I said before anybody else. And if you don't believe me, you go to my channel, go look at my videos. Yeah. I was saying shit that they're saying now before anybody. And people are like, no, you're crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're loco. You need mental help. You're a fucking crazy Xbox shill. That's all I got.
Yep.
And I was like, I'm not crazy, dude. You guys are not paying attention. I said I'm not crazy. I told people I'm not crazy. You're just not paying attention. And now, because you got other people saying exactly what I said, right? Now everybody was, yo, they saying the truth. People like a person that's saying, let's say if Colt East was saying what I'm saying now, yo, Colt East was the truth. He's saying the truth. No. Colt Eastwood is just a bandwagon jumper and goes with whatever's popular. That's it. Okay? Because when we didn't have games coming out frequently that were AAA, he was the first one saying, yo, Microsoft needs to do better. Look at this God of War. Look at this Spider-Man. Right on Twitter. Never played Sunset Overdrive. Then when it came to Game Pass, oh, this game is great, and played it on Game Pass. He should be embarrassed. With all the money he makes and all the support he gets, he should have been Paul Sunset Overdrive.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, look at Toolman 55. Now, a moment from our sponsor, Hebot. He goes, F Digital Foundry.
I agree, too, man. I agree 1,000%. I hate Digital Foundry because they try to act so innocent. Like, we're just doing this because this is our job to see technical analysis. Yes, but yet they never gave two fucks about doing a technical analysis of Killer Instincts, right? Until it came out on PC because the PC version was better. They did the same thing with Sunset Overdrive, never bothered until it came out on PC because it was better. Because the whole goal was to see, you see, the Xbox version is inferior and the PC version is superior. Why would you want an Xbox? That was their whole goal. That was their whole goal. I can't stand Digital Foundry. I can't stand John Ledbetter. I can't Rich Ledbetter, John Lederman, all the motherfuckers. I can't stand none of them. I hate them all with a passion because I know they're fake as fuck and they're all dick lickers to Sony. All of them. I know that for a fact. Their actions speak louder than words, and then people don't want to call them out. They're like, no, they do fair analysis. No, they don't. No, they don't. Because through the whole 360 cycle, when every game on 360 was better, they didn't even talk. All they showed you was the comparison, and you had to see it for yourself. They never said shit. The minute Sony got an advantage, that's when they started talking. Motherfuckers started doing podcasts, weekly update shows for gaming news, like copying what every other influencer was doing on YouTube before they were. Like, shut up. I can't stand it.
Let me address something real quick. Hey, Gogo, just message me on Twitter. You have to message me on Twitter, bro. I only have Twitter and Instagram. I have no Facebook. I think we follow each other on Twitter. If you want to come on, right? Sorry it's taking me so long, but I'm just going through the comments really quickly. But if you're still there and you want to come on, message me on Twitter. It's Sega Forever on Twitter. And if you want to talk about it, that's fine.
Yeah, come on, man.
Come on if you want to.
Sure.
Look, dude, I mean, he's like, bye, F you guys, complaining like it's the end of the world. I mean, it is what it is, bro. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not gonna betray my own principles.
Yeah.
For Microsoft or Phil or Xbox or anybody. Right? That's just the way I am. Right. Like I said, man, 90% of the stuff that they do is still positive, dude. I still have my Xbox. I don't own a PlayStation. I don't own a Switch. Right?
Yeah.
I bleed green. I'm gonna stick with Xbox until it's over. Right. But this is kind of the point we're trying to make with what they're doing. Now, I will say this much, right? I know we lost Hebot, but I'm sure he'll be back.
He'll be back.
I'll say this real quick. Well, I see Hebot. Just 1 second. Just let me say this. I think it's planned. I honestly do. I don't think Microsoft or especially Xbox then don't do anything without a plan. And I'm pretty sure they looked at everything and they decided to take this route. My personal opinion.
Yeah.
I think they decided to do this because at the end of the day, they know they have for somebody like me, dude. I'm dialed into the ecosystem. I'm not just talking about games. I'm talking about the movies as well. I have Microsoft Family now. You know, I have their products outside of just Xbox. And I'm pretty sure that they've calculated that. All right. So at least when it comes to something I feel strongly about, I'm going to at least voice my opinion. Right. and they can handle it. You know why they can handle it? Because they're trillionaires. They're $1 trillion business. Right? It's not just the Xbox division now, right? It is the Microsoft division, and they're trillionaires. And you made a great point earlier, right? Like I said, there's a method to their madness. Sony's going PC as well because these dudes, these guys, these ponies are losing their minds. So I catch all of that and stuff like that. But again, right, when I'm on Twitter and a pony comes at me and he goes, "Well, we're gonna get your games, bro. We're gonna get Hellblade 2. What do you think about that?" You know what I'm gonna say to him? I'm like, "Yeah, you're probably right, bro. You win. Good job. You guys win." That's what do you want me to say, bro? What do you want me to tell them? Right?
Well,
What do you want me to say?
yeah,
Right?
you're
What do
right.
you want me to say? They won, and I think this is something that they're doing. That Microsoft Phil's looking at it like that. That's why I brought up the crap gamer thing.
Sorry, guys. My phone got disconnected. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. This is why I brought up the crap gamer thing, right? I think it was a committed move on their part, right? Because they understand they have a person like me, and they want to get the other people. And it's not so much the ponies, right? What they want to do is they want to get the regular Joe Schmoes. Now, the one thing that I will say that kind of disappointed me was because I saw people actually buying the console and coming into their ecosystem, whether begrudgingly,
Yes. Yes.
but they were, right? But
Yes.
Microsoft decided to be like, okay, well, and I think this has stuff to do with the economy, right? I think it has a lot of these things that they're looking when they run the numbers, right? This is my personal opinion. I'm not saying I'm right. This is me speculating, right? Because Microsoft doesn't tell us everything.
No. Your speculation is absolutely accurate. But here's the thing. With that being said, adding to what you just said, when you transition and get something new, right? It's going to take time to see the fruits of those labors. Microsoft just wants to see the fruits of the labors right away. They don't want to wait and be patient. And that's where I feel that is their aggressive change of plans all the time comes from. And that just makes them look greedy. Even though if that's not their plan, but that's what it makes them look like. You see what I'm saying?
Well, for me, I don't mind that they're greedy. In fact, I would appreciate it more if companies would be greedy because I could understand that. My problem is that they tell half truths.
Right.
Personally, it really does. I would rather you just tell me straight up what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Now,
And why you're doing it and why. Right.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I don't even need to know the why. You just tell me straight up and up so I know where I stand with you. Right? That's all I ask. That's all I ask from you. So I understand now. I understand, right, what they're trying to do, or this is my understanding of what they're trying to do. And like Hebot is saying, because they're going to go that direction, I'm going to go my direction.
Right.
I'm not saying that we're all going in the same direction, but just like I said earlier with Sega Man, me and Sega Man talked about this. The reason why I don't get mad when they overcharge, or the reason I don't get mad when I play a game like Diablo and I notice that they have a lot of stuff on there where some people might get upset because they're trying to get money from you. I don't care that the company does that. I would expect them to do that, to be honest with you. But the reason why that doesn't bother me is because I'll walk away.
Yeah.
Right. That's why you said earlier that we sound like Tim Dog. I'm not like Tim Dog, because unlike Tim Dog, if I was that bothered like he was, I would walk away. I really would not be here. Yeah. You would not know. It's like, oh, whatever happened to Sega Forever? What happened to the Xbox All In channel? It's gone. I don't play that. I have enough stuff on my plate. I have enough stuff I can do in my life, dude. I'm not no spring chicken, dude. I like right now, dude. This whole week, you know what I did for entertainment? Because there's nothing but trash out there that I don't like. I'm watching My Hero Academia. It's on Netflix. They put 4 seasons on there, and I've been rewatching all of those. That's what guys like. This is a pop culture channel too. This is what we do. If DC messes up and they make Superman gay, right? Then you go read Batman. If they make Batman gay, right? Then you go watch anime. You know, Marvel's doing the stuff that they're doing. I don't agree with that, or Disney's doing. I just step away, dude. I cancel my Disney Plus. If it did bother me that much, dude, this podcast would not exist. I have both these guys' numbers. I can just call them directly and we can have conversations. I don't need to.
Yeah.
Right.
It'll save all 3 of us a lot of time. Unlimited will back us up on this because our podcast is like a marathon.
Right. Right now, man, I barely have time to do anything. Right. So I enjoy coming into the podcast. But again, I'm not trying to come to the podcast to get negativity from, the supporters, because we don't exist without them. But I'm not going to get mad because we have a difference of opinion. I'm just simply trying to stay. Listen, this is how I feel because I invest money in this, right? Just like everybody
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
But again, I'm trying to talk about it in a logical standpoint. How is it that you're going to say your console's more powerful and bring out a game that's yours that we've had for many years be better on another console that's actually inferior? That just doesn't make logical sense. That looks crazy. That looks retarded. That doesn't look right, right?
Mhm.
And again, like Sega Forever said, absolutely 1000%. It was done on purpose. It's deliberate. They know what they're doing. What they're doing is trying to gain kudos points to a community that doesn't care about them. And that's why it doesn't make sense for them to do it. You see?
Yeah.
Yes?
How much is the car?
How much?
Like if you were to fully pay it.
Toolman says, let's see how Sarah Bond does as captain of Xbox.
7,000.
She is
17,000.
smart than most of the executives out there and loves the Xbox community. Yeah,
Big
she is
spot.
definitely a shining star for Xbox. I really like Sarah. I still follow her. Actually, I follow
So
everybody.
54.
Okay, for how long?
No,
Like,
Sarah
I mean,
Bond? Yeah.
74.
so it's saying,
But I can
Toolman
pay it
says,
more and it'll be less.
let's see
See
how
what I'm
Sarah
saying?
Bond does as captain of Xbox. She is smarter
You
than
know?
most of the executives out there and loves the Xbox community. Yeah,
Yeah.
100% agree with you, Toolman. 100%.
Yeah.
I think they have a bright future. She takes over for Phil.
Sarah Bond? Yeah.
Yeah, when she takes over.
Hello?
I just
Hello?
Unlimited, you just might as well come back in, bro. Unlimited is dropping like, just come in, man. Unlimited said Xbox leadership need to leave the contradictions and backtracking to Sony. We believe in generations. PS3 games can run on 120 frames per second. PS2 engine has human DNA. We don't need that. We don't need the Xbox version of that. Well said, Unlimited. I 100% agree.
Yeah, it's true. Look, you know what? That's a very good example that Unlimited just said.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it looks like. Exactly that. So, like Sega Forever said, if the fact is that the Xbox Series X is not as capable as they claimed it to be, just say it.
Yeah.
Don't come out and be like, oh, no, it is, but yet that's not what they're showing you. Because then that's wrong. Because I'm pretty sure Hellblade 2 is going to be the best game of any console when it comes out next month. So that means that, yes, it is the more powerful console. But then that tells me that they're just trying to win kudos points on the other side and being complacent, for lack of a better term, with the Xbox fan base. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, we don't have to do no work to the Xbox version because the Xbox fan base only, has been supporting us and they don't care about those little things. That's what they're doing. Or they're lying. Or being lazy. I don't want to call a developer lazy because making games is hard as fuck. You see those featurettes and oh my God, that Harold Halbert took that dude 10 years to make. I'm like, I can't even imagine.
10 years, yeah.
That shit's 10 fucking years. So I don't like calling developers lazy, right? And I don't want to blame developers, right?
I mean, he can
So
blame some of them. Right?
Yeah, some, yes. But you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I know.
But if the case was that, okay, we got to work on the latest SDKs of PS4, so we were able to make it better, right, in a lot of ways, then go back to the drawing board while you're doing that and have a small team work on refining the Xbox version. So when you release it on PlayStation, the Xbox version is the same. That's all I'm saying. Because it's fair, it's only right, and I feel that Xbox fans like us have been supporting them, and like Gogopol. These are true Xbox fans.
Oh, yeah, Go was hardcore.
We deserve it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We deserve that. We deserve it. There's nothing wrong with saying we deserve the same treatment, especially if we made Sea of Thieves what it is today. Because when we
Eva,
and
you
we
there?
let it grow the way they promised they would, and they did, and they kept their word. Yeah, I'm here. I said, while we supported it, right? And while they told us we're going to make it bigger and better as we go along, and we let them do it and we believed in them, all you heard from the PlayStation side was, yo, the Kraken is lacking. Okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that.
So again, why are you giving them the better version? If they are nothing but trolls and clown the game, saying it was dog shit, boring, there's nothing to do, it's so corny because they didn't even understand what the game was trying to offer and what type of game it really was, right? So that's what I'm saying, right? And it hurts me. It does, guys. It hurts me to see Gogo Post say, bye, fuck you guys. Because we have so much admiration and respect for him, like we do anybody that supports us. And for him to
I
get
mean,
upset just because,
uh,
we're feeling indifferent on something, it's hurtful. It's hurtful because I don't want him to be mad at us. I don't want him to think different. I just want him to understand that we all have perspectives and we should respect them and hear them out from each other. That's
I
it.
mean, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. I mean, you can say that. It doesn't bother me because I understand. Yeah, I know you hardcore. And then
Right.
there's gonna be times where we're all not gonna agree. That's kind of what makes
Right.
Xbox the better side, actually, right? Because we're not a bunch
Right.
of lemons.
We're not supposed to agree on everything. That's normal. That's normal.
Hey, let me read what Unlimited said. Unlimited wrote, Microsoft, like every publicly traded corporation, are slaves to shareholders at the end of the day. These investments are causing plans to change. I don't think this was the plan 4 years ago. Things change. Yeah, I agree. I think it's just not the investors. Unlimited. I honestly think that it's just that's the consensus with all of them at Microsoft, including the Xbox division, moving forward. I honestly
Yeah.
believe, like, regardless of what it is, they just and Sega Man was talking about this, and we can shift. We'll shift. Sega Man. We'll talk about the showcase.
Huh?
Um, the thing about the showcase, we're gonna get a lot of answers at the showcase. Like if you see them drop all the COD, or even before the showcase, if they start dropping the COD, to me it's just like they're going general audience,
Yeah.
it looks like to me that's what they want to do. That's what I mean too by it being calculated. They're gonna appease as many people as they can to get everybody on here. And Coco, to your point, I agree with you on the PC thing, right? I think Microsoft is just doing all of it. They're gonna do all of it. And even Sega Man talked about the new console. That's one of the reasons why they're coming out with the new console to answer their critics or just to give people more options. They're gonna put everything out there and try and throw that net and try and get everybody that they can and pull them in. Because you guys saw how well Fallout did, TV show.
Yeah. Very
Yeah.
well.
So much so that um, it drew people to play the game. And I know I can speak to that for a fact. My daughter, we were watching it, and then great show. I love it, and she loved it. She's the Bethesda fan. So
It's
what
the
she did was
domino
we played
effect.
it. Well, we watched it, and then what she did was she's like, "Dad, I'm gonna play it," and I'm like, "Yeah, I can see why." So it didn't
It's the
surprise
domino
me.
effect.
Yeah,
The domino effect. And that shows you that when you have something that has a positive perception, it could work in your favor. And that's exactly what Fallout has proven. It was like when the Starfield came out, people were buying Xboxes. So what do? Keep Hellblade exclusive. People will buy an Xbox. Marvel's Blade, when it comes out, go all in. Do controllers, do a custom console, do a wrap, whatever makes the best sense. Make it exclusive. Market the shit out of it. Same thing with Indiana Jones, Perfect Dark, Fable, Valve. Make show your brand and show that you're proud of the brand, and people will come. Fallout proved it, and Starfield proved it. I don't know what else they need to see, but yet they brought the other games to PlayStation, and so far, 3-3, 3 games have done nothing but shit. They haven't done well, and I guarantee you, Sea of Thieves ain't gonna do well either. So while you see Fallout do a domino effect that works in your favor, just because of the TV show, and then Starfield did worked in your favor because they were saying on Amazon and all types of places that the console sales for Xbox were up 1,000%, which proves people wanted to get Starfield because it was an Xbox exclusive. How can you not see the difference with the numbers and the reaction and what people start to do? If that's showing you there, that it's working in your favor, that's what you continue to do. And if you see that you're putting games on other platforms and they're not doing well, why would you want to keep doing that?
Right.
Yeah.
Every last
From
game
a-
that went over there did bad.
Yeah, from a business standpoint and investor standpoint, doesn't make no sense. You're
Well,
not going to get other people to come to your console by trying to manipulate them into coming to your console. Because that's what they're doing.
Let me respond to Unlimited real quick. Or let me read Unlimited's comment, his response to me. I don't think this is a consensus. I think one side is winning out, and the other side is suffering in silence, so to speak, in the sense the losing side doesn't have as much power in MS as they thought. Yeah, I could see that because I do say, I will say this because I see that in Sarah Bond's posting on Twitter. You know, like she did come out with a post like what, about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, because I still follow her, right, and she still posts a lot. And she said something to the effect of Xbox always. She put that out there. So yeah, I can see that as well. The only reason I say consensus is because I think they're going to move to try and get as many people as possible. Because that's another thing that Phil could probably be thinking and doing to get the investors off his back. Right. And to Google's just really quickly, to Google's on point. You are right, Google. So because Sony is following in their footsteps, and this could be something that Microsoft is they're just gonna wield their money and power and just pull everybody along that way. Again, I told you guys last week, Unlimited can attest to this. I'm more of a scorched earth kind of guy. I'd rather just drop the nukes and just take everybody out and then pick up the pieces afterwards. But I'm cognizant to the fact that could be Microsoft's game plan as well. That they could be doing this, death by 1,000 cuts, because they have the money to do it. So okay, yeah. So thanks, Unlimited. Yeah, I just wanted to give him that opportunity. Also, Unlimited said, "Who's taking a shower on the podcast?" We get that extra from our brother Heba. Sega Man, go ahead, brother. We're gonna we'll wrap it out in about 13 minutes. As far as the Xboxes, I do want to pivot because there is some other stuff I want to talk about because it is a pop culture podcast.
No, I was the great point that Hebot was making earlier. I mean, bro, I mean, it is what it is, man. It, like Hebot said, and I totally agree with him. And I know some people might not like how we say it, but it's true. I mean, if you're a gamer, right? If you're a gamer and you choose a certain console that you like and you support, you buy the games, you invest into the ecosystem for years since they first were born with the OG Xbox. You bought all the games, you bought the Kinect, you bought everything to support them, controllers, games, everything to support them. And I can totally understand 100%, Brother Sega Forever, what Unlimited is talking about and what Hebot is talking about. Look, the Xbox Series X is supposed to be the most powerful console. This is what was said. This is what they did schematics on when they talked about it, when they introduced the Xbox Series X. So in retrospective, we should have the better versions of all games because we have the most powerful console. And if you see a console that has less power and that's fake with a lot of stuff that they have on that they don't do true Dolby Atmos, Dolby Vision, different things like Brother Hebot was saying, it doesn't make any sense because our console does everything that Phil and them said it would do. So we should have the best version of, for instance, Sea of Thieves. It should not look and play better on the PlayStation 5. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't, because the Series X is more powerful than the PlayStation 5. It just is. So it should play and be better on the Xbox, on the Series X, man. So it doesn't make no sense. Hebot is absolutely right when he says that, man. It doesn't make any sense for these games to go over. And then on top of it, if it looks and plays better, brothers, on the panel, then why isn't nobody fucking buying the game or supporting it over there? Every game that went over there, they didn't support. They didn't buy it. They didn't support it for one reason, because it's
man, sorry, second man, but I gotta come in guns blazing again. Man, I got coming guns blazing again, man, like the Punisher. It is people are understating how fucking bad PlayStation 5 is doing at selling software right now. Not only are the Xbox games didn't sell, none of their third-party games, Foam Stars flop. Rise of the Ronin was so bad, Koei Tecmo said that they expect to lose millions or billions over the next year. The Final Fantasy flopped so bad, had a 90% decrease in regions like Japan and Europe, which Europe is the one region that everybody keeps telling me is this grand, oh, man, they need to get Europe, and they're not buying. So the software sales are fucking trash. Nintendo fans only buy the Nintendo stuff. They don't buy nothing else. Or like, here's the problem. Gaming has a bigger problem than just what we're seeing right now, and that's shit is so expensive and things are there's a downturn right now that matter of fact, there's a bit of a delusion, I'll put it, because there's a lot of struggling going on and people just are not buying games. Like the numbers are showing, people are not buying games this year like they did the first 3 years of this generation, right? And it's to the point that these companies keep saying, keep having this fucking delusion of we need to grow. Well, you can't grow when your games are $70, right? in an era where the average person's 50% of the average person's payments go to, say, rent or mortgage payments and stuff like that, and food and other necessities. So Sega, man, what we're seeing is just this industry-wide failure going on. The only thing, though, is that for some reason, well, not for some reason, but with Xbox, whenever there's an issue, it gets highlighted. And that's understandable. We're all Xbox fans, so we're going to prefer talking about Xbox, following the Xbox news, caring about the Xbox brand, and wanting the best, not only wanting the best for Xbox, but wanting the best for ourselves as consumers. Because I've always said before, I'm a consumer first. If the moment I feel like my dollar is being wasted, then boom, I'm out. Right. Hey, what's up, Zobi? Yeah, man. So there's an industry-wide issue going on, man, and this causing a lot of funny stuff going on. I'll put it, a lot of funny stuff, and everybody's trying to figure out how to manage this. That's why there are so many layoffs. That's why Sony can't seem to do anything right. That's why Xbox thinks, oh, well, maybe if we grow by catering to people who don't give a shit about our product, maybe that's the path to success. It's not, and we know it, but for some reason they don't. I'm not trying to sit here and like just blindly justify stuff. I just like to add context, basically. That's all I'm doing. So yeah, go ahead and continue. And whoever was showering, man, that was funny as hell. All right, guys, I won't be driving by anymore, man. But I'll still be in the chat. I can't wait to hear part 2 with the pop culture stuff, because Sega Forever always have fascinating.
I know, right?
Always have fascinating discussions about it, man. All right, guys.
All right, brother Unlimited. Right on, brother. Right on.
Yeah,
Sega Forever, brother.
Well, go ahead, brother.
I really, like you said, I can hear the passion in our brother about that, man. But I mean, it's just the truth. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense for like Hebot said, for that to be. It just doesn't. And like I said, the sad part, the whole big sad part about the whole goddamn thing is that the games went over there and nobody's supporting it, bro. Nobody's supporting those games that went over there. You know
You know,
what I mean?
I'm gonna be a victim of my own because I've said this for years now. I mean, I don't. People are just not gamers.
Yeah.
That's the big problem. And then what Unlimited was saying, you pack on the fact that you have an economy the way that it is, and not
That's
just
the biggest problem. And most of these people playing are not gamers, they're casuals. So they
yeah,
only want to play like, Call of Duty or Minecraft or GTA
yeah,
or maybe Mario because it's got a new movie and it blew the fuck up. Or you know what I'm saying? Or Fallout because it's blown the fuck up with the show or the same thing with Halo or whatever,
Yeah.
The problem is the economy for sure because it's expensive. It's hard. That's why I say Game Pass is such a great thing because you can play a bunch of games at your leisure and just buy them when you're able to buy them. And Microsoft could afford to do something like that, but not every company can. So they got to work and move the way they can. But why not just, like you said, be honest about shit? This is what we're gonna do, and instead of acting and pretending that is one thing, and then you go and do with your action something completely different that contradicts what you said in the first place. And then when people to speak on it or say their thoughts, all of a sudden he bots the problem. I'm the bad guy because I don't think it makes any sense to have a game that's on Xbox, that's an Xbox first party game, you know, be better on another platform that's supposed to be inferior. Now, it was different. If, let's say, hypothetically, right? They brought over, let's say, an exclusive game from Nintendo Switch, like, I don't know, Bayonetta 3, right? Or Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 or Astro Chain, right? These third party exclusives, right? And they brought them to Xbox or PlayStation. Of course, they're going to be better, more and look superior because the PlayStation and the Xbox are better hardware. They're more sophisticated, they're more technologically advanced. That's why it would make sense. Doesn't make sense when one console is more powerful and the other one isn't, and yet it's running better on the other console. That just doesn't make sense. You know what I'm trying to say? So
maybe he bought real fast. Hey Sega man, maybe that's gonna be the tagline for the new for the what is it, June 6th show?
Yeah. 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 Right.
make it better for all the other players.
Well, I think like they're supposed to like me and Sega man were talking earlier, brother, and they're talking about speculating about them actually talking about the specs and the stuff of the new console. So maybe that's when we'll get our upgrade with the new console.
Wow. You
Nah,
have no
yeah.
filter around.
I mean,
None.
I'm just hey, because
I
look,
know.
like I said earlier, dude, I'll say it because they got me. I'm not going anywhere, you guys.
Right. But it's the same thing with me.
Yeah.
I mean, their ecosystem. Just because I'm saying what I'm feeling doesn't mean I'm not going to be on Xbox. And like I said, doesn't mean that at all.
Yeah.
But I'm
And
not going to
Xbox,
sit there. I'm not going to sit there and pretend. Oh, it's okay if they do it better on the PlayStation when they don't deserve it, and it shouldn't be because the hardware supposed to be inferior. I'm not going to sit there and pretend. I'm not going to do that. But it is what it is. That don't mean tomorrow I'm gonna throw my Xbox out the window. I'm gonna trade it in and get PlayStation only. No, that's not what I mean.
we put out too much time and energy and money into
Yeah. Plus,
consoles.
regardless, at the end of the day, they're still the ones giving you the best value.
Yeah.
They're the ones giving you the most respect as a gamer. They're the ones showing you that they care about the industry, the developers, by trying to do all these different things. And Microsoft's biggest problem right now is they want to do everything woke. They want to cater to the woke community. That's another problem they got.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about that, and we'll talk.
That's
We're
a whole
actually
different thing.
the whole podcast is the podcast we're gonna focus on that too. About the woke stuff. I keep on bringing it up. I have to talk about it. Real quick, let me read this, and then we can switch gears.
Mm-hmm.
It said Sega forever been spot on about people not being used. You're correct, and I was wrong. I gave these gamers the benefit of the doubt, and as a result, I was driven out of this community. I'll say this, Unlimited. The only reason I said that is because guys like myself and Ebot and Sega Man, we're about the culture of gaming, right? So where we play games, but we also follow developers. It's just like yeah, I'll equate it to like comic books, right? I just didn't read Marvel comics. I knew about the company. I knew about Stan Lee, right? I knew about Jack Kirby, right? I knew everything about the people that worked.
You knew about the Guardians of the Galaxy before anybody else did.
Yeah, which is and then when so yeah, perfect example. He was so when Guardians of the Galaxy of the movie came out, I was one of the few people like, man, this thing, what are they thinking? Because I knew that the comic book, it wasn't popular. I mean, but they made it work, which was awesome. But when I saw a lot of people talking about it, I knew that these guys. That's how I stopped following some people because they got exposed to me, right? Because they were saying stuff that just wasn't true. And that's the only thing. Unlimited. It's just that we live it. We live it. And not just us. You too. You do it too. We all live this. We live this culture, and it's just that we're older. I know. So since we're older, we were there at certain parts where where people, like I said, they like to Google it. We were there. Me, Sega Man.
Yeah, if you see Hebop buys a Storm collectible Gillian figure that comes with the fucking animal, right?
Yeah.
And I paid $120 for that. You know why? 'Cause I'm a Golden Axe fan, and because it's video game related, and because it's pop culture.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's
You ain't
why.
gonna spend money like that and support something like that if you don't live the culture.
That's why we have a lot of people in this in these fans, so quote unquote video game fans, right? That we don't see that from them, right? And that matters. That makes a difference, right? Because when things get tough, like it is, right? It's going to be jackasses like us on this podcast that's going to help keep Microsoft afloat. Because I will go buy their stuff, and I still subscribe to their service. I've discontinued. I was going to bring this up, man, because I was fighting the urge to subscribe to Paramount and some of these places to watch wrestling because The Rock has come back. They totally flipped it on the script. I was like 100% invested in everything that was going on. The only thing that kept me from going all the way in was going all in on it was just the money, right? Because I have so much stuff that I have to pay for, and so subscription services and stuff like that. You know how it is, right? But that's what guys like us do. Right? We support the stuff that we love. So again, man, Microsoft, that's what I mean by the calculated thing, right? They know they got me, right? They know I'm not going to be able to get rid of my 500 digital movies that I have.
Right.
That to include all the season stuff I bought, Magnum PI, complete series. Right, I got all the anime that I love. I got all the series, complete series. Every time they release the new season, I'll go buy it.
Right.
So they got me. They know they got me. So that's what I mean by the taking a calculated risk, right? Because they're like, okay, well, we got guys like these guys. They're not going to go anywhere, so we're going to try and branch out and reach other people. Because again, let's give them some kudos, right? Like Hiba just said, 100% agree with him. There's nobody doing what Xbox is doing right now when it comes to gaming. That's why they are the best.
You got it. 100%. 100%. That's right.
They're the best. I mean, I can cry all I want to on this podcast. Guess what? I'm going to go play after this.
Guess what console? Guess what console I'll be buying when it comes out? The new Xbox.
Yeah, the new Xbox. Like I'll sit over here.
Wait, the day one, not PS fucking 6. No, the new Xbox.
Yeah. We sit there. Right. We sit here on this podcast. We break it down. We'll turn every which way and whatever. But as soon as that thing drops, we'll probably do a podcast about it. Unlimited will probably do it first though. So. Oh, look what Zoe put. Yeah. So let's change a little because I know we got to all go. But I do want to cover this. So we put WWE is popping right now. Yeah, bro. Yeah, dude. I mean, you got me, bro. Hook, line, and sinker, dude. You know what? No, I'll say this right now, man. The Rock does not get enough credit. He just doesn't. What he's able to do and the way he's able to turn franchises around. I know he's had a little bit of a, he's not batting 1,000. A couple of the stuff that he did. One of the things was he got political. Should never have done that.
Right.
But it is.
He learned this lesson though. You saw what he said in the last interview. He learned this lesson real quick.
Yeah. Right. You can't build a base of or you can't have a base of a lot of people and then do that kind of stuff. So he course corrected, man. He came out right. and he's doing what he does best. I don't need him to be politically charged, man. I just need him to be The Rock. And what you saw with WWE,
The
that whole,
entertainment monster that he is, right?
well, that whole turn. So here, I'll drop a little bit of thing that I found out. Zobi, I don't know if you knew this, but I don't know that Jake or Logan, one of those guys, the Paul brothers, whatever, he has a podcast. But he was interviewing Triple H, and the topic of bringing The Rock back. That The Rock was supposed to be the main, I guess, with Roman Reigns. They're going to try and build off of that. But then you saw how the fans responded. Triple H said that The Rock called him and said, "Hey, what if I turn heel, and we'll run it that way?" And Triple H said to The Rock, like, "Okay, let's do it." And that's how we got the WrestleMania that we got, which I think is absolutely amazing, right? And that's why I was sitting there watching this, dude, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh my gosh, dude, they bringing it back, dude. They're bringing it back." I love Cody. Look, I'm an old school wrestling fan. You guys follow me on Twitter. You guys know that. Dude, it was amazing because they were shit. I remember. I know Cody Rhodes, right? Is popular now, but I was just a big fan of his dad and the brother. Right. I'm from that old school. I'm back from when WCW was NWA. Right. Before that, dude, some of the guys that some people are legends now, dude, I grew up watching it because my grandfather used to watch wrestling too. So I grew up in his generation as well. But yeah, I mean, so the reason why we'll pivot really quickly to pop culture. Let me read it. The Rock was so much more interesting than the corny dude Cody Rhodes. Yeah, but that's what it is too. That's one of the things. Like one of my favorite wrestler is Bret the Hitman Hart, and one of the things that I love about Bret is that he's able to put people forward, and that's what The Rock does so well.
Yes.
You know, if it wasn't for The Rock, Cody would not have been that whole line would not have been as good as it was. Right. And that's the thing I love about it. And plus, you listen to the fans. The fans wanted this. Sometimes you just gotta listen to your fans. What they want is what you have to give them. And then that's the great thing about The Rock. The Rock listened. He tuned in. He realized, right, what was going on. And then he's like, okay. And he made that phone call. He had that phone call with Triple H, which I thought was awesome. But yeah, guys. So the reason why we're going to talk about this, we'll get into the woke stuff. Now I know we'll probably lose people, right? But look, it is what it is.
Sweet Baby Inc.
No, not Sweet Baby Inc. We're going to talk about something a little bit off the beaten path. I'm really in tune with this kind of stuff. I'm charged when it comes to a lot of these things. The problem that I'm having is it's becoming a bit of a crutch, right? I do agree with you, Unlimited. Sometimes there is a little bit of smoke and fire when it comes to this kind of stuff. But with that being said, I think one of the things that bothers me the most with all this woke stuff that's going on is that at the end of the day, right, it kind of covers a myriad of sins. And one of those sins is that people just aren't talented. Right. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys, dude. I consume a lot of pop culture. I'm not as hardcore as I used to be, right? I can tell you right now, and it's something that I worry about, especially with my daughter, because she's gonna go into the industry, right? And I'm looking at her, and I'm like, guys, you know, I look at my daughter, and I'm like, you know, I don't know what the industry is gonna be like when you're finally there. I don't even know if they're gonna have an industry. Because
Right.
they do within the industry. Aside, I mean, I'm talking about Western, especially with America, right? Everything we do here is just absolute trash, right? Now, I know some people can come back to me and say, well, this is going well, this is going. I just talked about the WWE. Yeah, that's great. They're getting back to basics, right? But for the majority of the stuff that we produce, man, it's just not very good.
Right.
And for me, I don't like the woke stuff. But what I don't like even more is when you're a talentless hack and you can't produce and you just expect people to just sop up whatever crap you put out there with a smile. Look, dude, I don't like going to a restaurant, getting bad service, and expect the person to get $100 tip, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you guys are going to be people that are creatives, you guys got to be good, right? And that's the problem with the woke stuff. What it is that a lot of people are trying to put ideology. But even if you took away the woke stuff, if we're all being honest, right, guys? If we take away all the woke stuff, the stuff's still trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or mediocre.
Yeah, or mediocre. Let me read this too, man. Cody isn't very believable. Yeah, Yeah, I told man. But I think, man, Triple H. I get credit to Triple H. He's bringing it all back around. I feel like he's going old school. You heard what he said about the one wrestler. He didn't use him by name, right? But he told about that one wrestler. That if you're a guy that shows up here and you want the least amount, they want the schedule that does the least, then you don't belong here. He grew up in that environment where he had to prove himself. So I think he's going to bring that back to the WWE, and he's also a person that takes care of his people. So at least from what I see, and I think he's another person that needs to get kudos.
Yeah.
Unlimited production talent is back. Yes, a bunch of Brian Michael Bendis in the industry. And Unlimited, I used to like Brian Michael Bendis, man. I actually did, right? But then he's another guy.
You gotta keep in mind too that Triple H is coming from the perspective of a wrestler, all right?
Yeah, he's old school.
But although Vince McMahon did wrestle, he wasn't
Yeah.
really a wrestler.
Long time ago.
He wasn't really a wrestler. He was a commentator that grew up in the business that his dad built, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Moondog spot, baby.
So the Triple H is coming from it from a perspective of a real wrestler that came into it as a wrestler. So he understands the entertainment value of it and what the fans really like. You know?
Yeah.
So he deserves points for that. Absolutely.
Second man, were you gonna say something? Sorry.
No. I was listening to Hebot.
Oh, okay. I thought you. Yeah. So talents. Yeah. So with Brian Michael Bendis, it's kind of ironic, right? Because some of the stuff that he's done is the basis of what made the Marvel Cinematic Universe, right? Like they took power from that. Well, they brought a lot of stuff. But yeah, like his ideology got in the way, and that's one of the main problems. Unlimited said ideology has always been in a lot of entertainment. And shitty writing is the issue. Yeah, well, I would say that if you go back, I think one of the things that separates back, or at least back in the day when I was growing up from now, is they realized that they were trying to entertain people. That's the difference. Or they cared about the product. Right. So if you care about the product or you care about entertaining people, you kind of keep yourself in check. But we live in a society now where people want to see themselves, right? They want to see themselves represented. They're selfish. People are selfish nowadays. We're just gonna be honest with you, guys like me.
Unlimited is right?
Yeah.
But about the ideology, it's always been there. Yes. But the biggest difference is the ideology was there to represent and to create humor, but it was focused always on entertainment first. The ideology now is focusing on pushing a narrative, which is very different. It doesn't care if it's entertaining, doesn't care if it's well done, doesn't care if it's filmed correctly or well acted. No, they care about, let's push this message of narrative. That's the biggest difference. Back then, when we had stuff, we had representations with gays, lesbians, all types of different controversial issues, pedophilia, whatever. But they did it in ways that was focused purely on the entertainment value first. That's the difference.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, because what it is at the end of the day, it's a product. Right. And when we were growing up, dude, and the industry, it's kind of funny. If you want to see how the industry was when we were growing up, and you're younger than us, and you guys want to see how the industry was, go watch anime.
Yeah.
Go watch a K-drama. Go watch any type of martial arts film that's coming out of Hong Kong. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Watch some of the Bollywood stuff from India. Go watch some of the stuff that's coming overseas from France, from Great Britain. Right. And especially when it comes to Japan, or especially Asia, I'll just be honest, or Southeast Asia, Asia in general, right? They're just hungry right now. They're hungry.
Shit.
Right?
Go watch. No, I'm sorry, Shagan Farrell. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was going to say because it came to my head.
Yeah.
Just go watch The Revenge of the Nerds. That is the perfect example.
That was a good movie.
Of people, right, that felt they weren't being seen in the right way, the respectful way, right? But want it to be seen in movie form, where it makes it where you cheer for them instead of feeling obnoxious by them. You
Well,
get what I'm saying?
I'll take it even one point further or one step further. You wouldn't
Mhm.
have a movie like that today because people would be offended by it.
Right.
Where back then, they just were trying to make a movie,
Right.
and that's another thing about this time period we're living in. Unlimited said, "I never liked Brian Michael Bendis. I knew DC was doomed when they hired him, and he immediately ruined Superman, which was a great comic book at the time." I agree with that 100%. I think his writing style is more in tune with Marvel, right? Because the way that Marvel has a lot of angst in their superheroes, and that's what Bendis kind of tends to do well, right? Like if he was if Bendis was alive during the Golden Age or Silver Age, he'd be writing like detective novels or those romance pop or those pulp type comic books from back in the day, because he's tuned into that type of audience. I agree with you 100% on that. He can't do the big overarching stuff, and that's probably why he wasn't as involved. They just took this what Marvel did, or to make the cinematic universe, they took pieces of what he did, as opposed to doing everything. But yeah, I'm not gonna argue with that. I know Marvel fans like this overrated work, writing teens and Miles Morales, Spider-Man. But if that, we do.
Sega
because
forever.
because it tends Brian Michael Bendis, because it tends to go with that Marvel the way we consume our stories and stuff like that. Star Trek in the '60s was an ideological at a time. Hollywood after the '50s notoriously pushed ideology that was revolutionary. Artists and creators always thought they were smarter than the audience. Yeah, I'll say this much about Star Trek. Sorry guys, and then you can hop into. They pushed a lot of stuff within Star Trek, but again, right? They understood what their focus was, right? To boldly go where no man has gone before. It was basically a space western, what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy who created Gene Roddenberry, he did have social issues. It's like he's like Stan Lee. Stan Lee did the same thing in his comic books. The
Oh
difference
yeah.
with Stan Lee was he was just very I guess the word to use for him today for people to understand is he was based, right? Because yeah, X-Men was this soapbox for people that were different. But he also created Iron Man, and he said in an interview he didn't like hippies, right? Because this dude served in World War II, right? He loved being an American, right? He's proud to be an American, right? So he was not he went to the beat of his own drum is the best thing I can say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love Star Trek too. I was always a Star Wars fan, unlimited, but I like Star Trek as well because I just like sci-fi. But I guess my point is right, and I realized it this week because I find myself watching stuff that I don't like. I watch stuff so I know economy's bad, right? And this is another thing these companies got to realize: the economy is bad, right? You're not giving people the options that they want. Guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna find something else, or they're gonna go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike when we grew up, right? Guys like me, Sega Man, and Hebot. Unlike how we grew up, we didn't have. Unlike how you guys are growing up. Like when we grew up, we didn't have a lot of options,
No.
which I think was actually kind of better because this is what created the type of people that we are in a way, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Well, kids nowadays, how you guys have so many options. You have too many options, in almost in a sense. Kind of like how we talk about Game Pass. There's just too many games. Right? So if you're a company, right, and you want to be successful, right, and you want to sell units of your game, right, maybe it's not the best idea to put your game on one console.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you want to draw an audience, right, and that audience tunes into your show to see something fantasy, science fiction fantasy, just wants to immerse themselves and lose themselves, right, in your story, and then you tell that audience that they suck because they're Nazi racists and they're white people, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's just maybe not the best way to approach it. Now, if you don't believe me, I would highly recommend a lot of you guys go back and watch Good Times,
Oh yeah.
Sanford and
Good
Son. I'm sorry. Go ahead, second man. What did you say?
I said Dynamite.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good Times. Yeah.
Oh
Because
yeah.
it shows. Oh, go ahead, Ebot. I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
No, I'm saying, well, yeah, you could watch Good Time. You could go watch The Odd Couple. You can watch.
Odd Couple.
Oh yeah.
You could go watch The Jefferson.
What is it?
Because I know where you're going. I know the angle you're going. I know exactly what you're going to say.
Archie.
All those shows.
Archie
Yeah.
Bunker.
What the hell?
Taxi.
What's his name?
Porky's Ball Breaker.
Nice.
The Fat Albert Show with Demi. What was the other one? Sanford and Son, was it? Sanford and Son. All them shows are
Yeah.
good. Offered what Sega Man or Sega Forever is about to talk about, or what he's about to say.
Because there's messaging in that show, in those shows. Give me a break, dude. I'll even go back to the '80s when we were growing up, right?
Oh yeah, give me a break. I just got season 1 of that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So what you saw in a lot of those shows, there were messages in those shows, right? But what they did first and foremost is they created characters that people loved. They told stories that people liked. They didn't treat their audience like idiots, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, they knew they had to entertain people.
There was an old show, guys. I don't know if you remember this show. It was called Amen.
Yeah, I love that show. That
Remember
was
that?
George Hemsley. Yeah, George Hemsley.
Yeah. Sherman Hemsley. Yeah.
Sherman Hemsley, sorry, not George Hemsley.
Wait, let me get more. You mean
That was-
Amen?
Yeah, Amen. That was a great show.
Then there was
My uncle was on that show, Sega Man.
what?
There's a show where they go to this luau,
Yeah.
and so my uncle is the entertainer in the background. My uncle,
Are you serious?
because he was in
Oh.
California at the time when they shot that.
I think I seen that one too.
Yeah, go look at this. My uncle is he should be the singer. He should be
You
the
know
main-
what? Cigarette. I think one of the last shows I ever seen, ever seen for every start going bad would probably be the George Lopez show.
Yeah, George Lopez. That was a great show. I love that show.
Yeah, before he became woke. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, he got a little bit too. Yeah.
I can't believe, did he really become woke, man?
Well, he's left. He's very left.
Oh,
Very
man.
left.
Yeah, he wasn't woke. He was already there. Yeah, he was pretty woke.
Guadalajara, bro, super left.
Oh man.
Which is too bad because he's so funny, dude. I still like
Oh,
this.
he's very funny.
You know, the problem with him is a Sega Man is he went the same route as because I used to love this guy, David Letterman.
Yo.
It just become grouchy old guys, dude. It's just like
I think Madonna changed at him.
Yeah, I remember that feud.
Madonna has a big effect on him for some reason. I don't know what it is, but Madonna made him change, brother.
Look what Unlimited wrote.
Remember when she went on the show and he remember a long time ago when she went on the show and he said something that offended her. After that, he just totally liked her. He changed. I don't know what it was, but he did.
Well, I remember he was like the first late night show that I remembered that got a primetime spot. Because I stayed up to watch it.
Yeah.
It was like at the 9 o'clock spot hour, and I was like, dude, that's amazing to me. Because he did some really cool stuff. He's a shell of himself. I understand he is old, but still, dude. This dude is just like, oh man, he is woke.
You remember the show The Nanny?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Here, Unlimited wrote, my generation had a lot of options. That's when cable TV was blowing up. I still remember how big of a deal it was when we first got cable. Now the options are insane. Yeah, Unlimited. That was a big thing. Bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're the generation where we only had 3 channels. Dude, Saturday mornings sucked, man, because like what would happen on Saturday mornings? Either something would happen, well, at least in Hawaii, something would happen and the president would come on. So
I remember those days.
Or like they had some special Wild World of Sports because then my dad would be like, hey, get out of the living room. He's watching sports.
We had Dark Crystal and The Shadows, soap operas.
Dark Crystal? Yeah.
No, and the Shadow soap operas.
Well, I don't know if Brother Sega Forever will remember this. Well, he might, but Ebot will. There was a show that used to come on when we were kids called Land of the Lost.
Yeah, I remember that.
Welcome to the land of the long. Yeah. Absolutely more. If we had more Mindy, the greatest American hero, believe it or not. I'm walking on air.
Yeah, they still show that. They
The
actually
motherfucking fall guy. What the fuck? BJ
Fall Guy?
McCain, the
Yeah.
bear. BJ and the bear.
Yeah.
Shit.
Was
There
one
was
of the BJ and the Bear was one of those shows, dude. It's like I love the show because they had the perfect name for all the people on the
Oh
show.
yeah, yeah.
Like you
Shit,
remember
we
you had
grew
all
up
the
in
girl
the
choppers?
world.
You remember all the
Yeah.
girl choppers? And one of the girls, it was one of the what's their names? The Anders sisters, Andrews sisters, or something like that. Because there were two of them. And then
Right,
the
right.
on that show is called Stacks, for obvious reasons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zobi. Yeah, man. Yeah, Yeah, you're right, Zobi. Family Manners. That was a good show, brother. That was a good show.
Oh yeah, Family Man was a good show too. Yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot
You
of.
know, The Facts of Life was a good show. Shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like
That was
that.
all about sorority girls.
Yeah, I
With
like
Mrs.
that.
Garrett. Remember Mrs. Garrett?
Yeah,
Shit.
Mr. Garrett.
Fuck.
What
Yeah,
show did that come from, Viva? Do you remember what show that was a spinoff of?
Yeah, that was a spin-off of fucking the Different Strokes, wasn't it?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, different. What you talk about, Zobi?
Yeah. Different Strokes, Silver Spoons. They were all those shows had the same thing. They were social commentary shows that had subjects, but respected the matter and did it respecting the audience. If they didn't do it, fucking treating the audience like we're stupid and you didn't see no fucking creative mean like fuck you if y'all don't like it. They wouldn't do that kind of shit.
Yeah,
'Cause
you're
they
right,
knew
Tool
about
man.
us.
Alf. That was a great show, Tool man.
Oh, Alf was my favorite. That's why I call myself Alf fell from sky. It's my favorite. I got the Alf figure from NECA. It's an amazing figure too.
Do you?
Yeah, it's an amazing
That's a
figure.
little
Full
doll.
on-
You seen the doll he bought? I have, didn't you?
Huh?
You seen the doll I have, Alf, didn't you?
Yeah. You had the plush. I
Yeah.
had the plushie too. I remember that plush was
Yeah.
the shit. Yeah, I got an actual figure. I could show it to you real quick. I'll put it on camera. Hold on.
Yeah, put it on.
Alf. You see how we be veering off the fucking topics? Thank you, Keybob, for being an asshole.
Hey, taking forever. Remember Lost in Space? Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. The robot.
Danger.
Danger, Will Robinson. That's
I
great.
was talking.
I want to go back and I want to get all of those, dude.
Yeah,
Danger.
that's real old, bro.
Sophie, did you like Stefan?
You know what? His brother singer forever. That show, there was a lot of tragedy, man. Where there was a lot of tragedy in that show. Where Urkel's girlfriend, she died in real life.
Yeah, Michelle Williams. Yeah,
She was beautiful.
She was dating Michael Jamal Warner.
Yeah, man, he was broken up. She was beautiful, brother.
Yeah, she was super nice too. I loved her on the show. Her character was awesome.
Yeah, man. She also played in. I think she played in a soap opera or something for a little bit
Listen,
too.
there's one show that after I seen her latest documentary,
Yeah.
I'm so mad. But Punky Brewster was a hoe. God,
Do you
she
know what she looks like now?
yeah, but she turned into a hoe. Mega Man, there's got the whole documentary on it, right?
Punky Brewster did?
Yeah, where she talked about her fucking. You know who she was dating, bro?
Who?
I'm not fucking half because she was young. You know who she was dating at one time?
Who?
And seeing him on the DL, and she had a men's crush on him.
Who?
Fucking Charlie Sheen, bro. Charlie Sheen was in it.
What?
She was,
What?
yeah. Yes.
Hey man, you see her? She got big chichis. Her chichis are big. You see them chichis?
Yeah, but she got a reduction, her dumbass.
Well, she was saying why she got the reduction because of she was having back pain and stuff like that.
Back pain. Listen, shut up. You're not the only woman in the world, baby. She wanted to get more roles. She thought that was a distraction, but
We'll be all right. We'll take care of that back
she
pain.
was promiscuous as fuck. She was a hoe.
Man.
That documentary just really disappointed me because I used to think she was so cute and had a nice crush on her. Like, fuck,
all the stuff's coming out now, dude. All of this stuff.
What a hoe. And the thing is, she was proud. She was proud being a hoe. What the fuck?
Did you know on Good Times he bought and Sega Forever that the guy that played Jimmy Walker, he actually came out. He said that, the lady that played the mom, she didn't really like him. Did you know that?
Yeah,
Who?
the one I forgot her name, but yeah,
She didn't like. I don't think she liked his character, and that's why there was a lot of turmoil on that show. But they didn't like
What show?
Good Times.
Good Times.
Who didn't like who?
The mom didn't like JJ's character, the way he was portraying himself back in them days, the way they were making him like a clown and stuff like that. Like she didn't like that. And I think John Amos kind of didn't like it either, and it caused a lot of turmoil and stuff. They wanted his character to change or something like that.
What was the show? What was the show with the handyman in the building, and it had the mom with the two daughters? I forgot the name of the show.
One Day at a Time.
One Day at a Time. That was another one. Yeah, classic, right there.
I remember that.
You know, Sega Forever. Our boy Sega Man didn't know that Ted Danson was a fucking fag. He's a queer.
He's gay.
I told you he's fucking gay. What's his name? Gay?
I didn't know that dude was gay, man.
Yeah, he is gay. Absolutely.
I heard it, but I mean, he did date Whoopi Goldberg, so
He is gay, and so was the father from Family Ties.
No, I found out he's not. He's married to a woman. I looked it up.
because his son's an entertainer too.
And so was fucking the father from the Brady Bunch.
No, him I heard, yeah.
Oh yeah,
He gay as fuck too.
yeah. I heard about that, man.
Oh, look what Unlimited put. Good Times didn't respect the audience. Why'd they kill off James? He was the best. The show wasn't the same without John Amos. Yeah. That scene where Michael's friend came over and he whooped Michael's friend's ass because he was a.
Oh shit! Is that true, Zobi? Uncle Phil was gay, my nigga.
Now hold on.
Is that true, Zobi? Uncle Phil was gay, bruh?
No.
Don't be saying that, Zobi.
Oh
No,
man,
Uncle Phil from Fresh Prince.
was he gay?
Really?
I think so.
He wasn't gay, man.
I think Zoe trolling us. Zoe, are you trolling us?
He wasn't gay,
You're gonna have
bro.
to come in here, bro.
He said yes, he was. He was dating a guy from Family Matters. What the fuck?
No.
Get out of here, Zobi. You playing? You bullshitting, Zobi. Get out of here, man.
Zobi, dude, you gonna get it, man. Tell me.
He said I'm not trolling. Yes, he's a homosexual. Get that.
Damn, that's a cool ass homosexual. I love Uncle Phil.
Passed away about I think a
Fresh
few years ago.
Zobi, I sent you a link, bro. You better get in here, dude, and defend yourself.
He said he was dating the dad from Family Matters.
Yeah, Carl.
No, Carl, what?
I don't think he was. I don't know about that. I never heard about that, bro.
No way.
He says he's not trolling.
Oh my God!
Is that why he did that special
Imagine
appearance?
them two fucking each other with those big ass bellies that both of them had. That shit was crazy.
Is that why he did that? That special appearance.
Who?
They brought Phil.
I seen
they
that.
brought him over
Brought Phil on there, yeah.
at the end credit scene, right? Because the
I
guy.
want proof. Zob, show me. I want an article. I want something in
I
writing.
don't
Believe
believe
that.
that. Zobi,
No.
come on, bro. No, Uncle Phil.
Not Carl and Uncle Phil. What? No way. They were knocking boots.
All right, Monkey King.
Man,
All right.
that's nasty, man.
You're not connected. Come on, Monkey King. Hurry up.
I don't want to hear that.
Somebody knocking the boots.
Oh, Unlimited.
That's nasty, man. Ah,
Unlimited. I
no.
thought Heba was gonna say back in the day, the
Uncle
gays stayed in
Phil?
the closet where they belong.
What you said? What he said? What Unlimited said?
He said, I thought Heba was gonna say back in the day, the gays stayed in the closet where they belong.
Jeez.
You know who I never thought would be gay was what's her name, but she's real gay. The girl from Terminator, man. I don't know if she was gay in the first Terminator, but
Who are you talking about? In the Hamilton?
and yeah.
No, but she was with James
Was
Cameron.
Cameron. He's married him for years. Listen, the only person that broke my heart when I found out she was gay was Samantha Fox, the singer.
Samantha Fox?
I was so mad.
Man.
That was the greatest piece of ass ever that turned gay. I'm like, dang. And fucking this girl too got me mad. I don't know why she was gay. What's her name? Raven? Why is she gay?
Oh man, yeah.
Cute as hell. She's thicker than a snicker too. She another one. Why is she gay? What?
I heard rumors. I heard rumors about Uncle Phil
Are
going.
you serious, Zobi, bro? Oh man, damn.
I swear, a long time. I mean, like my cousin told me years ago. The guy from whatchamacallit was gay.
Family man.
And not yeah, Family Matters as well. He was a homosexual. Well, he is a homosexual. He's still alive.
The one that was in Die Hard, really?
Yes, he was a friend. He's a queen. You can tell though if you pay attention to them. If you look at them, you can tell that they're homosexuals. Uncle Phil, sometimes he would do some feminine things.
Yeah,
Like-
the way he had hand on his hip and stuff like that. I've heard people say.
Yeah. He was a queen, big time. I mean, I'm not taking away from his talents. He was
We know.
phenomenal, a phenomenal voice actor. He was a phenomenal actor, but he liked the boy, you know.
Uncle Phil was the shit, bro.
Was that
he was a big
Designing
best
Women
part of the show, huh?
Was that dude from Designing Women gay? The brother on there?
Designing Women. Designing Women.
Yeah, the dude. Ahmed. No, what was his name? I know who you're talking about, dude. Yeah.
He was the dude that he helped them. Like he would help them do shit. He was like their fetching boy.
I'm looking at
I forgot his name.
You're talking about Benson, right? Hell no, Benson was
not Benson. Man.
the butler. You talking about the butler?
No, on Designing Women, he was like their helper. I forgot his name, man. He did a few movies. I forgot his name though.
I thought he worked with
I can't remember that.
Meshach Taylor. He played Anthony Bolger. Yeah, he was a good character on that show, though.
Yeah.
Anthony Bolger. Meshach Taylor.
There's a lot of homosexuals in Hollywood, and they're being.
Oh yeah. That's a fact. What about fucking? You think Mr. Drummond was gay? I don't know.
No, nigga, he wasn't gay.
You gotta stop, man. It's taking forever, dude. You're gonna disown us, dude. Come on. You stepping on childhood memories.
Mr. Drummond, come on, man.
Whatchamacallit was gay. George Jefferson from the.
You're right, Zobi. Yep, Sherman.
Yeah.
No, George Jefferson was not gay. Stop.
Yes, he was. He was gay.
No, not Georgie.
He died lonely and broke too.
Yes.
Damn,
He
Jefferson.
died lonely and broke, bro. Damn.
Yep.
Well, I mean, who would ever thought that?
Is 100% right.
Who would have ever thought that this dude was gay? The Chinese dude from fucking Star Trek, Mr. Zhu?
Oh, George Takei. Yeah, he's gay.
He's Japanese, bro.
He's Japanese, right? Okay, my bad. I knew.
Yeah, he gay.
Huh?
George
Yeah,
Takei,
who would have thought that? Watching the show, you didn't get those type of vibes from that dude.
I don't know. When he was a fencing scene, he kind of looked kind of fruity.
You think so?
Well, it's hard to tell, right? Either he was fruity or he came from Broadway. One of the two. You can't tell.
Is that nigga Lil Nas X gay?
You know the difference, man, dude. The difference between then and now is like we didn't know that much about these things.
Well, I think that's why for us it's a shock value because when we watched them, we weren't looking for those type of things, right?
No,
now that we're older, like Zobi pointed out, right? Now that we're older, we're like, oh shit, man, yeah, you can see that, but we wouldn't think that, right? Like nobody would have thought that shit about fucking the singer, from Queen. What's his name? Rhapsody. What's his name?
I don't know, dude. He was.
From Rush. Not Rush. Queen. Yeah.
Yeah, for Queen. I forget his fucking name. My God.
Freddie Mercury.
Right. You would have never thought that because of his singing talent, how he had women always over him, how he was married to his wife for a long time. But damn, him and Judas Priest, I heard they both used to rock. It was gay as fuck.
Dude from Judas Priest, yeah, he gay.
Priest, but
Wait, you guys do know Will? You guys didn't know Will Smith is a bisexual man as well?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Well, Will Smith?
definitely. Yeah.
I don't know. You think so?
You know, yeah,
Yeah, I heard a lot of.
gay, bro. That dude's gay, man.
I heard a lot of rumors with him with Will Smith, but he messes with girls too.
Jada Pinkett be making him cry. She'd be like, "Oh, I wish Pac was still here so he can break my back, man. You ain't doing no good."
just putting all their business out.
Yeah, she made him cry, bro.
No, the saddest part, the one that was sad was when you saw his daughter that went on social and was saying, "Oh, I wish Pac was alive so my mom could be happy." Will Smith's daughter.
Yeah.
Will Smith's daughter did that on social. That shit was sad.
Yeah.
That was sad. Will was a good dad. Regardless of what they do or what type of lifestyle they want to live, they want to be swingers, wingers, bingers, whatever. That's their business. But that shit was sad. I was like, damn, throw your father under the bus like that, bro. Like, what the fuck?
You know who else was gay? Phil Spencer.
Nah, get out of here, Toby, man.
Joking. That was a joke.
Just to set that up.
That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Oh my God, it's a funny joke.
So we went
sometimes, hey Toby, sometimes I wonder, man, for me doing some shady shit. Yo, you looking kind of sus right now, cuz.
All right.
Yo, we definitely gonna get everybody that comes support. They definitely never coming back. They're like, oh, they done switch on us.
Yeah, we done, man. We done. Like that. We only got 2 people that'll go to 0, and the next podcast will be. They're gonna talk about us on X, on Twitter, on X, or whatever it is now. We'll be like, oh, did you guys see Sega
Is
Man?
that one dude? That one dude is gay though, huh? The one that Major Nelson went to his house. Isn't that motherfucker gay?
Oh, you know about Boogie?
Yeah, is he gay?
No, he got a fucking girlfriend and wife and all that big fat slob ass. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's not gay, but he just fat.
He's just fat.
He's not gay.
Well, guess what? I'm fat too, and I still don't give a fuck. Fuck him. Shit.
Yeah, dude, I'm fat too.
Out of here.
All out there.
Oh my God.
Freddie Mercury, yeah, thanks to him, man. We got it.
But Freddie Mercury, bro, that man, the way he sings is fucking crazy. He has so much talent and has so many women dripping over him.
Yeah.
That motherfucker, bro, with that, how do you do that, Zoe? Explain that to me. All that pussy jumping in your face.
That's how you knew he was gay, bro, because all them women liked him. Yeah, you didn't know. You didn't know.
Freddie Mercury is pretty ugly. He had a rat face. The fucking teeth of his, that double eye. Holy shit. He looked like a fucking rat.
He put that makeup on, bro. He put that makeup on and women fell in love with him.
What? When he put those tight ass white beaters on? What? Those shits were tight.
I tell you what, even back then,
The spaghetti hamburger meat in the front, it was over. And all this time we thought he was talking about women. He was talking about a big galango in his mouth. What?
Oh, yeah.
When I used to see that dude, even back then, I was like saying that, dude, this dude's just like one candelabra away from being Liberace.
Oh no, Liberace! What's that, man? Woo.
That one.
You do that over me? Hell yes. Him. What the fuck? Remember those 2 twin guys that used to do the circus stuff, or what they called?
Well, the one guy's gay too. You used to
The circus dudes. The circus dudes that used to mess with the lions. What their fucking name was?
Oh, I forgot their name.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about, right?
He used to be at Ringling Brothers.
Didn't one of them get
No,
eaten?
two dudes that used to do they used to do tricks with the tigers and stuff.
Yeah,
I forgot the name.
I remember one of them got eaten, right?
Yeah, well, no, one of them got sick with AIDS because he fucking was gay. Got that,
Oh, I thought
The
but he
tiger
did. He did get bit in the face though. He did get bit in the face. Yeah, he got bit in the face. Yeah.
I
You're right,
remember
so you're not.
I remember, yeah.
I don't know. He got killed, but
Yeah, he got bit. Sorry.
Siegfried and Roy.
Six
Yeah.
Free and Roy. Yes, that's
yeah.
them two motherfuckers. I don't know how they. I think they were into that bestiality. Them niggas was super fly. They were
Yeah.
sweet cakes to the heart, bro.
Look at Two Man. My bad, Two Man. I just should look at the chat. Two Man had it already. Thanks, Two
What
Man.
do you say?
Two Man, Siegfried and Roy. He had it. I didn't have to look up anything.
Oh, he had it. He was on point already, all the time. Yeah.
Unlimited production role. Boogie is a foodie sexual. Oh my gosh. Yeah, even Unlimited said that it was a level of disrespect Will Smith gets by his family saying stuff like that in public has to be from the beats, man. Yeah.
Jada Pinkett made him. Jada Pinkett fucked him up, bro.
I'll say this, Unlimited, dude. If there's a story that comes out where Will Smith went crazy and killed his whole family and himself, I wouldn't be surprised.
Don't you ever insult my wife, nigga.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we went off the dude.
Now we found out that.
Slapped the shit out of
Now we found out that Diddy like them boys. What?
Oh, hey, 2Man55 said, laughing my ass off. Phil Spencer, y'all don't know the ends I go to for you. Man, so you wrong, dude. You wrong.
I wonder where he got that term when everybody plays something like that. Gaming is great. I wonder what he really means by that. When everybody plays.
Hey, Zobi, man. Hey, Zobi, Dragon Ball ain't gay, is he?
You said what?
I said Dragon Ball, he ain't gay, is he? Dragon
No.
Ball
In the new Netflix show, you better watch out, Zobi.
Goku.
Get a hold of it.
Shit. The way shit is going now, every motherfucker person come out to home game.
Look, next thing you know, they're gonna put woke in fucking Dragon Ball, probably some rainbow looking motherfucker or some shit.
Oh,
I think they already did with Super. If you watch Dragon Ball Super, there was a little bit of wokeness in it. Yeah.
Damn, dude, they put it in every fucking thing. You can't watch nothing without that in there, man.
Yeah.
Nothing.
He's always had gay representation since forever. It's just now you can tell that it's deliberate. That's all.
That's true. That's true.
Or when, like, one of my favorite shows was Bosom Buddies, right?
Yeah.
Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
That's another bisexual.
But it was a show. It was entertaining. You know what
That
I'm saying?
dude on that one show, well, he was gay, wasn't he? That Balky motherfucker, Balky, and that other dude.
Oh, you know he was in. Yeah, from Perfect Strangers. He was in that movie that was funny as hell. He was in the movie with Eddie Murphy in the Beverly Hills Cop movie.
Oh.
He did the thing with the banana, right? That was funny.
Oh shit. I don't want to hear no more. That's enough, Sega forever.
No, it's a great scene, Sega, man. It's a great scene because it's tongue in cheek, right? It doesn't hit them like now.
Eddie Murphy got caught with a tranny. Eddie Murphy got caught with a tranny.
Yeah,
You got
he did. Zobi's right.
No,
Did he know?
He was
know?
No.
Tranny was in the bar.
He claims he didn't know.
He said he was giving him a ride somewhere.
No, not Eddie. Not Eddie. Tell me not Eddie, please.
No, I love Eddie Murphy, but he did get caught with a tranny.
No. But just hope don't let nothing pass on no one. Shit. First for Spencer, next is your cheetah.
Kobe is the destroyer of worlds, man. He comes in the podcast and just turns everything upside down. Which is why I follow you.
I wonder You know who gave me? Who probably who kind of gave me a little bit of gay vibes? Fucking Reggie Fils-Aimé. What? But
Oh,
I
Reggie,
don't
Nintendo?
know. Oh,
Limit, do you know when
huh?
the disrespect? Do you know when the disrespect towards husbands started? Of course, it was the feminist movement, but did you know shows like Mary Tyler Moore and the Dick Van Dyke Show were preaching the stupid husband narrative? Did you know that?
Oh yeah, that goes way back.
Oh yeah, way back.
Yeah,
So,
Before that, men were very
way back
distinguished. They was
when.
not. Yes, men before the Dick Van Dyke Show, they started the Dick Van Dyke Show with him falling over furniture in the home, playing
yep,
up to that narrative of the dumb
yep,
husband.
yep.
Yeah.
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 Hey, Unlimited. Do you know? Go look up Passport Bros on YouTube. That go down that little rabbit hole. That's fun. To watch. You know about that, Zoe? Passport Bros.
Oh yeah, big time.
That stuff cracks me up.
Mm.
Yeah, Unlimited. There you go. Well, go watch that, dude. That's more entertaining than any of the shows that they put up on television right now. Yeah, but
This is
Yeah.
these two came out of the NBA too. The
Who?
fucking what's his name? The Indian dude from Harold Kumar.
what about it?
From Harold Kumar go to War Castle, White Castle. He's gay, the Indian dude.
Yeah.
Really? Oh,
And fucking this dude, the one who played he was one of the fucking gods in the movie Immortals with Henry Cavill. He's the guy with the mustache that was playing like those series roles. I think he was in Dracula, Told. He played in a horror movie called when they're in the in the bar. He's like the killer. The point is, he don't look or act gay at all. Gay, straight up. Damn. Spooky.
Who?
Heba, you there?
Yeah,
Oh,
You said who you say he was?
it's the guy from the movie. He was in Immortals. He was one of the gods. The movie with Henry Cavill, Immortals. I don't know if you ever seen it.
No.
He's also, I think he was also in Dracula Untold. He did something recent. I forget his fucking name, dude. Point is that he never acts like he acts like real manly. Doesn't got that vibe at all. He came out and said he's gay as fuck.
Oh shit.
Doogie Howard is gay too. Another,
Oh yeah, he's gay.
another one.
came out.
Yeah, he's
Bro,
gay.
I'm like, yo, dude, how can you be gay when you did that fantastic scene with those two chicks, big ass, beautiful tits? And fucking, I forgot the name of the movie. I think it was what was the name of the movie? So you laugh because I know you've seen the movie.
I know I was shocked when they said he was gay because I used to watch his show as a kid.
Yeah. He never gave that vibe, right?
Nah, yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah, but at least you know with the people now, dude, they're like overly. Like I don't even want to know about this stuff, dude, and they just come all out with it.
Yeah.
Right back in
Yeah.
You know, I always talk about Korean dramas on the channel, and one of the reasons why I talk about it is because it's a sense of shock when I find out anything about the celebrities that I follow. You know, because I watch their shows. You know, unlike in America, man, they just put their business all out in the streets. But in K dramas, man, it's like the old studio system, dude. It's just like you work for a company, and that's first and foremost, right? You gotta look. You have to be a certain way. You have to have a certain look.
What's up, Dia? Dia's in the chat.
So I wish the industry would go back to that.
Hey, Dia.
They in the house.
First lady of Xbox is in the building.
We got told to go fuck off because we called Phil Spencer gay.
No.
Yeah, we went down a whole nother road.
You guys want me to drop down so Dale can come?
Yeah,
he's not good.
I'll send you the link there if you want to jump in.
Ain't nobody kicking you. Why you say that?
Oh, okay.
Oh no, 10 people can come in here, Zoe.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 4. I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry.
I got the subscription because
Now, Dan said Phil Spencer is what?
Yeah, yeah. We're not gonna live that, dude. I'm gonna get canceled there. So it was nice.
Oh, we got canceled already. Forget about it.
Yeah,
We ain't never gonna recover. It's over.
there will be no show next week, and then everybody's gonna attack Hebot on social media.
Yeah.
So welcome, Dea. Welcome. I sent you the link there. Oh, there you are. Okay, got you. Hey, Dea.
Yeah.
I,
So I think
I don't even know what you guys are even talking about. I'm
Hebot
like,
said Phil
You don't know
Spencer.
either.
Hebot said Phil Spencer's gay.
what?
I think it wasn't me. Okay, I said it.
No, I
Oh
was our
my
brother
God.
Zodi, man.
No,
He
no,
ain't
no, no,
gay.
no. Next week, by next week on Monday, it will be Hebot. It will be Hebot.
It
But
will
yeah,
be me. Yes, sir.
that's how it's
Absolutely.
supposed to be.
Might as well take the arrow now because eventually it's going to be said that it was me anyway.
Yep, it is. It is.
That's the
too.
great thing about having you on the podcast.
It is too.
It'll skip over all of us and it'll go directly to you.
We'll go right to Hebot.
Yeah,
Yep.
go right to Hebot. All I know is Hebot talked about Digital Foundry, and then he said Xbox sucks, and Phil Spencer's gay. That's all. The podcast is like 10 hours long. I couldn't listen to the whole thing, but I think I got the gist of it.
That's facts. That's facts. All facts.
Oh, Two Man says, hey there.
Hey, I just said it in the chat. I had hopped in before I saw that. So
Hey, brother.
you guys are lively tonight. I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot about the marathon. I was like, it's going on. You know, Unlimited said it was 3 hours long.
We've been
So
on
I
for,
was like,
yeah, we're almost 3 hours.
oh my gosh. Okay. Well, what did you guys talk about besides
Hey,
like Spencer's preferences? You know,
Sega Forever, man. Sega Forever. Tell Dea, what does she think about that, man?
about what?
About the games, some of the games performing better supposedly on PlayStation 5 versus the Xbox Series X. For instance, Sea of Thieves.
I don't know. I don't know enough about that to comment. I noticed that was becoming a trend with some of the other games. Maybe I think because I personally think the PS5 is nothing but a little bit of a rezzed up PS4. I don't really think it's a lot of new tech in there, personally. I mean, just touting the SSD is not enough, in my opinion. So, it may be easier to develop for the PlayStation 5 for that reason. When you have a console like the Series X that has a lot of new tech that apparently, for whatever reason, the developers don't even want to develop for. Um, that's why I think you don't see the full potential in the Series X. But I don't know. I mean, look, I put it this way: I'm gonna bring the hard truth to this because I think it needs to be said. Both Xbox and PlayStation are losing a lot of people to PC. I'm seeing it, and I don't think it's just people saying it. They are buying PCs now, and I think that Xbox don't have to care, but they do need to care about their brand. Um, what I'm afraid that Xbox could end up doing is abusing the console only Xbox gamer, right? And that's what I don't want to see. I don't want them to pull a PlayStation, and I'm gonna call it out. I don't care who does what. I'm not loyal to a company to the point that it harms the consumer. That's one of the reasons why I left PlayStation because I didn't like the way I was being treated over there.
Yeah.
And so I don't like that. I noticed that happened with Pentiment. I'm not sure about Hi-Fi Rush though. I know Hi-Fi Rush had like slightly better graphics or something, and then the excuses that was coming from the developers on the Xbox side is that it was an oversight, and it had to be because even the PC running a 4090 had the same error as the Xbox Series X. So it's not capability. It was simply they did not push for that level of quality on the Xbox or the PC. And you can look that up. Now I didn't hear about Sea of Thieves. That's a new one. I didn't know it was running better there than it is on the Xboxes. I have it, but I bought it on
They
PC.
They made sure they put it out there.
I'm
They
sorry.
made sure
Can you repeat that?
they just go to Digital Foundry. They put it out there immediately.
Well, of
So
course, it's negative, yeah, and if it makes me, it gives the impression of this, that the PlayStation, this is something that has always gotten under my skin that I can't stand. I don't like it when people act like it's classes within gaming, like, oh, we're more privileged, we're better, we're more elite than you are. Whether it's PC gamers doing that, whether it's PlayStation gamers doing that, I could care less. I don't like it when people act like that because people
right,
have different budgets, people have different circumstances. I just think that we should all come together for gaming, right? Well, what I'm starting to see is that developers are willing to do this. The
Yeah.
media, the gaming media is willing to do this. And now apparently, perhaps, I mean, I could be overstepping my grounds here, but Xbox is willing to do this too, to say that the Xbox console gamer is not as important as the PlayStation console gamer.
right, or at
Which
least
is
it looks
what?
that way. That's what I was trying to say earlier.
It's an image, right? Like maybe it doesn't, but that's, I mean, what do they expect us to conclude from that behavior? It's your own darn platform.
Mhm.
And and to be fair about the Hi-Fi Rush thing, um it happened on both PC and the Xbox Series X. So it wasn't an Xbox Series X problem,
Mhm.
right? But what does that tell you? Are they so lazy that they can't even push the tech on their own platform? I mean, was they so busy developing for PlayStation they forgot about their own platform? We know they were developing PlayStation games the entire time.
Yeah.
We know that. We know that now because they didn't have Bethesda for that long, for instance. So
They had the newer, more mature dev kits, right?
yeah,
But it's like I was saying earlier, right? If, on the Switch, we all know the Switch is still running on an older, an older, I think it's tablet style hardware, right?
are you
Well,
talking
they did
about
something.
PlayStation?
No, no, the Switch, for example, I
Oh,
was
the
saying
Switch.
earlier.
Oh, the Switch. Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
in a game that's exclusive to the Switch, like Bayonetta 3, right? And it transitioned over to Xbox or PlayStation, and it looks better, superior as far as graphic goes, as far as loading, uh, textures, whatever. It makes sense because the hardware is not in the same, you know, bracket as far as advanced, right?
Right.
But some people were taking it as me doing console warriors. No, I don't give a shit. But I'm a gamer. At the end of the day, I don't even give a fuck about graphics. And I've said this many times before. If the game's not good, who cares if the graphics are good?
That's true. That's true.
The game is corny, boring, stupid, not big, not fun, no good gameplay mechanics, no good ideas, or transitions in the gameplay that are fun or that make it compelling. I don't give a fuck if it looks like real life. Who cares? That's always been the mindset of a real game, right? Now, do I appreciate nice advanced technology graphics? Of course I do. That's why I pay money for the console to see advancements. But as long as the heart of the game is still there and the fun factor, which is the most important element of any video game. That's why people can play Mario and enjoy it still today
Right. Yeah.
because it never loses its focus on what it's supposed to be, a fun platform, first and foremost. And you can enjoy it now just as much as you enjoyed it when Nintendo first came out with part one. So again, that's the whole argument. But people think they don't they don't understand this is principle. If you paid for something and you were made a promise, right? And they said this is what you're getting for your money. It's the most powerful console. Okay, we're not saying PC console, right?
Right.
In the
Console.
market,
Right.
you're going to get the best performance because being more powerful doesn't just mean better graphics. It also means better frame rates, which equates to better gameplay, right?
Right.
With
Right.
fidelity graphics, it comes into play that you're going to have better loading time, so you're not going to have to be worrying about games taking forever to load up and break the immersion, right? All those things come with more powerful. It's not just graphics, right? So,
Of course. Of course.
but if they're telling you,
Graphics is
hey,
easiest to find though. I'm just like when I was saying about that hi-fi, that's just what I know because that's what was reported. But
Right. Well, the report with the CFTs and that is it actually
well,
has better shaders, better textures,
wow,
more
wow.
foliage, a bunch of stuff. But what I said was that for me, it almost feels like they're trying to do things like that to kind of get kudos points with the PlayStation fan base and community, so that nobody will say, "Oh, we
Well, then,
cheaped out on the game on PlayStation."
okay,
It's
who's more important than them to them then? Because who's actually paying their bills? The people who are actually buying the console and actually
right,
and
right.
or in the ecosystem paying into Game Pass every month.
That was
That's
my
what they
whole argument
about.
earlier, or basically that was my whole rant, saying CFTs was built on Xbox when it was just
What?
very simple, very anemic at the time, but still fun. And we supported the promise that they said we're going to keep building it, making it better, which they did. Now it's 40 million people strong with
Or
PC and Xbox
PlayStation even
together.
gets their hands on it. Yep, 40
Which
million.
the reality is, with 40 million people playing the game, you don't really need more support because that's a lot of players. But then they're gonna put it on the console where they were making fun of it since the very beginning, saying things like the Kraken is lacking, the game's just boring, or there's nothing to do because they didn't understand the style of game, right? And if that's the case, you can't convince or change somebody by placating them or trying to suck their butthole, in other words. Or you
Well,
know,
you know what? As long as Phil, I love Phil for what he has done in saving Xbox and all that, but he runs the ship, and so people are going to behave the way Phil wants them to be. But I think I told you guys this before. Whoever is leading, they're going to have the type of people in place that they want that agrees with their vision. That's just how it is, okay? And so, as long as Phil is head of Xbox, the gaming, you're going to get people like that. They're going to care so much about PlayStation that they think they're the pinnacle of everything and all this. And these people don't even buy games. I give them credit. They love Sea of Thieves, and they're starting to love Xbox games because recently I saw the Xbox takes the majority of they had more games. I think it was like in the top 25, even over PlayStation. That's how many people.
and yet the sales are low on all the games. They barely bought them. But
They
that also happened with
Hi-Fi Rush was not on that list, but they had Grounded, they had
yeah,
CFD. CFD was
which tells you how bad it is them buying games. So they don't even buy their own. They didn't buy the last Rodin.
yeah,
They didn't buy
by their own games.
the
It's just
Final Fantasy. They didn't do well.
yeah,
You know, some
yeah,
Foam Stars didn't do well,
did
right?
not do well.
Which,
Yeah,
which shows you they're not even supporting their own games, right?
yeah.
Do you think Stellar Blade will do?
Oh yeah,
Huh?
Stellar with the jiggle physics. Yeah, you that's a shoe in.
What was that?
You guys ain't let no that Stellar Blade get on. That's gonna get in there. The jiggle physics.
What was that? Oh, what was that?
How much are they charging though? Are they charging $70 for that garbage? I mean that game?
I don't know.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't kept that. If a game ain't on the platform I can access, I could care less about. I don't follow it.
I'm
So
sorry.
I
Yeah,
don't have a PlayStation. So I play on PC and and Xbox. So if
yeah.
it ain't falling on one of those platforms, I don't follow it. So I have time. I don't even know what's on Nintendo either.
If it's $70, I don't think it's going to be successful.
That's a
It
lot.
shouldn't be. It's not a $70 game.
No way.
Yeah,
Which one? Celebrate?
yeah.
Yeah.
Celebration should not be a $70 game.
I believe it's 70. I believe it is.
That's
Holy-
believe
crazy. It's not worth $70 in my
Look
opinion.
it up. Someone look it up on bestbuy.com and you'll see the price.
How am I going to eat for the week? That's too expensive.
I'm driving right I'm not driving.
Huh?
It said I'm not driving right now. I can't look.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, it's $70.
Is
I
it?
told
I was
I
just
told-
yeah, it's 70. Yeah.
I told you.
Wow.
Keep that shit.
I told you.
It's not a $70 game. Like in my opinion, I don't care how long the game is not a $70 game. It
I
just
think that's
isn't. Nothing I've seen in it that tells me it's a $70 game.
I think that's a Sony thing though, because it's going to PlayStation, right?
Yeah,
All the games are
it's an exclusive. Yeah.
Does it come in a PC?
That's a Korean developer. He was making it for all the consoles. But then
It's not though.
they gave him a deal. He's like, how come it's only coming to PlayStation?
So it's not coming to PC? I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you.
You took the bag, and people going to support it because it's all it's a controversy and stuff with it because the people who you got some woke people that don't like a beautiful woman on a game and all this other stuff. So
Well, not just
guys
the
are going to protest
it's like
that.
the gaming media is the worst.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like I told you how I feel. I don't want to look at no ugly people in games. I'm just being honest about it. I don't care if it's male or female. I want to see good looking characters in the game.
There you go. Could you be that way? What's wrong with you?
I want pretty faces. I want guys with good looking bodies, and I want that's what I want. I want some fantasy in my games.
You are savage. Stop it.
I mean, guys, I needed to escape from real life. I don't see why in the world I can't have that.
Celebrate ass cheeks. Nice.
So I can't blame the guys. I mean, she got a pretty face, she got a knockout body, and I'm like, go ahead and have her fight and do what you gotta do.
So I'll give you the background on it there real quickly.
Okay.
So what happened was the media got all pissed off. And so the media said so the media said to them, look, this girl's over sexualized. This is not what a real person would look like.
Oh God.
She's based on a real person though.
Yeah, so what the developer did, like, oh really? Well, here's the person.
Yeah,
I know who she is.
Yeah.
I know who she is because you guys know I follow a lot of Koreans.
Right.
So right now in South Korea, I said this on the last podcast, right? In South Korea, these guys be feeling themselves, right? Some of your top fitness people are coming out of South Korea.
Oh, okay.
And even in India and the Middle East. So again, I'll go back to this, right? A lot of the stuff where we're at when we were back in the 80s and 90s when I grew up, this is why I kind of gravitate towards their stuff. When we grew up in the 80s and 90s and the world was open and everybody was doing stuff.
Right.
That attitude that we had here in this country has transferred over to Asia, to Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Right. To Africa, to South Africa specifically.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Right. To the Middle East in some instances. Right. We don't hold the standard anymore. Right?
We don't.
And so
our time has come and gone,
Well, we just gave it up. And then you have a bunch of people that want to see ugly things when the rest of the world want to be lost in a fantasy. And that's the thing with Stellar Blade 2. I mean, do they make it a little bit more beautiful than what it is? Well, if you play
of course, yeah.
If you play some of the games that come out of South Korea, they have a certain look to them and a sheen, which I appreciate personally. Right. The same way that I love watching anime. Right, there's a couple animes I'm watching right now. Solo Leveling is one of them. It's absolutely awesome.
I've heard that's good. Yeah.
In fact, I'm rewatching all the My Hero Academia since there's trash on TV.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right, but we've lost it, and they
have lost it. Yeah,
we've lost it. They have it, and this is why they're killing us. And rightfully
and they
so.
should. They've earned it. Yeah, But to be fair to America, it is not the majority that's saying they want ugly people all plastered on every game.
Well, the majority is too
busy.
Small
minority that's doing that, and they're in power to influence this, and that's why you do have some people fighting back. Nobody, I mean, you see that character that's on the Ubisoft Star Wars. I couldn't believe the real model that they based that woman off of. She should sue that company. What's that? Star Wars Outlaws or something?
Yeah.
She should sue Ubisoft because
I want to see. And I want to see Princess Peach.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up on.
Yeah, we can't hear you, brother.
I said not for nothing. I want to see Princess Peach's ass cheeks be looking.
You never know. You might get your wish there.
Well, dear, I'll say this.
Nope.
We have a lot of stuff
going on with bumps on it.
Hey, Dad, we got a lot of stuff going on in the country right now, because the average person is just trying to find a way to pay their bills.
That's
Hey,
Fine.
remember when Tomb Raider first came out? And
Yes.
that was
it was
yeah, that was
controversy. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. And you know, it's people still not sad. Well, of course, we always knew that Laura Croft was extremely exaggerated. She was
Yeah,
like to the nth degree exaggerated. So
yeah.
I was okay with a little bit of tone down, like to make it realistic to a human body, you know, because she had this like little tiny waist. Then she had these big hips. Then she had these breasts that was big. Like them things she
Hold
wouldn't
on,
even be able to see if
and
she was holding
that's
something.
not
Like
you.
they was like
Listen. All I know is you not breast that side. You ain't gonna be climbing rocks that easy the way she
ain't
does.
no way all that weight in the front. She'd be like
Word, word.
add 30 pounds
But
of that.
we didn't care back then. We just wanted to see a hot babe, and it was lit. You know what I mean?
It doesn't translate to real life. So I was okay with some toning back for that because it would be silly in real life to make her proportions exactly the way it was, you know, at that point. But it's okay though if she's a big hip, big breast woman because there's real people like that, real women in real life. I've said that. That is just a genetic trait. And they should not be ashamed of that fact, you know. And it come, you know, complications come from that. I've known of a smaller woman, okay, big breast, had
Yeah,
to had
we
had back problems from this. Okay, this is real life, right?
ain't there.
So it's not always roses with those conditions,
right.
but she has every right to be represented on in a game just like any other woman,
Funky
you
breast.
know.
There.
Hmm.
We live in an era where you see all types of women you never saw before be thicker than a snicker. It's the food.
Right.
You see Indian girls that usually they would be like kind of washboard, kind of, physique. Now you see these Indian girls that be like, "Bah, bah, bah, bah." What the fuck is going on? Or even, even Japanese girls
Right.
that they're really leaky and thin. Now they're like, oh, bah, 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 bah. Like, wow. So
Where
he
you
put
going?
it in
Where you
all the
going?
time.
Where are you finding these girls?
Yeah, no.
What size are you
my
going
friend with car issues.
All
I'll
right.
get my back.
You coming? Sorry, guys. My daughter's talking.
Oh, okay. I know, sir. I thought I heard a really young voice there. So,
Yeah, my
what
daughter.
is Unlimited talking about? Dia is
Yeah,
what the
she has
feminists call
daughters. Yes.
pick me. It probably explains why she's married and they're lonely. That's true. Yes, I am married. I married my high school sweetheart, and I have absolutely no problems with. My husband is very capable. He's my best friend. He always has
Nice.
been. And yeah, we have a wonderful relationship, and it's because we understand our role in marriage. And I think when women
You
understand that and they try to stop replacing the men, and they try to make men not what they're naturally meant to be, they'll find happiness. But these women are growing old and becoming cat ladies, and you know, and all this stuff, and you know, and
yeah.
they're regretting. I see a lot of regret videos.
Well, I mean, you sound like a knockout too. So
Oh, thank you.
your husband better watch out.
Well, we've been together for so long, gosh. I know we know
Nice,
each other like the back of our hands, you know. Oh, thank you,
nice.
Unlimited. Thank you so much. He was just talking about recently. We was talking about having like getting new rings to renew our vows and stuff. That's something that we've been
Oh,
thinking of. We
nice.
talked about that about 10 years ago. I've been married for quite a while, so but yeah,
Nice.
we've been talking about doing that, and that's something we're gonna do soon and on our anniversary. So
Yeah, but that economy there, that economy said, hold on.
I'm gonna do that before I die. I wanted to renew, so we're gonna do because when we were young, we didn't have the money to do everything
Right.
we wanted to do for our marriage, and we had to make certain sacrifices. But we said, hey, when we get older and we get a little bit more well off, we'll do this. And I said, okay, I trust you.
Yeah.
And so I was waiting patiently all these years, and he brought that up just recently too.
You know what Unlimited's doing right now? Unlimited's in Cancun. You're gonna find himself a wife.
Oh, you what you call that? A passport
Or bro. Yeah.
bro, yeah. What? I didn't
That's
know. I had
amazing.
to look that up. I had never heard of that. So I didn't know
Great
what
videos.
that
You
was.
should watch it. They're funny.
Yeah. I mean, what you know what though? I can't even blame some of those guys because the Western. I hate feminism. I hate what they call it. It's a certain type of feminism. I think the early feminism wasn't so bad, and I understood some of the grievances women had way back then. But it was this like feminism that rose up where women was, they want to replace men and all that. I don't know where all of that came from, and that's not what real women want. That's not what they want.
Not only that, the mentality is, oh, we don't need men. Men are garbage. When that's false. You know
Right.
what I mean? The
Right.
world runs and exists because men do all the dirty work. And
That's
men do
true.
the dirty work because they don't want the women to do the dirty work.
Exactly. That's not their role.
Men used to take pride in taking care of the women. Men took pride in defending women. Men took pride in treating
Protecting their
women like gold.
families and stuff.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we have mothers, we have grandmothers. Those are angels to us. You get what I'm trying to say? Our daughters. So that mentality is so fucking ignoramus. It's not even funny. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even
Unlimited.
today, loca.
Unlimited said, "I love the Latinas. Seika forever."
Oh,
Yeah, they got a lot of freaking in too.
Oh,
we know Unlimited's
Dog.
preference now. Okay. Some of
Dog.
them be shapely ladies too, Like,
Hey, Sega Forever, you
Oh.
should have seen the ones I seen in New Jersey, brother. Woo.
You're telling them.
Listen, I
Yeah,
love all women, all
is
kinds, all shapes, all race.
New
A
Jersey
woman
is
is a
all
good woman. It is what it is.
What's that? What's that, Zoe?
I can't live without her. I can't live without her. That's it.
New Jersey is all Hispanic now, man. I'm still here.
When I went down to Jersey, Zoe,
Yeah.
wow.
make sure
I
my
didn't
wife
know
wasn't
that.
looking at me. I'd be dead. Dick.
Sega, man, you doggy, you. Stop.
You
Wait,
slow.
where you at? Are you in New Jersey?
Yeah, you came to visit me, Joe. I told you that we could have hooked up because you live close to me.
Wait, you live in Jersey or New York?
No, in Jersey. I live in the Passaic and Patterson area.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I went
Yeah,
down to see
Far
him.
from me, Joe.
Went
yeah.
down to see him and E-Rock in Philly.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool. I wish I knew. I would have came down.
So you live close? I told you that before. When we
Yeah,
had the remember? I told
yeah.
you we need to hook up.
Oh, you in Philly?
Oh yeah, now you're gonna get Hebot trying to
No, I live in Jersey.
set up a meeting now.
Are you
so
in Jersey,
for sure.
bro?
Yeah, I live close to like what do I live close to? Like Jersey Gardens. You guys went there? I think you guys went to one mall, right?
Yeah, we went
The
to
Jersey Park, yeah, it's a beautiful mall. Yeah.
went to that Great American Mall or something like that.
Oh, Great American Mall. Okay. Yeah, not
Yeah.
too far.
I used to love when Zoe did them videos, right? When he would go pick up a game, right? And he knew damn well he was trolling because nobody else be buying games, right? You know, first in line, right here. Those shits were funny as hell. And they go, look, acting up. He's acting up again. Look at him. He knew damn well what he was trying to say. Nobody
Jersey,
was
brother.
about real games no more. He'd be the first one in line. Ain't nobody there. Like a desolated desert. I should. Those shits were funny, bro.
Yeah,
And
it
he
was
would
nice
rent
down there,
the
man.
car for like an hour. Those were great.
Zoe, brother, I had to do my best not to look, brother. It was hard. Let me tell you, bro. It was
Don't
real
let
hard.
your wife see
It was hard, bro. When I went on the beach, whew, it was hard.
Crazy.
They
Yeah.
don't got that. They don't got that in Pittsburgh, bro.
Man, these girls will beat your ass. You look. These girls will beat your ass. You look at them wrong.
Wow.
Starting for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, exactly. You like Mean Joe Green. You look at them wrong. Bro.
Hey, I'm gonna tell Unlimited. I love the Latinas. I said that's because you don't watch anime, bro. Watch anime, Unlimited.
Yes, sir. I said, I love all women, all race, all shapes.
I'll tell you one thing though, in Jersey, it's expensive as fuck down there, bro. God
Yes,
damn.
it is. Yes, it
You think
is.
so?
It's expensive as hell down there. He
Why
bought
is it so expensive in Jersey?
No, but he thinks Jersey. Don't even go to fucking New York. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's
I went
crazy.
up there today. I went up to Long Island trying to find a car because I'm trying to get a used car for a good price. Right?
yeah.
That's very hard to do because there's too many crooks in that business right now. Right? And man, oh man, I bought a zero Gatorade, like 88 ounces, right? $5 almost for the bottle. I was like, Jesus Lord, what the hell? It's expensive.
Is it? Oh, Hiba.
It's really
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, you're breaking up bad, brother.
Am I?
Yeah.
Sorry. I was talking about how I bought a like 8-ounce zero Gatorade, lemonade zero sugar Gatorade in in the New York area. Actually, we were in the Bronx coming back from the GW, George Washington, and it's packed to the wazoo. I had to use the bathroom real bad. We got out. My son got out. He's like, "You're right, Pops. Look, we'll pull up here into this BP gas station. I used the bathroom, and they had a little convenience store, right?" And I got that bottle, and that shit was $5. I was like, "Damn,
$5.
$5."
Damn.
I was like, I could get 2 of these bad boys, the big, 12-ounce ones, the bigger ones, for like 2 for $5 in quick check around my way. Like, what the hell? I was mad as fuck.
Better go to Dollar Tree and get you a bottle of Fago, bro.
Yeah, you could get Gatorade at Dollar Tree too. The dollar store for like $1.25.
Man.
Big one, for real.
No, thank you. So Unlimited said a lot of beautiful women in Cancun, even the house workers are beautiful. See, bro, this dude over there shopping. He went to-
Shopping.
Well,
For real.
you want to hear that Unlimited got married soon, or he's getting married? I want to hear that. Had him settle down.
Unlimited.
Had little kids that can learn how to play Xbox games.
Yeah, man.
Unlimited. You'll never. Unlimited. I don't know. Unlimited. You'll never be. I mean, you'll never see those girls again. So if I was you, I would talk to a brand new girl every day. While you're out there. While you're out there.
He can't get a good girl because girls like you, and the way that you grew up, and how you are, they barely exist. It's not easy.
Yeah.
These dudes today, my sons, I feel sorry for them. I said, "Yo, I feel sorry for them. I got it bad." What?
Yeah.
Girls today, it's crazy.
He bought Sega Forever. We're gonna make our way down to Hawaii for them girls down there. Aloha.
Aloha.
Sega said there wasn't any more Hawaiians anymore. Right, Sega? Sega, you said there wasn't any more Hawaiians last time.
Yeah.
We dying out, bro. We going the way of the dinosaur, bro.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Y'all getting extinct like the koala bear. That's crazy.
Koala bear.
Like Unlimited said, bro, you're gonna see Hawaiians. Just go to Vegas now. There's more of them there than in Hawaii.
Just go to Vegas.
Go to Vegas. You can get plate lunch and all the good fixings. Then you can meet all the different local people. Unlimited, you can go get a wife.
Hey man, you could be worse. You can be in Dubai right now.
Dubai's getting
Dubai. That shit's under the water right now, Dubai.
Yeah.
You saw that? You saw what they did though? I ain't worried about Dubai, dude. They filthy rich, man. They had like their Lexuses and all their expensive cars on boats.
Really rich, yeah.
Yeah. But I think that was no. I think that was the man. I think that was the man that's giving them a wake up call for all that vanity. Because over there, oh my God, they got all that money. They haven't been caring about Jesus for a minute.
Nah, bro, they was seeding their clouds. They won't admit
it. Yeah, that's right. They were forcing the clouds. They were forcing the clouds to get, humidity, I guess, to create rain because it hadn't rained there in a while. They got like 2 years worth of rain in one day.
Damn.
Well, they're trying to control it because they're trying to make it more They want tourists. They're trying to diversify their portfolio, as people like to say.
Shit in Dubai, have you seen those videos where they got houses that are built under the water? You seen that shit?
Yeah, they got everything over there, dude. It's
It's
great.
like, what the fuck? Under the water?
Unlimited. Y'all gonna Unlimited. You might as well just come in.
It looks nice.
Yeah.
Unlimited, just come into the show, man.
Do what Zeke does. Hop in and out as you
Just hop
say
in.
something.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
Do another drive by. He did a drive by earlier.
Yeah, drive by.
Unlimited is active, boy. He's active in that comment.
Damn, where you live?
Michigan for now. I'm getting the house ready. We're gonna move soon. So.
All right, me and Haybot will be down there. We gotta check out the scene down there too.
Where you moving?
Yeah, Michigan's boring though. Nothing happens here.
Yeah, you moving to a red state?
Yeah, you darn right I am.
See,
Listen,
I'm getting away from Gretchen Whitmer. I've had enough of that crazy woman.
Listen, if we bring Zobi with us, the problem's gonna be he's gonna be the fucking. He's gonna get all the attention. He's gonna juice up all the women.
Yeah, right.
He's a dog. You're gonna take a look at that charming smile with that face. Like, yo,
I suspect Unlimited is a heartbreaker. I bet you he just broke a lot of hearts. I just suspect it. I think he's that type of person. He dates something, say, maybe I might not be ready yet. Breaks those girls' hearts.
Unlimited, you dog.
Do you think Unlimited might be too intelligent for the modern day woman?
He is smart. He's very smart, but that should be attractive.
Yeah, but I don't like that drama. That's why he in Cancun.
That's why he in Cancun.
Yeah, instead of being in the podcast or being on Twitter, you right about that.
See, I knew if we talked about him enough, he'd come in. Hey, what's up?
There we go.
You want it unlimited? Here's unlimited.
Go ahead.
What's up?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Daya?
You was about to map up your whole life for a moment there until you got it.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know how it is, man. When you single and travel, man, you got to play the field, even if it's just a little bit. Just see what's out.
See what your
man. And this place is the perfect place for. I mean, all you see really walking around in Cancun are beautiful women in bikinis. So.
Yeah, but Unlimited. What about Texas, man? There's some good ones there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's some good people there.
Yeah. I mean. So, Southern American women are probably better than, say, like from the north or something. I'd assume
they're more willing to have families and stuff like that. You just don't see that a lot in the north.
Yeah.
Hawaii got that.
Yeah, them Texan women will beat your ass too if you mess up.
What? Oh, I didn't know that. What?
Beat your ass, bro.
Oh.
I mean, everybody got a gun in Texas, man. So everybody.
Yeah.
Even I'm a gun owner, Sega, man.
Are you?
Yeah. Oh hell yeah, man. I'm one of them people who are. I'm as pro 2A as you get, man. Listen. Half the stereotypes you think about Texas are probably true, including the gun stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I want to move it.
Just like Hawaii, bro. Everybody here got a surfboard.
Everybody got a surfboard.
People don't even surf, man. People don't even surf. They got surfboard. That's how crazy it is. I understand. But here in Hawaii, man, they still believe in that, dude. Having families.
Yeah.
Let me get married here. I can't marry them because they're my cousin. But hey.
Oh my goodness.
Nah, man, but I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, dude. Yeah, you gotta get out there, bro. I know you've been busy, that's why.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I had this vacation planned for a minute, man, and none was stopping me from because man, you got to get out of your home state sometimes.
Yeah. It's good to go on vacation.
Yeah, and I'm fortunate enough to I could afford all this stuff. So I'm doing really good in life at the moment. So I might as well just reap the benefits of it.
Of course.
Yeah.
You got to talk to one girl a day, man.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Oh, come on, Zoe, man. You gotta give me a little more. I know we just met and all, man, but give me a little more credit at that.
One new girl a day. Get your mouthpiece right.
Yeah.
Plus, you got that voice, man. Unlimited. You got that voice, bro.
Neither you guys.
You got that voice, brother.
But
Yeah, you know,
one girl a day, man. You can't even get to enjoy that one girl for that one day. It's not some sort of a time, bro.
You just grab numbers, talk to her, grab numbers, and meet up with them, and then the next night, do it again.
yeah.
Oh,
Unlimited. You know we old, right?
Yeah, I know.
I know
Y'all
they're
got
living their
families of
fantasies out through
6
you.
and stuff out there.
They're living their fantasies out through you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all.
look. There hasn't. I've been chilling with Hebot on these shows for like 4 years now, and there still hasn't been a day he wasn't driving since we've been talking.
say,
He is
why
always
you making
driving.
fun of me?
Driving.
Oh my god! I
Where
can't
am
believe
I?
it.
Where am I? Fucking car driving. Look.
Look, I mean, Dea. I mean, I was engaged at one point, but just things don't
Oh,
always work
okay.
out the way you plan.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why you take your time and make sure you have the right person.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
There's
you
nothing
was.
wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I know that you are the type of person that would want to settle down and have a family one day,
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
you're
Definitely.
single now.
But
You
but
can,
yeah. Look, man. Listen. The women, the women that I date or take seriously, I just tell them straight up. I tell them pretty early on. We have kids when we're married, man. We ain't I ain't trying to
I
deal with no baby mama
agree.
drama because I have
Agreed.
homeboys who dealing with that shit, and it just seemed like such a headache.
It's a
I'm like,
nightmare.
like, man, why you messing with her? Man, she gonna take the kids from me. Like, oh damn, man, I
Wow.
feel for you, but you gotta play the game right.
Unlimited, why would you do that? Why would you get married?
I mean, I don't know. Well, to be fair, man, I was raised in a good family. Like both my parents are still together, type stuff, right? So
Yeah, same
I
as
always said,
mine.
yeah, I grew up with that.
Have
So
you
it's
genuinely met a happy man that was married?
well, I know. Listen, unless some of the married people I know are just lying to me, they seem to be doing all right. And
Yes.
I'm not afraid of marriage
Yes.
or nothing. And I'd
These
love to have a
men,
family eventually, but it's just something that I don't rush. And if it don't happen, I ain't gonna cry over it.
Right.
these,
I would say
these
this at least though. Zobi makes a small point there, but I would say this: do not listen to people who don't have successful marriages. Now, there's no perfect marriage, but listen, if a person hasn't been married for a long time to one person, don't listen to them. It's not you listen
listen,
to the ones that
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 is
that know
the
how to work it out over a long period of time. That's the type
that
of people.
is right, Unlimited. Listen to her. Don't listen to me. But listen,
Yeah.
I'm
Unlimited. But listen, I've never met a happy man that was married. Never have. Never.
That's sad if that's true. That's really sad.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
like,
look, I can't speak for the men. I mean, obviously, I ain't married, and I can't speak for any of those dudes. But I mean, I know some
I,
guys, man. They seem happy.
I think the marriage benefits the women more than the men.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it
well, to
does.
be, well, yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I agree because if you gonna get married, you part of that is loyalty. And look, I
Yeah,
respect the hell out of loyalty, so
yeah,
I don't dog any women I ever dated. I never cheated, none of that stuff. But at the same time, man, you know how it is, man. You like, damn, homegirl looking good, and you kind of giving that up forever when you get married. So from that perspective, yeah. But I don't know. Again, I grew up with I had a great childhood, not because we were rich or anything, because I had a good family.
right,
My
right.
parents my parents are always there, and I always thought I could provide the same if I ever have kids. It's just that in the 30 or so years since I was born, man, the world has changed a lot, and the women are not the same.
Unlimited, would you consider an
I,
android? Would you consider it a robot or an android?
No, man. Listen, if you need fake pussy, man, that oh, sorry, Dea.
no
if you
android can
can't-
replace that wonderful pussy. No,
Yeah,
for real.
man.
For real.
I look, man. I ain't Elon Musk. I ain't out here dreaming for a day that we out here making out with fake women and robots.
I would consider it. I really would consider an android woman.
Oh, really?
She will be more. She will be more agreeable. You don't have to worry.
She'll listen to you. She won't give you a good time.
You don't have to worry about her. You don't have to worry about her cheating or nagging or, she's agreeable. She's full of information because she's a computer. I would consider it an android.
That sounds like a boring life.
Look, I've been with my wife for 20.
Robot. I know you don't want no robot. Don't.
Well, I've been with my wife for. I've been with my wife for 29 years.
Hebot, come on now. Hebot, hold on. Before you go, Hebot, have you ever met a happy man that was married? Keep it real.
Yeah, myself.
Oh wow.
You was just about to say
that.
You was just about to go. You was just about to go somewhere. You said you were married. You about to go butt. You was about to do a butt now, Hebot.
Nah. He was saying that he was married for 20 years and you cut him off.
Look, I have met men that say, "Oh, I'm not really happy," but when they say that, look. The key to a happy marriage, right, from my experience, right, because I've been together with my wife for 29 years, is it has to be a real thing from the very beginning.
Right.
If it's not real, or there's something missing, or is there something fake to it, or not, or more on one side than the other, then for sure you're gonna have more people in marriages, like Zobi pointed out, that are not gonna be happy. But a lot of it comes. A lot of it also gets mistranslated differently because people miscalculate the problems that come with the long-term marriages because of relationships, being in the relationship so long,
right?
Having kids, not having enough income, not having the ability to do everything you want for your family when you want to do it. That's really where that negativity comes from.
I agree with that.
And a lot of people, right, a lot of husbands and a lot of wives translate that as, I'm not happy with my husband or I'm not happy with my wife, when it really isn't that. It's the frustrations that come with it, the aggravations, the anger, the missteps, the bad decisions that you make perhaps together, the missed opportunities. All those things play a role, all of them, right? But if you find the right person from the very beginning, like they said eloquently earlier, no marriage is perfect, but that's because you're different. It's supposed to be not perfect. But if you respect and love each other for real, you'll always find that commonality. You'll always find that answer to find the happy medium again every time and feel the love again every time. You don't lose the interest. But it has to be something that both.
I gotta call Cap, Heba. I love you, brother. I do. I gotta call Cap, man.
Oh, listen. I'm speaking to you from the heart. I'm speaking to you.
Imagine if you were.
I'm speaking to you from the heart. So look, it's your boy Heba. I'm speaking to you from the heart.
Imagine, and I'm saying this out of love. Please don't take what I'm saying as disrespect.
No, of course not.
But listen, imagine if you were a single man. Imagine if you were a single man, right? And you had the success that you have now. Could you imagine all the toys and games you could have?
Right. Well, I mean, I'm still lucky. I have all those things, but what I was trying to say is, you stupid as hell. Yeah, you fucking stupid. But the reality of it is this.
Don't you
Look,
said that like Hebot don't have the world's greatest video game collection.
I know, right?
Man,
Dude has a
Imagine how,
museum
but
at his house.
imagine how, but imagine how much bigger that
How
collection is.
I can't even imagine. God damn.
No.
listen. As big as my collection is, right? Daya, please close your ears. As big as my collection is, as big as my collectibles are, right?
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, I can't get that nice butt nut busted every time when I stick my cock up my wife's twat. Okay? It is what it is.
Yo, Hebot,
So,
check it out.
listen.
Hebot, you know in New York, New York and Queens, prostitution is legal, right? You know that, right? Do you know that? Did you know that or no?
Yeah, of course, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, you can always spend the night with the mistress. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not the same thing, because when you fuck is one thing. When you're making love to someone you have a connection with, is definitely something completely different. It's completely different. I don't even know how to explain it. It's more spiritual. It's more intimate. You know what I mean? It means more. Has a bigger significance. It's a connection. It's not just having sex. It's like making love. You know, that lust. You can do whatever the fuck you want to each other, and you never feel uncomfortable. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Is that kind of shit. It's like I could tell my wife, I want you to fart in my face, and you enjoy it. That's you know what I'm saying, though?
Yes.
You can't do that with no prostitute.
Like weird fucks, nigga.
Huh?
Man.
No, but it's true. There's a lot of people unhappy in their marriage. But a lot of it comes from, that I feel, me personally, I feel is because they conflict the aggravations and problems and difficulties of marriage with, we don't care about each other no more. Or they forget to give each other enough attention, or that they still exist as a relationship, because they let the problems overweigh their relationship that started the whole thing to begin with, right? And that's where the key is. If you don't forget to listen, we're a couple, we love each other, and that's how we started, and continue that. No matter how big the problems get, you always end up in that same place. But a lot of people now don't have that type of commitment. They rather just, I want to have one girl a day, like Zoe said.
Let me ask Daya this. Daya, do you feel like you changed your husband? You feel like you changed him?
no, I didn't change him. We changed with time. Because when we started dating, we was in our teens. So
Okay.
you change as a person over time. It's natural to all people. You're not the same person you were, Zoe, when you was in your teens. So you learn, you gain experience, you have life experiences, you have traumas. Like I can tell you some of the, having my husband with me when I was sick and in the hospital and stuff. These are some of the moments that mattered the most to me, because I wasn't alone.
Right.
Same with him. Whenever he needed me, I was there. These moments brought us closer together. But then I'm not gonna make it seem like it's perfect. We had our struggles too. But between me and my husband, we both believers, number one. So our marriage is predicated on biblical principle. And second, we because of that, we know we have to work through things. And there's been times I made horrible mistakes and he made bad mistakes, because you make mistakes. If you're going to be married for that long, you're going to make mistakes. You're not a perfect person. You're sometimes you're naive, or you learning something, or you just make bad decisions, and you have to learn how to work through that. No marriage is going to be perfect. That's one thing I wanted to make that clear, that I'm not trying to paint it as if marriage is perfect. But if I would agree with Hebot, what make our relationship so strong is that we started off high school sweethearts who loved each other. We loved each other, and that's a good foundation. I think your foundation has to be strong, and you have to know where the two of you are going to go from the start. Like we always, every step we take, we're making that together, and we understand where we're, what our goals are and where we want to end up. Like I told you about how he said he wanted to renew our vows. This is something we said when we first was talking about getting married. That was way back then. So it's, if you have the same goals. Now he's changed. He's grown more mature. He's not that he's, I met him when he was 14. He's not like that no more. So obviously he's much more mature. He's like he's grown as a man. He's had to experience certain things. And unfortunately, my husband lost his father when he was 10. His father died of diabetes or something like that. So he had to learn how to be a man too. Like because he had his mom raise him, but he had to learn that too, and that was something I couldn't help him with and all that. But the good thing is my dad, after we got married and stuff like that, and even before that, he kind of became a substitute father. So I watched my husband grow as a man through that, having a male figure in his life. So something that due to circumstances he lost. So is he the same person? No. But he is a good man, and I've grown older, and we're gonna probably do some more changes before we leave this earth. But I'm okay with going through those changes with him because I like the person he's become.
Yeah, yeah. They brought up something that yeah, man. Another thing, man. I don't want to be like 40, 50, 60, and just coming home to an empty house. That
Right.
shit does
Yeah.
not sound pleasurable to me.
Yeah.
Unlimited. I come home by myself every day. It's the most beautiful feeling I've ever experienced in my life. Back when I was younger, I used to think that I somebody to make me happy. But ever since I started maturing, I found out that the only person that can make me happy is me. Because I was going out and searching for that girl who was lost, and this girl who was lost, and that girl was lost, and they weren't making me happy. And I was just confused. I was going, why am I not happy? I got the girl. What's going on? But the real thing that was going on was me. And
Mm.
once I figured that out, man, coming home alone was the most beautiful thing. Being home by yourself is just so beautiful. When you have somebody around you, and then when they go away, the feeling feels so good, man. But that's just for me.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And look, man, I don't look. I ain't trying to find no happiness in a woman. I don't do. I did that shit in my 20s. I'm
Yeah.
good now, but I'm just saying, for me personally, realistically, man, I ain't trying to be 40, 50, 60, and still coming home alone. Hell, had to go to the hospital twice the last couple of weeks for some shit, man. And
Oh wow.
yeah, my
Mm.
family nowhere close to me, so I'm just doing all this
Right.
shit and get myself home when I discharge and all that nonsense.
Right.
Sometimes it's nice to have someone to grow with, do stuff with, and that's just for me. For example, when I'm in a relationship, I genuinely enjoy shit like date nights and stuff,
Right.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I used to, just me and my girl, we just go, hey, you want to do this? Yeah, sure, let's go and get up and go and do stuff like
Just
that. And
have
she just,
fun. Yeah.
or like, some of my favorite moments in a
Is
relationship
that
is just
is that Travis?
just us at the house together. That's it, man.
Yep.
Just us at
Same.
the
And
house.
game.
Yeah,
I game with my husband. I know you guys know I'm a gamer, but we game. That's how we dated. We used to go to arcades and we date and just like
Oh, that's
pop
what's
in the
up.
game. So I mean that may seem boring to other people. We used to love it, and he can't do as much now because he works so much. But yeah, but man, we used to love that, and we still do when he has the time. But it takes me back to those days. So I just say that's another thing. If you are married, make the time to have your date nights. You need to still do that. That
Yeah,
doesn't end because you're
but
married now. You still have to
they have,
take
you
the
know what?
time to spend time, just the two of you. If you got kids all at the house, and make the time to do that. You don't have to go like to a different country to do it. You can just maybe go to a park or go to a movie or whatever you guys have interest in, a play. you can go to a concert or something, anything, but just spend some time just doing things sometime together where that isn't work or obligation or something. And that way, that goes a long way.
Yeah, but what I was trying to say, when Zobi was talking about, what I was trying to say, when I got kicked out.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I'm sorry, Hebot. I'm so sorry.
no, because you're saying a lot of valid points. What Zobi, you said, you're right. You can't. You gotta learn that you gotta make yourself happy first. It's true. But when you get into a marriage, it shouldn't be about trying to find somebody to make you happy. You get what I'm trying to say? I put that in a different category because the truth is, if you're not happy with yourself and you don't know how to make yourself happy, you can never make anyone around you, not just the wife, anyone.
Yep.
It could be a child, it could be a friend. You can never make them happy to be around you, if that makes sense. You get what I'm trying to say? So marriage is not, people shouldn't look at it like, well, I need to find somebody because I need to make myself happy with somebody else. No, you already got to be happy within yourself, right? Marrying somebody is because you want to share your happiness with someone also, so that you don't feel alone. Because no matter how much you make yourself happy, at the end of the day, when you, like Unlimited was saying, if you're 40, 50 years old, you're no longer in that position where you could just go out and do things and make yourself feel happy and get satisfaction from it. And if you do, it'll be short term. But when you're married, it's on a short term.
Can I tell?
You know what I mean?
Can I tell Unlimited this real quick? Unlimited. When you become 40 and 50, you will be the men get sexier when they get older. You don't have a fall off, my friend. You will not fall off at 40 and 50. Men become more. Women become. You're gonna find girls really young trying to get at you too. Trust me, sir.
There's truth to that. That women find men that are older sexier. But see, it's true. But if you were lucky enough to find a good person early, you're going to be sexy to that person too. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but I don't knock you, like, because let's say you're 40 or 50 and you don't have a wife. That's not what I'm saying either.
Yeah, I don't think that.
If it works for you or it's working for you, I'm glad. I'm happy for you. What I really would say is, I hope you find somebody just as good as you are, that has a good heart, that you can share your happiness together, and not have to die alone or one day. Because I think that's really ultimately the saddest thing, is to, no one should die alone. No one should be alone at the time of death or when they're old.
I came here alone. I came here alone.
I understand that, but you came here alone because that's the process of.
The police got him.
That's right.
The police got him. Ultimately, Zobi, I just want you to be happy. But it's the shut doors that will open up to you in the future. That's all I'm saying. If don't be like, I never ever want to do this. Just leave the tiny potential open if you should find it. But if you don't, and you happier the way you are, I'm happy for you. That's all I want, is for you to be happy.
Zobi, you gotta go to Thailand, brother. Go to Thailand. Go to Philippines.
Zobi,
I'm not a sex addict. I'm not a sex addict.
I think what it is, bro, like I know we live in the States. I think if you went overseas, you might.
No, but I'm telling you, I'm not a sex addict. I tell girls that I'm with all the time, I don't need your vagina to be happy. You know what I'm saying? I tell girls that all the time. I'm more happy just sitting here, chilling, watching anime, with you. If you want to do that with me, that's cool.
Yeah, man. Those little moments be the best, man.
Yeah, they are. Find a girl who likes anime, because I used to watch it. And Dragon Ball, you got Goku in there. I used to watch that all the time with my husband. With Dragon Ball, we used to buy the movies. I mean, this is when anime wasn't even that popular. It wasn't on Funimation, all this stuff. We got into anime early. And man, it was the best thing I ever did because I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I hate how commercialized it is now, but
my ex was into anime, so we would watch it. For example, we did like just pretty much a weekend watching a lot of the Studio Ghibli movies and some other
Oh,
anime
God,
films, stuff like
good.
Princess
Yeah,
Mononoke.
Princess
I
Mononoke.
love that one. So other anime I found a little too silly for my taste, a little too cringy. But
Right.
she liked it, so I was like, yeah, it's cool with me.
There's some
No,
mature
I was just
anime
yeah,
that's
some of it I was just giving it a chance because the people who love anime seem to really, really, really love it,
mhm.
and I just kind of like it sometimes.
I
And
think you haven't found the right ones.
Yeah.
Here's one I always suggest to people. Please watch Death Note. That's such a good series. It's so good. I always tell people, please check out Death Note. It's
That
so
is
mature and it's so well done that it's one of my all-time favorites.
There's a lot of variety in anime unlimited if you just give it a chance. You
yeah,
got something
but
for
no, anytime
um,
somebody say, hey man, check this out, I'll check it out.
Death Note, I'm
But that
telling
don't
you,
mean.
you're gonna like it.
But sometimes I admit I don't end up liking it as much as the person would tell me. Now some of it I
Okay.
do love. Like I said, Princess Mononoke. I think that's how it's pronounced. I thought that was
Mononoke.
absolutely
Yeah,
fantastic.
it's very
I was
good.
blown away by how great that movie was. Yu Yu Hakusho I really liked.
yeah,
I
I
that's
thought
got
that
true.
was
that.
really
Yeah,
good.
that's a
Yeah,
good series.
yeah, I thought that was
Yeah,
really good.
yeah.
And then some of it, as a superhero fan, I thought I was going to like My Hero Academia more than I did. But maybe it's one of them shows where, by like season 3 or 4,
Hmm.
it'll really click with me. Maybe that's probably the case with that because I thought I was going to like that shit way more than I did.
You know what they
Watching
do?
Right.
the-
They do a lot of the stuff in there is geared towards like Japanese type anime, like superheroes. But
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
reason I love them, that doesn't bother me, right? But I'm also a guy who watched Food Wars, right? So, but what I'll say about
Oh,
my
you watch Food Wars? Oh my
I love Food
goodness.
Wars, yeah. I love it. But what it is because I'm a little bit more dialed into like the culture, right?
Right,
And
yeah.
so what it is with My Hero Academia is just the action is it just reminds me of what Marvel used to do back in the day.
Oh, okay.
It was just that's over the top, and they have a lot of heroic overtones. The main character, All Might, is definitely you can tell this dude likes superheroes from America, right?
yeah,
Because
Oh, okay.
he is the archetypical type of
yeah.
American.
I like the whole quirks gimmick they got with that and all the stuff. Some of
Yeah,
it was really neat. It's just that it wasn't clicking with me to where
Hmm.
it is.
because yeah,
Yeah,
the way some people explain it, man, I'm thinking I'm about to have a revolutionary experience with this show, and it was like, oh yeah, that was pretty good.
you know
But
what
I
it
did,
is.
yeah,
If it's probably better taking like a lot of these guys like they'll do like stuff on what people do reaction videos. That's
yeah,
probably the best parts of it, right? For people that are not hardcore into anime. Yeah, I see what you're saying, dude, because it has a lot of that quirky stuff.
yeah,
Anime
Yeah.
into
And
it.
that let's be real. Sometimes Japanese humor is very hard to wrap your mind around. It's so weird sometimes,
I mean,
so
yeah. And then for some of it, I just like I don't relate to a lot. For some reason, a lot of them are about teenagers, and I just do
yeah,
not fucking care
yeah,
about teenage shit, man.
right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's why I
Yeah,
do think you're gonna like Death Note. It's not a well, I just think you're gonna like. But if you don't, that's okay too. I just want you to experience it. At least some of it. Like try it out. If you don't like it, don't continue it. But just let me know what you think of that show if you ever get your hands on it.
oh yeah, definitely. I think it's on Hulu.
Is it?
Yeah, Hulu's got a lot of anime.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I didn't know they had a lot of anime on
Yeah,
there.
that's how watching that's how I watch Princess Mononoke,
Oh,
Yu Yu
okay.
Hakusho and all that stuff. Yeah, they got a lot of anime on Hulu.
Oh, cool. I don't know when they started doing that because I don't think they
Oh,
used to do that.
they've been doing it for a while, but I think they just started getting more.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
'cause
and then they don't plaster it on the fronts. When you log in and they'll
Yeah.
recommend stuff. Yeah, you got to kind of search for it.
Oh, okay, okay.
and Netflix be trying to take over.
Man, they be
Yeah,
making their own stuff.
You know
Like
that they have My Hero
they pay for their
Academia.
own stuff.
Yeah, they have their My Hero Academia on there, and I don't think you can watch seasons 1 through 4 on Crunchyroll.
Oh wow. I
Yeah, I
haven't
think that's what I seen that happen. I think I gotta go double check, but I know they did that with other anime shows like this. Like I forgot what show I was watching, and then Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer was like that because I have
Oh,
Crunchyroll.
Demon Slayer is good. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Demon Slayer is awesome.
That's really good. Yeah.
But Lemon, if you're looking for the like DC stuff that you like in anime, I don't think that's there because
No,
They-
no, no. I'm looking. No, I'm pretty open to anything. I'm just looking for something that clicks with me a bit
Mhm.
more. Something that's maybe feel the weight, like Yu Yu Hakusho was very,
It's
really
very
well
good.
written,
Yeah.
and I really click. I pretty much click with damn near every character, major character on the show. Like, okay, and you know, by the time they were fighting Tagoro, man, I was all into that shit. I was like, damn, man, I hope he beat his ass.
Uh,
Girl, the girl was putting him through it, you know, and then it turned out he was in love with Genkai. I think that's her
yeah.
name, Genkai.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
Yeah.
you like
You spoiling some
yeah.
things, but yeah.
And then one that followed that was really good too, with the black stuff. That was really interesting. I kind of wish that it went a bit more deeper into it. Like the dude had 7 personalities, but they only showed like 3 of them,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But other than that, like I said, really enjoyed it. And you know,
And it's a complete anime too. It's gonna fit your
yeah,
style.
yeah.
It's not running on forever and ever and ever. It
Yeah.
has a complete story. It's done.
Doesn't it
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah. Don't recommend me shit like One Piece, cause I ain't watching that. I ain't watching nothing that's like on an episode 1003
Yeah.
or like Pokemon, which Ash wins the championship after 25 years type shit. No, do not recommend me shit that long.
Yeah, I agree. So
Yeah, that's for y'all who grew up on that stuff, man. Look, I like Pokemon when I was a kid. I hated that anime as a kid, so I didn't really watch it much. What lost me on Pokemon Zobi was for some reason they made them all say their names. So most of the episode is Pikachu. I'm just like, what is this shit, man? But it was so popular. Like me and Zobi are probably a similar age, and I don't think you guys realize how popular Pokemon was in like 1998, 99, man.
I love Pokemon. I really do. I still love it to this day.
Yeah. And then so I enjoyed like Red and Blue.
Yeah,
Playing that and liking it. But I'm not gonna lie. By the time I was in high school with Ruby and Sapphire, I was out of it, man.
Yeah, dude. Man, I mean, I feel bad. We should let you try and get back to Mackin. I feel like I got to give you some type of advice. I don't know.
I'm good, man. I'm here until the 23rd, so it's not like I'm going home right now.
Well, if you do tie the knot, man, make that bad boy work, okay?
Yeah.
That's the best advice I can give you, man. Especially if you have kids. Because it's when you divorce and you have kids, dude, it's rough.
Yeah.
So yeah, find out. You said that your parents are married, right?
Yeah, man. It'll be 29 years in August.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
see, that's a great. That's what helps. I read the stats on it. So that's what helps a lot of marriages if your mom and dad still married. Yeah, that's a good example to have. Yeah, go with that, bro, and you'll be good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll be rolling.
Ideally, at least.
Yeah, I'll be rolling with Zobi, bro.
Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna get Android girlfriends.
Oh no, not that, dude. I don't go that way. I'll be reading. Dea knows, man. Dea knows where I'm at, dude. I'll be like watching all these documentaries and be reading my Bible. I get ready.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm ready to get sucked up in the air and ready for the kingdom. That's how I roll.
What documentaries are watching?
Just a lot of the stuff on end times prophecy. I kind of always tried to avoid the Book of Enoch stuff, but now I'm starting to get into it because of all the stuff that's going on. So there's a lot of prophecy being fulfilled, and Book of Enoch's always been kind of
looking into the red heifer stuff.
Yeah, all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, according to some people, that's what triggered the Palestinians to attack the Israelis and stuff. I'm not sure if that's what it is, but yeah, they didn't like that. That was an offense, because you're dealing with a holy site over there that ties to 3 religions. So
I'll tell you what I tell everybody else that when that subject comes up, it doesn't matter in a sense what we believe. It matters what they believe, right? Because that's affecting that, and and of course what we believe and how things are going to work out in the end. Of course, we have that. But
of course, yeah.
For them, when they're taking these actions and stuff like that, based
right, you want to understand why it happened, right?
Yeah, because it matters to them. So
right, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's funny because I don't watch Joe Rogan, but I know of Joe Rogan from when he was first started off in comedy. He was like a really big atheist.
Oh,
And
was he? Oh, okay.
oh yeah. He made jokes and stuff like that. Now to listen to him now, um, man, these guys are where I live, dude. They need cracks. So listen to him now, because when people like that start to see stuff, something's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So he'd be
Yeah.
bringing people on, and they talking about end times and
Yeah.
talking to him about creation and all this kind of stuff. So,
Right.
yeah. So what I
Gotta
mean
bring the
though is
right
that
people on there because there's some kooks out there. But I'm talking about you get the right people who actually do their diligence and studying, breaking down prophecy. Everything from when the Bible was written and in the like a lot of people don't take into context what did the Jews mean when they wrote this because they had a certain way of thinking back then. So a
yeah.
lot of times you have to understand where they pulling this from. Like some certain things confuse people, like the Book of Enoch, for instance. Like that was quoted a couple of times in the Bible, and that's the reason why some people bring that up. That doesn't mean they viewed it as scripture, though. That's the difference.
Well, I think we were talking about that before. I think the most interesting thing is when Rogan has somebody like a Jordan Peterson or somebody like that that's not a believer. For
Mhm.
at least when they start off, you know what I mean, and they end up becoming that because with them it's they're usually based on fact or they're pragmatic.
Okay, yeah. So he had good. Yeah, okay.
Yes, but then when they start seeing stuff, and so it is interesting.
Yes, we find it interesting. I do. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
fun.
because I mean, I guess we can because we already know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah, you do.
why I had a hard time playing Diablo because I was playing Diablo, I'm enjoying it, but it's such a humanistic way to look at good and evil.
It
Mhm.
is. It is. Yeah,
Yeah, so I'm playing it. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, okay.
it is. I thought that too when I was playing it. Like, yeah, the concept is so. Um, you can just tell when ideas don't really necessarily come from God. God has a completely, I put it this way, most people are not going to say, well, love your neighbor, no matter what they do. Like this is something, a concept that most people would never come up with, right? they eye for eye, tooth for tooth, even though that's used out of context and that's not the correct context. But that would be more what the average man would do. Like, hey, if you do good to me, I do good to you. If you don't, then I won't, but God tells you to go above and beyond and to show you what holiness actually is.
Well, I guess
Like,
like I have that problem with the game because they humanize these beings and creatures,
Mhm.
which is out
right,
of character, which wouldn't make any sense to me. This is why
right, because that
I
they're
always
evil.
loved,
Yeah.
yeah, I really love mythology because I never took it seriously. Right, I looked at it probably why I like comic books. Right, I like that type of stuff.
Hmm.
But when I was reading that, I was looking at that and I was like, I can't. It's kind of like that. Why would a person with that type of power? Why would a person that has that type of abilities or know those kind of things do that? It's something somebody that wouldn't know. It's very that's why I mean it's very humanistic. So I just trudge along to the story. I mean the graphics
It
look great.
feels very carnal to me anyway.
Well, I just think
And
I just think they're just not talented.
wow. Okay.
Because it doesn't. It's
Okay.
just. It's so. It's just. It just doesn't make sense, and you can tell this is something. I feel like the people that are making it, as far as the story, it's very. It's not like Ubisoft, right? When you have an Ubisoft game,
Mhm.
like they go into a lot of the history and the detail, and they kind of
Yeah,
formulate.
they do. They do
Right.
diligence with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then Diablo is Diablo. That's not its main core is the story.
Yeah.
But,
It's
but,
not.
but this is why I try and avoid like when I was dating at the time. This girl I was dating, she liked that show with the brothers.
With the
Dean
brothers.
and the dean and the two brothers that went around killing demons. Um,
Oh, supernatural.
yeah, supernatural.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so she wanted me to watch it with her. So I sat down, I watched it with her, and I just couldn't enjoy it. And then she
The
was like,
concepts in there is crazy, you know.
"Well," she was trying to tell me like, because I usually like stuff like that, if
Mhm.
it's fantasy and stuff like that. But the problem is like they were talking about angels and demons.
Yeah, they just started pulling, it doesn't surprise me because at the end of the day, if you're killing demons, they're going to start pulling from religious descriptions and stories and stuff like that. But they just kind of it didn't have context. It was like a mishmash of all different things, and it didn't make sense from our perspective. It was
Yeah.
just like they pulled whatever they needed to tell the story.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to explain to her. I'm like, well, because then she goes, why? What's wrong with it? I was like, well, angels don't do this. Angels don't have that power, right? All angels are servants of God. All the power they have comes from God. This is why those that fell, right? Those that fell, right? They fell for that particular reason because they got full of
Mm-hmm.
pride.
Mm-hmm.
They were led astray by Satan. Because a lot of
Right.
people think that the devil is on the same level as God. It's not even the same thing.
No.
It's not even
It's not
yeah.
even close. There's God and there's nothing else.
That's it. Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah.
she's
It's a
looking
lot
at
of
me like,
misconceptions.
well, she was looking at me and she goes, and this is why I read superhero comics.
Oh wow. Not to deviate a little bit. I just wanted to read something from Two Man that he wrote that he
Oh yeah, sorry,
co-wrote.
too, man. Go ahead.
Okay, married 24 years. Two men? Oh, wow.
Wow,
Married
good job.
24 years in August and 7 years dating before that for me and my wife. 31 years.
He never said he was happy. He never said he was happy.
Wow. Zoe.
Oh my gosh, Zuby.
He
Oh,
never said he was happy now.
Yeah.
Two man, would you
Zobi, don't forget to send your a picture of you smiling with your wife. Make
you
sure it's
mean
a
his
thumbs up and
robot.
send it to Zobi so he could have proof that you're happy, man.
Zoe sends his picture back with a robot and him together with a peace sign up. Like,
good? Yeah, congrats, hey, man. Good on you
man,
too.
that's fantastic. Yeah.
And you're a gamer, and you
And
have.
he's a gamer, yeah, and that's another thing. It doesn't seem like his wife interferes with his hobbies and
Well,
stuff like that.
to be fair, no woman I ever dated cared that I was never gave me issue with gaming either.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
My friend, his wife, they were in love. It was sickening actually, but when they were together, so he would hang out and play games. And I asked him one time, "Does she get mad?" And she goes, "No," and he goes, "No." And then I go, "Oh, okay, that's cool." And he goes, "Yeah, you know why?" And so why she'd rather have me at home playing games than me going out doing stuff.
Oh,
And I
okay.
thought, that's an interesting way of it. Then as I got to know him, that she was very possessive. Um,
Oh,
not in a psychotic kind of way, but she liked to be around him. She liked to know where he was, and she had this idea. I'm not saying, my boy, he wasn't an ugly dude, but you know what I'm saying. But I think she had the mentality that if he's out there, man, somebody would kind of steal him. So he made
oh,
sure that he was at home, that he was happy. She's really a nice person, though. But
right.
yeah, but I was like, okay.
What's your favorite Bible verse from your favorite chapter from the Bible, Sega?
I don't particularly have a very good chapter.
No.
I do have a favorite verse.
Oh, go ahead. What is it?
Well, I'll give you my verse, which I say to myself all the time to help me.
Yeah.
Whoso keepeth his mouth and tongue keepeth his soul from trouble.
Mm.
Oh, that's a good one.
So in Hawaii, when you're born, you kind of given this verse. At least in the older generation, from my grandmother, that was my verse. Which when I was growing up, I was like, wow, that's kind of a messed up verse to have. But I realized what it is because sometimes, when I get certain ways, man, my mouth kind of gets away from me. So I can understand why that was given to me. It's almost it was made to be given to me for reasons, and it saved me a lot of times, kept me out of trouble.
Yeah.
And probably my favorite Bible verse is in Psalms, which is "Be still and know I am God."
I love the Adam and Eve storyline. That is, excuse me, I shouldn't say storyline, but the Adam and Eve, the Genesis. That is
Right, Genesis. Yeah.
Oh, what do you like about it? Like just the story itself, or
I think it. Um, I think it's more reason to get an Android wife because the woman,
I knew you was gonna say something like that.
because,
I knew some anger was coming up. I knew it.
When I said that, I was like, after I quoted that my verse to myself,
I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just going what the book says. Now the book says that the woman, no disrespect to ladies, I love women, but she's more acceptable, or she's going to listen to Satan before she listens to the Most High. Is that true?
No, women are they are more driven by emotion. It's just differences in women and men. But it was the responsibility of Adam, though. He gave that responsibility to run the Garden of Eden. He was head. So even if Eve made that mistake, he was supposed to bring that before God, but he didn't. He submitted before that. He
Yeah,
had
yeah.
all the power to not do that. He wasn't pressured. Well, obviously she was saying, "Oh, I know," and that was true. She had knowledge of good and evil. All those were facts. But how she got it was wrong. But those was facts. But it didn't matter because the responsibility was given to Adam, and that's why everything failed because he was man. Everything comes from him. So even her, she came from a rib from him, right? So that's the reason why everything failed. Like everything would not have fallen had Adam stood on what
I,
he was supposed to
I,
do.
I
He didn't do
agree
that.
1,000,000%. I agree 1,000,000% what you just said. Um, I do believe that men can buckle and break and fold for a woman before he will fall for before Satan couldn't get to a
Yeah,
man.
he couldn't get to him, but Eve
Um,
could. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Well, he even
I think a lot of men break and fold and drop all their beliefs and values for a woman. I do believe that, especially like Hebot said, one of the most. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but he did say that sex was a beautiful thing in a relationship, and
Agreed. With the right person. Yeah.
yeah, and I do believe that men will fall, or
But see,
even
you see that in a negative sense, whereas I don't. I see that as that was God's design and plan. So
yeah,
like it's almost like you're saying that the design that God made originally for having one man, one woman united in marriage. And by the way, marriage is so important to God that from Jesus's perspective, he's going to marry his bride. That's how important that is, that institution is to God. So it's very holy. So I don't view it in that sense. Now, if you bring the wrong person into that, it can be a disaster, right?
mhm,
Like I
yeah,
can say right now, the church hasn't been as faithful to God as it should be. We got, a lot of strays out here, people doing things they shouldn't do. This is not good. But at some point, God is going to reconcile his bride. Christ is going to reconcile his bride at the end of things, make sure that things are right. But faithfulness and it's a lot of things. The problems that we're having in marriages is what we're having in society as a whole. That's what it is. A societal problem.
yes,
We're broken as a people, and especially in the West, more so because you don't see these problems in the same way. It's coming though down the road because they're adopting things we did. We're ahead of them. But like say
yes,
the East and all that, they're coming to the same place that we're at now. But we've abandoned principles that have worked and have thrived throughout centuries. We've abandoned it. Like the basic structure of a family is so beneficial. Like Unlimited said, he had both his parents. Why in the world would somebody prefer to just be raised by one parent? I
mm,
told you that my husband's father died when he was 10, so his mother had no other choice but to raise him, right? Him and his brothers and stuff. She was married, but he died. So, but she struggled. Like it was a struggle. I've heard some of her stories and how difficult it was for her. And that's not an ideal situation because she wasn't always there to see what her boys was doing. She was just trying to put food on the table and survive. So that's not ideal. Now, obviously, in that case, that was circumstances that did it. But the ideal setup is what Unlimited grew up in. Even if you're on the poor end of things, if you got both those parents and they're raising you and they're looking over their children and they're strong unit, is nothing can get to that. Not even a demon can't get to that because it's such a strong unit. And that is the perfect image that God wants for the people. And so I don't look at marriage in quite the same way. I understand your cynicisms because I've told my brothers, be very careful with women. Do not I tell them all the time, you be guarded when it comes to women. I understand why you have to do that. You have to protect yourself as a young man out here. I do not think it's easy for men to even go out in the dating scene and all that. So I can understand why some are just choosing to step out of it. I get it. Because women have abused. We've talked years about how men abuse their positions. And now
yeah,
for some weird reason, society has put women up higher than men. And what have we done? We've done the same exact things that men in the past who abused their positions have done. So we're just as guilty. What we're seeing right now is that we're no better.
yeah.
You know?
Isn't there a Bible verse that says it's better to walk alone than to be with a contentious woman?
Yep.
Yes.
yes.
Yes. So if you don't ever like, if you never find a woman that is decent enough for you to marry, then stay alone. I would say that. Do that. You'll be happier that way. But
Go
if
ahead.
you do find one, don't shut it off for the sake of shutting it off. That could be, from my perspective, God sending you that one person that He made for you. That could be. You just don't know. I just don't want you to be so locked off from it that if you do see that right person, like, man, you clicking, everything is right. She has the same interests and things like that. She's good. You think that things could work out. You may even date her for a while and everything's going good, but you're just so scared that you're letting that drive all your decisions. That's what I'm scared for you. I don't want that to happen. I just want you to be cautious, but not to just lock off everything from you. But if you never find a person like that, then I would, because this is what I would do. I would just stay to myself.
Yeah.
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 Are you a Christian, Sylvie?
I'm getting, I'm going there. I'm going in that direction. That's why I wanted to know what documentaries you were watching.
Oh, okay.
I started reading my Bible last year.
Oh,
Good. Good.
I do believe there's a higher power. I'm not an atheist or anything like that.
right, right. Yeah.
I think the, I think,
Agnostic,
I think the
probably.
Bible is the real deal. I think the Bible has a lot of teachings in there for stuff that's going on right now
Yeah.
Yeah.
that I
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. Sorry. So when I meant the videos, it's more. There's nothing that can replace the Word of God.
Yeah.
Um, but what I was just talking about is just stuff that piques my interest because of, like you said, all the things that are going on. And the reason why I bring this stuff up because it delves into the supernatural side of the Bible, basically. Right.
Right.
That's what I've been. I tend not to. I'm the type of person. I'm a Baptist this way, so we tend to focus more on the gospel and the message, right?
Mm-hmm.
The great
Right.
commission, which is to make to take the word of God out to everybody. And
Yeah. And I've been feeling a call in that direction too, that we need to definitely be reaching more people with that message, because I just think that we are running out of time.
yeah,
And I've heard that from a lot of people, and I don't think that's coincidence. And I know people said it before. I'm talking about, no, seriously, things are running,
yeah,
winding down, because you're seeing a lot of things play out. Like, yeah, I tell you, when I first found the Lord, where the Lord found me, I
yeah,
could give you a story about how I got saved, but um, I was shocked to realize that Israel had become a nation and they hadn't been for all those years. That
Mm.
probably was
1948,
the biggest thing that threw a shock in my system. I was like, what? What was it? It was
1948,
1946 or
48.
something, like, oh, it's 48. Okay, yeah, I can't remember, because I couldn't believe that. I was like, what? In my mind, for whatever reason, I thought they were always a nation. I just thought they always existed as one. But when I
I mean,
realized, no, they hadn't all this time, but they only formed as a nation again. And not only that they retained their natural language. Like, I know, look, it's hard for us, like how you said, Sega, like, Hawaiians are losing their identity and all in this short amount of time.
yeah,
You know, I'm sure your original language and all that stuff is also being diluted and things like that. You know, if it isn't already gone, because it can happen very quickly.
hmm
But I was stunned to see that not only was Israel a nation, but they even retained their original language, which meant that they could still read the old texts and all that. That should have been lost, but they retained it.
I
That's
know that
unheard of.
yeah. I mean, they are a proud people. Um, but I mean, they're the chosen people of God. So
Right. I think that was by design, because, like, for instance, when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, and
hmm
to find out that text is like maybe 1% different, but because that might be a translation thing, but everything was one for one with that old scroll, with the book of Isaiah. I think it was the book of Isaiah that was on the Dead Sea Scroll when it was originally discovered. Could not believe it. So it was, a lot of things got debunked with that when they thought that the Bible was so manipulated that was unrecognizable, and the Dead Sea Scrolls that showed just with the book of Isaiah how preserved it was. And I think they found stuff since then, but that it was just, it's things like that for myself, I can't speak for other people, but I've seen enough evidence and things like that God has shown people enough that, hey, I've been setting this stuff up for you guys. I'm giving you as much time as possible because things will come to an end. This is not going to go on forever. This world is not perfect. It's so horrible on so many levels. It's you have child sex trafficking, you have adult sex trafficking, you have drugs, you have people who suffer in ways you don't even want to know. War is absolutely terrible. This is not the ideal world for us, and it never was. And so I don't even want it to go on forever. But God in his mercy and his grace has given us this time, because think about it. When you think from the time that Christ was here and he died, I mean, we're all of us just been born in this generation. Look how much time it took for us to get here because of God's patience, to give us that chance to make the decision we have to make. And although Zobi hasn't, he's learning now, but that's the point. It's his time now. I think, he's in his time. Now I had my time too when I questioned things and I looked into things. So yeah, I appreciate the time that God gave me in order to learn who he was.
Yeah, God's hands in God's hands in everything. And when times like these come around, like you see a lot of scientists now, right? You've seen a lot of stuff that they're discovering. Um, how many times how many prophecies have been fulfilled?
It's a lot, yeah. Especially when you look at the messianic prophecies, a lot of those had been fulfilled. It's shocking because people forget that the Old Testament was written by many people thousands of years before he was born. Look up the prophecies that Christ fulfilled by himself. And he hasn't finished all of them. Don't get me wrong. He hasn't finished all. We know that he has there's still a few that's still left to be fulfilled. But he fulfilled a lot of them when he was here.
I think it feels a little bit more real
Hmm.
in this day and age now because, like you said, all the stuff that's going on because it's so evil now.
It's so evil.
It's
It's
so
so
evil.
dark.
Whereas I remember growing up, I find it's funny because this whole podcast we're going to talk about the woke stuff, and the reason why
Yeah,
I
woke
focus on
stuff.
woke stuff so much is because when I
Mhm.
was growing up as a Christian, right, and if you were trying to talk to somebody about Jesus or God or anything, right, to do with what people classify as religion,
Right.
right, you're so like you get, people wouldn't like that, and you get teased or worse, right,
Right.
right, and it's funny because when I was growing up that way, there's a lot of people that told me like, don't judge me, don't do this, don't do that, we don't want to hear this, we don't want to hear that. Of course, we're called to do it, right? But isn't
Well,
it funny, right?
you're
Because
right. That's the first thing a person would say. Don't judge me. Like that's they act like that's what you're doing, but we all are sinners. So I mean, what can we say?
we're trying to share, right? I understand if like
Right.
somebody was coming out there
Yeah.
trying to put themselves above everybody else, but that's not what we do. But it's the
No.
interesting thing to me is because we all have a spirit, right? You're gonna follow something, and so
Right.
it's funny to me because when I look at how people who are woke now, it's a religion. That's why I've been saying this for the longest time. What it is to me, people call it woke. I just call it well. That's their version of their religion, right?
Hmm.
Because it has tenets of faith. It has faith. It has tenets of faith, right? There's things that they absolutely believe that you can't, tell them otherwise.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
right.
It's cultic to me,
Yeah, yeah.
more
Then that's
like
the
a
difference.
cult.
It's more of like
Yeah.
a cult, but still, right? And so when I see that, it's the other side of the coin, and that's kind of the interesting thing in this time day and age, right? You can actually see the devil, right, actually working, and maybe it's because of my age, right? Because a lot of times when age, your perspective changes, you get older, right? But you can kind of see it, and it's so I don't know about everybody else, but to me, it's like it's so openly you can see it. Like it's not even
I
hidden.
can. Like
It's not even
I heard something from Bill Maher that terrified me. I mean, I can't deal with certain things. I don't have the constitution to deal with some of these darker stories and things that I've heard. So I don't look too deep into the more darker things, but something that he said that really disturbed me and that still bothers me. Yeah, I saw a video of him. I guess recently people was talking about abortion and
yeah. I
I
saw
don't
this.
know. I
I
don't
don't,
really know what the subject was about. I just saw a clip and he said that he was okay with that. And I was, and he said he doesn't really care. Like he understands it's murder, but he doesn't really care.
but
But the
here's
way he said it was so cold and so nonchalant that I was like, wow.
that's
Like,
probably the most that's the most honest you'll get from people because what he was commenting on, he was just trying to tell everybody to be honest because people are trying to say it's not murder, it's not murder, it's not murder.
right, right, yeah.
So what he's always talking about is how, and it's funny to me because he's on the left, right? And so what has happened is his side has gone off the edge. Right, these guys are psychotic. So what he starts talking about that, says he doesn't want to go that far left. Right, he doesn't want to join them and go off the cliff, but he's still Bill Maher. He's still himself. So in trying to admonish them by saying, "Yeah, you guys should just be honest," so then he kind of had a moment of honesty himself, and he
He
basically said,
did.
"I know it's murder, and I'm
He said,
okay."
I know it's murder, and he's okay with it. Yeah,
Because
and
he was saying, yeah, he
he was
was.
acting like the babies were unwanted people, like they don't hold any value. But then that thought took me back to what I studied with Nazi Germany,
Yeah.
how they picked and chose. It wasn't just the Jews that they picked as a group of people that wasn't worthy. It was people who had mental illness, and for a person who has that in my family, who has a person like that in my family, it's
Mm.
terrifying to think that some people would think that it's okay to kill a person like that because they have struggles, and that scared me. That really did, like, to see that, to hear that from. I guess it was because he was so direct with it.
Well, he, like I said, what he was,
And
it was.
I don't want to make it. I don't want to make it a racial thing, but doesn't he prefer black women too to date? Doesn't he only date black women?
Bill
Um,
Maher.
his
Yeah,
wife, yeah, his wife's black, right?
I think he only breaks. I think he only is attracted to black women. So that's interesting coming from him.
Wow. Yeah, because at one point, like, yeah, because yeah, that is strange. I don't know. I don't
Hmm.
know. I didn't know his dating preferences. I didn't know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, all I know is that I'm more aligned with, like, not aligned, but I'm more speaking towards his politics, right? And so he is a hardcore liberal, right? And so the irony of him talking about this is he's chastising the people on his side and to make himself feel morally superior. Well, that's what he said.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
that's
Yeah.
scary
So he
though.
was saying, like, at least it's murder. I knew that.
Yeah,
And
he
at least
said
I'm
it
honest
flat
about it.
out.
That's the way.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about. Because what he was saying, the people on his side are trying to frame it in a different way, so it's not murder. That, like, 9 months isn't the same as 3 months. Stuff like that.
Yeah,
Or
things like
Yeah.
that.
just
Yeah.
a blob. It's not a real person. That kind of stuff.
But that's not even the worst I've ever heard. I actually heard this woman. Unfortunately, she was a black woman. Sometimes the blacks have abandoned so much of their moral principles and stuff. We used to have such strong principles in our families. But this one woman said that she was asked a question, point blank. She was asked, would you be okay with a woman saying she has the right to kill her baby after birth? And she was like, yeah.
Mm, mm, mm.
I said, what? He said, okay, what age? He said about it, 9 months. I mean, I'm sorry, 5 months after birth. She said, yeah. He said a year. He was just trying to see what her limit was. She said yes. And he said 2-year-old child. And she said yes. She said it doesn't have anything to do with me. She just said it like that.
Mm,
And I
mm,
think
mm.
that's the most egregious I had ever heard.
Mm, 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 mm.
I said a child, born and everything.
The worst
Child.
I heard was actually in person one was when I was in college
Uh-huh.
and some they were doing some protests and they had to kill the baby sign, right?
Oh
Yeah, I'll
man.
never forget it too because the girl I was dating at the time, she was the one who I proposed to at the time, right?
Uh-huh.
And I just remember we were just walking together, right? At the because she went to what's that school in Nacogdoches? Oh man, it's at the top of my head. Named after one of those legendary Houston, Texas people. CM Houston, I think. Right? No, Stephen F. Austin. That's what it is. Stephen F. Austin. And I'll never forget it because I drove up there to Stephen F. Austin so we could hang out together. And the college students literally having the signs saying, kill the babies and all this shit, and
Oh
just getting in people's faces, and we were just like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying? And that was like my close experience to that shit and just how deranged such a take is to where
right.
I just couldn't get it out of my head, Dea, of how do you think you're the good guy literally saying kill the babies, right?
Babies, right.
To
Right.
support abortion. It just doesn't make it just didn't make any sense to me. And it just seems so out there. And that was man, that was nearly a decade ago. That was I was in college.
That was a decade ago that people were saying stuff like that.
Yeah, that extreme. And
Wow.
college campuses, they tend to be very, very more left wing. At least what they try to teach, right?
Right.
And so I see. Really, sometimes it seems like the stuff that came from college just ended up being coming to the mainstream. Really,
Yep. Because the kids who was going to school there bringing that to the workplace and other places that they end up, right? They
yeah,
grow up, they
They've
they
had
go out into society,
yeah. And I guess because when I was in college, I used to work nights and go to school in the day, sleep in the car and shit like that. So maybe
Oh,
that's why I didn't get that stereotypical college brainwashing. I was literally just going to class, work, and study. That was my college
right,
life.
right,
Damn near the you know what I'm saying?
right.
there's like
Um,
there's a generation of people that was raised on this stuff.
yeah,
This goes far back as I'll just be like the hippie period, and the culture counterculture thing,
Right,
all that
yeah.
stuff from back in the day. So
Right.
they've had over what, 50, 60 years. And this is like what the Bible says, right? The fruits of your labor.
right.
Like we planted, these seeds were planted a long time ago.
A
Now
long time ago, and we're just seeing the fruits popping out now.
that's why when I watch all this pop culture stuff, and people are sitting there telling me about, oh, all we need to do is do this in Star Wars or do this, I was like, bro,
The
you're dealing.
hippies actually fought for something, though. They were fighting against the Vietnam War at that time.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Now,
but they're a bunch of rich college kids fighting against the war.
they
yeah,
didn't want to get drafted.
but now they seem like they brainwashed them to the point where now it's not against the government anymore. It's against
Right,
it's
right.
against the people. How did they do that?
Well, because Zobi, the hippies, they were against they're against society in general. Right? They
Hmm.
didn't like the structure of their parents' generation. So
Yeah,
that's what they're fighting about. That's why they dress the way they dress. That's why they promiscuity and stuff like that, and it just increased from there. It's a slippery slope thing, right? You start off. This is why sin is so dangerous because you start off at one end, right, and you just have a little opening to it, a little crack to this, a little crack to that, and before you know it,
Now, how did that hippie generation turn to pro government when they
That's a
were
good
oh, because they
question.
got into power.
yeah.
when they when they
Power.
were
They
anti-government?
got into power, Obi. That's how. And when
Mm,
you get power, listen, everybody who gets power don't want to give it up, man.
mhm.
Because
That's
they're the ones. It's the most interesting to me because I've seen this within my. Yeah, I see it here in Hawaii, right? You have a lot of people who fight against the system but don't like the government because they consider it white or it's anti them. You know what I mean? It's against the minorities, against this until they get into that power, then they become the
Right.
yeah.
You want to know how many blacks that claim that they once they got up there, and you all of a sudden you see that you notice they got money because they flaunt it, the way they
Mm,
dress, the way they act. All of a sudden, the issues that actually affect the people where they came from no longer matters. We
mm.
supposed to blindly vote for Democrats until we die without receiving anything in return and all this stuff. Instead of making both sides fight for our vote, I've always said that. That's
Yeah.
why I'm independent because I said I want people to fight for my vote. But you get these what some people coin race hustlers out here that just all they gotta do is say something racism, and you blacks get whipped right back into shape. They get right back where they need to be. You get these churches, which I cannot stand. This is something I can't stand. I've hated it ever since. They will, if you happen to go to an all black church, they'll, or not just that, a liberal church, and they'll just all of a sudden a politician who never ever shows up there ever, okay, will show up there around when it's time for voting. They'll prance them around up there on the stage, and all they had these people say a few words, and then they disappear. I saw that with my own eyes several times, and I'm like, this is stuff like this that, and I know that these people are simply using the black people and stuff, and the ones that's at the top that see it, they don't care because now they've made it from their eyes. And this is what drives me crazy because it doesn't matter who you send up there. No, it seems like they corrupt everybody. It doesn't matter. See, that's the thing. They got us fighting over race, over how many, if it's 100,000 genders out there and stuff, and if they got us fighting over everything. It doesn't matter what it is. And we can't really see who our real enemy is, and it is the government because they want power. They want control. And we saw what control does during COVID.
Mm.
That's what control actually looks like. When you can be told, like I in my state, that you can't paint in your house that you can't buy seeds for your garden over some darn shot. That's what happened in Michigan. That's why I got to get out of this state, because Whitmer is a nutcase. Look up some of the stuff she did. But this is what, when people get drunk on power, that's what happens. So
Well, in
the
order
government is not our friend.
for a
I'm
lot of
sorry.
these people, right, in order to implement what they wanted to implement, is there. So, like, if I was a Christian, right, and I
Right.
wanted everybody to believe in God and Jesus, but I would want to force it, right? I would turn it into a theocracy. That's what you would do.
Right. Right. If you wanted to force
So,
that. Yeah.
what these guys are doing, their ideology is more on the liberal bent, so they want to make that. So that's what they're doing. That's and you see it in everything. This is why you can't escape it. You know, we were talking about it earlier.
It's
Where
everywhere.
you open a comic book and you just want to read a good superhero.
Yeah.
Hero,
Yeah.
but you can't. But it's all inundated. You know, and I thought it was funny because somebody that I follow on Twitter, on X, actually posted this. He just said it really simply. He said, you know, demons refer to themselves as they, them, their.
That is true.
That's the pronoun.
That's actually true, because if you ever see any exorcisms of people being, not the fake ones, but I'm talking about real hardcore ones. They do, like, it's multiple ones in there or something like that. They do. I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's like we know that in the Bible there's an example. Legion, everybody always quotes that one. That poor man that was possessed, but it turns out it was a lot of demons inside of him.
Mm-hmm.
And they said they do. It's a lot of them in them, right? So that's true. I never even considered that.
Like the thing with the ideology, they understand. I give the left, the people on the far left, credit. They understand the power of words.
Yeah, they do.
They understand the power of perception. You know,
They're smart too in the things that when they want to gain something, they know how to do it.
Well, they're very persistent. They're tenacious because they believe, right, and they're not bound by the rules, like how a Christian would be, or a decent person. You don't even have to be a Christian, just a decent person.
Right.
Would be, and that's what it is. That's why I have no qualms about when I look at people directly. You can see it, right? I mean, it's that obvious. Now they're not hiding it. Right?
No, not no more.
Not at all. I mean, this is how far we've become. And this is why, on the flip side of things, right, you see a lot of people moving towards God. Like in your case, Sobi, right? You started reading your Bible, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
Continue. Yeah. I encourage you to do that.
Yeah.
Because the times are not. It's not going to get any better. Right. So
it's not. And in my opinion, Zobi, how you said you like being alone. Well, I know what that feeling was like before I found God. It was an emptiness I couldn't feel any other way. No matter what I did, no matter what I tried, I always felt like something was missing. And I didn't know what that was, because I don't know about anybody else here. I was not raised in religion. This is not coming from a person who was raised in it. God found and sought me out, or He remembered a prayer from a little girl who didn't know what she was saying. I don't know how I remembered a prayer I said when I was about 10 years old. Didn't really know who God was. Didn't even know who Christ was at all. In fact, I was like, I don't know who that person is. I just want to serve God. I didn't even understand anything. I was that ignorant. But I remember saying a little prayer about God saving me one day. And He didn't do it right then and there. I didn't get saved at the age of 10. He waited until I got around 15 years old. And his timing is always good. But it wasn't until then that I realized that there was something missing. And I've never, since that moment, I've never felt alone again, personally. I can just only speak for myself. That is something about that loneliness. It's like we're all born alone until we find that missing piece in us. That's what it felt like to me. And so if we're coming up to more darker times, which I believe we are, and when I say dark, I mean really dark. I mean, I think we're going to have certain rights stripped of us. I believe that we're not going to have as much choice as we think we are. And you know what? No matter how big people talk, I do believe that the people who control things are willing to go to any lengths to see to it that they get the means of the end. So a government can do atrocious things, and Americans aren't used to that. But we're going to.
Are they really not?
They're not. They're not used to it. They're not used to seeing a government
on our land, are done to us publicly, right?
Right.
Okay,
Like,
got you.
The military, for instance. Have we ever seen our military turn against us?
Yeah. Okay, because I was gonna
Yeah.
say that this
Not
country.
not not police or something like that.
Nah, I don't
But
mean police. I mean, literally toppling democratic societies,
right.
having puppets, a bunch of puppet states.
Yep.
Um, what else did they do?
I mean,
Do? Oh, support the Banana Republic
Yep.
for
Yep.
our own interests, despite that country. I forget which one. I think Guatemala. Literally fighting against it and electing, using the CIA to literally lie to Americans
Yep.
about starting fake wars.
Yep.
So you know, outside of our borders, it is not a pretty sight. Oh, how
Exactly.
about literally lying to get us into the Vietnam War? I almost forgot about that one.
Yep. Yep.
And the lie would have stuck if whistleblowers didn't expose them.
Well, lying to go into the Iraq War.
Oh yeah,
Exactly. That's
yeah,
another one.
yep. A war so egregiously falsified, Zobi,
Yeah.
that we lost. I mean, look at how many rights we lost from that couple
Just
decades
that.
ago. The Patriot Act
Yeah, that's
alone,
what I was gonna say. Patriot Act,
yeah, should have got Bush
thrown
impeached.
out of there. Yeah, he should have been thrown out for that.
Yeah, and but that's not counting the shit Obama did that restricted rights
Yeah.
and so on.
Every president's been doing it.
Yeah.
So that's the, and we're still, the reason why they get away with it is because we're so divided. I think if the people were united in this, we'd have more power.
I disagree.
You don't? You do?
Yeah, because people are choosing it.
They're choosing that? Well,
Yes.
okay.
There's a group of people in this country that hate this country, and they're choosing to go this route.
Mm.
That's the reality. If I was to simplify it, it's like in video games, right? People are making conscientious choices to play certain things or buy certain games or not buy certain games.
Right.
When it comes to politics, right? Because here's the problem. I figured this out a long time ago because I used to be completely in the all-in crowd of politics and stuff. I educated myself on it. And the sad reality that I came up with is that it's not really the government, it's the people. Because the people don't realize what they have. They don't realize how fragile all of this stuff is. And it's just like when Jesus returns, right? Yeah.
I'm listening. Yep.
Yeah, when Jesus returns, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be sit there. It's like I never knew.
Yep.
And we've had generations of we are founded as a Christian nation. Now look at us. Right?
I know.
So that's what
they've even turned asylum seekers who were Christians away.
Mm.
And I didn't even know that. I heard of a real story from I forget what country this guy. He was Dutch or something like that. And apparently, I don't know what's going on with all these European countries, but some of them are way worse than we are, if you can believe it.
Well, they're farther. They're way farther along than us. Yes.
Right, we're stripping away rights and stuff. Right. So they was trying to get this man and his family to make a decision they couldn't in good conscience make according to their faith. So they ran to America, believing that we were still a Christian nation.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, what he got in return for that, he was spied on, and then eventually they didn't kick him out, but it was all but impossible for him to get a visa to, like, he tried to do it on asylum. That was a legit asylum case, but instead he ended up having to run away from America, and now he's in another country.
Yeah.
He and his family.
Because why would you want to bring that? That he would be the enemy.
He would be. I mean, they're already trying to replace people like us. It's not just the religion, it's the principles and all that stuff, because everything that we don't like, it's the same thing when we say woke and things like that. They want that. We don't. It's not just Christians, but it's good people too that see through all that crap, that don't want it either. And so they want to replace us, I think. And that's what they're bringing in over the border is our replacement.
Yep. Yep. That's what it's all about. If they're, because they understand at the bottom because all the stuff that's going on, right? They want to control what you eat. They want to control what you listen to. They want to control what you do, right? And you can't do that when you have a free society.
Right.
This is something China found out the hard way, right? China is trying to be like us, right? Like a warped version of us because they like the power, or the perception of power that the U.S. wields. They
Mhm.
want to be that. They want to be like that. Unfortunately, to do that, they introduced capitalism to their people, and man, they didn't
They
realize.
gave them a taste of what it's like, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, and that's why they're falling apart right now. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the party, right?
Right.
Yeah, and so this is why that's why I say when people sit over here talking about how many people got laid off by Microsoft, I was like, dude, there's
Oh
like
man.
hundreds of
Yeah.
thousands of people just got laid off in China. They showed up for work and they had no jobs. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yes. It's bad. It's China's falling apart.
and that's another problem with America, right? Is our perception. Sometimes we're just a little bit too focused on us and not realizing what's going on around the world. This is why you miss
Right.
the signs, right? This is why a lot of the signs get passed over because number one, we don't study the Bible. We're not the Christian nation we used to be,
No, we're not. Yeah.
and then we're not even pragmatic anymore with a lot of our stuff.
Right.
Me, I, or what I want. It's all about me. Very selfish.
But isn't that the human
What,
condition?
when was the peak of U.S. being a Christian nation?
Oh
Probably.
man, you had shoot, the government used to start off with prayer. They prayed all the time inside the Capitol.
Mhm.
They
Like the
you also
U.S. Capitol, right?
yes,
Okay.
in fact it was in every form of government.
Hmm.
Every form of government.
Yeah,
It
Most
was in
because
the
by the
court
time I was
system.
a kid, none of this stuff was
It
really
was
taking
they had
place.
expunged they got
Yeah.
it used to be in schools. I remember when it was in schools and stuff. It didn't last long, but it was like obviously I think the Pledge of Allegiance lasted a little bit longer after that, and then that was removed. But that stuff didn't last for very long. But they removed prayer out of schools. Um, you
probably
had
like
it in every facet of life. It was not, you could. There was no such thing as not being able to say anything about God or do anything in a public. Now, in any federal building, you can't do anything related to God in any form.
well, I'll say this: I'm a federal worker. It's starting to shift again. Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
okay?
So what they're doing though is the devil, man. He's very deceptive. I mean, I'm not praising, but
Hmm.
it's amazing to watch. If I'm being honest, as a person who likes to see little, like I say all the time, mechanizations of things.
Okay.
So what ends up happening is like, yeah, that's what they do. But now they're accepting it. But in accepting it, you got to accept everybody, or you got to accept every faith, or you got to accept everybody how they feel, right?
Hmm.
And it's a struggle because the chaplain corps. I mean, so if you can't, sometimes when you can't destroy it up front, like just run it over or run it out, right? If the devil finds another way, right?
Right.
And that other way is to water it down to make it
Right.
um, how does I say palatable to people, right?
Right.
They use the guise of diversity, right? They use the
Right.
guise of being acceptable.
Right.
You don't want to leave people out. You want to be accepting. You want everybody to feel good. You want everybody, you know, almost like a new age type of concoction that they come around with, right? But at the
Right.
end of the day, when I watch it, I'm like, I know what's going on, right?
Right.
And then when you say something, of course, then you'll be ostracized. You have to go to training.
Right. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's unbelievable.
there's all kind of ways that you see. It blows my mind because I'm sitting there watching this and I feel like you know, and I know that's our job as Christians, right?
Yeah.
But even Christians, they don't see it, and it's
Well, a lot of Christians have been, you know, their churches have let them down. Their leadership has let them down. I'm not ashamed to say it because I think it needs to be. I think God is purging a lot of these dead churches. A lot of dead churches everywhere.
it's the sign of the
So
end times too, right?
it is a sign.
Yeah,
He said a lot of them was going to die off like that, right off the vine, and then what's left is the strong, the ones that actually hold up to actual principles. Because living a Christian life is not easy.
yeah, it's hard.
Okay, it's not. People think it is, but it isn't. It's a lot of challenge because what you would naturally want to do, you have to go against that and do what God have you do, and that's not always an easy thing. But um, you either believe or you don't, like I trust in God, I trust him with my life because I have no other place. There's no other God, so I have to follow and see this all through. So that, like, for instance, if he sent me to there's a place here in Michigan, I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. It's called Dearborn, Michigan, and there's nothing
Yeah,
but Muslims, right there.
yeah,
Muslims live there. And if he told me tomorrow, hey, I want to send you to Dearborn, Michigan, and share the gospel, I would do it. Would I be nervous? Sure. That's my natural
Well,
feelings, of course. Like
especially
naturally, right?
especially now, right?
Right, yeah.
It's kind of a bad
But
time.
I would do it, and you know what? I could even be going to. In some cases, sometimes God does send a person to their death, but it's because that message has to get out because there's a soul that He's trying to save out of that.
Yeah.
Somebody He's trying to target, or people He's trying to target,
Did
and
you hear
so
about? Did you hear about the Middle East divisions um, that Muslims are having?
oh yeah, it's a yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That shocked me too. And I because of the large Muslim population here, there's also a counter to that. I was supporting this company called ABN as they broadcast to Arabs
Right.
the gospel, and they're located here in Michigan as well. And these are all Arab Christians, and
Yeah.
they all got their own stories and stuff. But they started as like a TV, like a show where they have like different. They teach in Arabic, and
Right.
and uh, and I learned a lot about that through them because I was donating to them and stuff, and really, um, hopeful that God was punching a hole through to the Middle East because a lot of times people think like that like God hates the Middle East, and He doesn't hate any of them. He want all of them. They all His. He wants them all. So well, He's going to target all of them. They're all His creation, and we're not all sons and daughters. We have to accept that. But he try. I've seen it with my own eyes how hard he is trying to fight for the Arabs out there. He loves them just equally. Sometimes I see this anger between the Jews and the Arabs. I'm like, you so silly because God loves both of you so much. If you only knew.
Well, I think because some of your best converts, right, are going to be your most hardcore uh, Christians are going to be those that come from a background that's not. We're so spoiled here in the United
We're
States.
weak Christians
We
here.
are.
We're weak. That's how I know we got
Yeah.
a time of testing coming here somewhere because
Oh
we're
yeah.
too weak. We've been blessed so long, and I think that is we're gonna have to be we're gonna have to be tested. That we have to for our own sake. Sometimes we don't think that we see chastisement as being a bad thing or something, a testing being a bad thing, but sometimes that's what you need to strengthen you. Would you really want to fail a situation because you weren't tested, you weren't put through it so you can have these resistances? That's not something that you want because Satan is never ceasing. He's always targeting you. His goal is to make sure that every human soul ends up in hell. That's his goal.
You know
Every
that
soul.
there's a lot of prophecies that don't actually mention the United States.
I know.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't
That's
know.
what I thought. Back in the 90s, I was wondering about that. And I tried to figure out why are we not mentioning because of how big America is, right? And I don't know. I don't have a lot of faith in what might end up happening we might diminish. We're not going to disappear, but I'm saying we may diminish and fall behind some other countries.
I was trying to think positive, like it might be a revival that like the Great Awakening from back in the day.
Hmm.
So maybe we're raptured. I don't know. Maybe we're all raptured, and then we're that church. I mean, and of course everybody all over the world, but you know, I really do. I pray for revival because I think revival is the only thing that can save us right now. You know,
Right.
um, because there isn't any mention, right? Because
Nope.
there's players that you can see,
Yep.
right? And you kind
Talks
of seeing
about
it.
every other
Yeah,
nation. Yeah.
yeah, you
We're
kind of see
not.
it right now.
Yeah. We're not mentioned in there. So that's not a good sign.
Because the amount of people who eyes will open up when they hear this kind of stuff because they're like, well, that's Iran. Who's that? And then all you have to tell people is like, well, that's Persia. And they're like, oh, you know, it's like, yeah, the names change. But
Yeah. Yeah.
well, anyways, we didn't want to go. Well, I'm not going to apologize for us talking about it, but um, I will say that this stuff is real, guys. I hope more people are with this thing. Zobi, I wanted to say, um, just continue on your on this path. I encourage you. If you
Hmm.
have any questions, let me know. If you want to talk, I'm here.
So,
Same. Yeah.
And I'm telling you, you continue on this way, and the natural let it take its course. I think God is speaking to you.
I
Because then
do.
when you have God, you won't need no robot.
You don't need no. I'm
not gonna need
sorry.
anything else, brother. I'm telling you right now, brother. You're gonna because one thing I figured out because I'm divorced with two
Oh
kids,
man.
and I'll tell you this much: one thing that helped me through all this kind of stuff
Oh shoot.
recommitting myself to my faith. And I'm telling you, Jesus is always. You're never gonna be alone, brother. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And once you realize that, dude, there's nothing that's gonna take away your joy. There's nothing that people can tell you. Trust me, man, I'm there. Only person I worry about is what. The only thing I worry about is what God thinks.
Yes, sir. You're right.
And that's the most important thing because He's there. He's alive. You
He
know.
is a lot. We have a living God. We don't have a made up or dead God or inanimate God. Yeah.
Yeah. He is the God.
Yeah.
Everything. Once you telling you, brother, we'll do that walk together, man. Because
Yes,
we'll
sir.
be good. And that's what it's all about. So yeah.
Zobi is a good person. Right. I got a good feeling about you, Zobi.
Oh yeah. So
Thank you.
you did set me up with that Phil Spencer thing, though.
Yeah, that was funny. Right?
That's classic Zobi. I was like, man, this dude.
Oh my god, he got good sense of humor. He's good.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, Zobi. We need that, Zobi. We need that, man.
Yeah.
That's a gift. That's a gift, brother. I'm
Yes,
telling
sir.
you. Especially in this world, man. This world is so
So
hard.
dark.
People
Yeah.
are so dark and so cold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Thank you. Thank you for the conversation. You guys did an excellent job.
yeah, brother. Anytime, man. And we're here. I'll do this podcast. And this is popular culture, so we can talk about anything.
Yeah, that's why it just wavers, and you can only talk about gaming so much anyway. So so we talk about anime and what Asian women and a limited future marriage and everything. Just go. Oh man,
Yeah.
Levi just dropped off. I don't know where he disappeared to. It's Sega Man. Where did he disappear?
Oh, that's this podcast. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You just
I didn't
drop
hear him
off.
say goodbye. I didn't even hear him say goodbye.
Oh no, not on this podcast. This
It,
podcast.
it, it was like 1 a.m. his time when he dropped off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're on the east. They're all like Zobi. You up there too, brother. So
These two.
that's how the podcast is. You come in, you cruise, and then if you have to drop, just drop.
Yeah, because it's only like 8 p.m. in Hawaii for Sega Forever, so he's good.
Well, I've done them. I've done the 4 in the morning and like realist.
Oh man, where the heck is the realist? Because he usually shows up like what at 5 a.m. or something like that.
Might be busy, but realist, man. You don't.
He don't sleep. I think he's a vampire. Don't tell him I said that, but I think he's a vampire because he be up. Like what the heck?
Joke.
Realist? He sound energetic, like he just like woke up and everything. What the heck is going on with realist?
I like realist. I like global. Zobi, you're always welcome, bro. You guys make me think, keep me in check, have good conversations. That's what it's all about, because in this world right now, you can't have decent conversations with a lot of people, without offending them.
Yeah, they get offended, and you're
People
not
get
trying to be that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold the door open for somebody. I can hold that door for myself. All right, I'm just trying to be nice. Which is funny, right? Because I live in town, so I see a lot of the tourists. And I held the door open. I wasn't even thinking about it because my daughter was with me. And then I opened the door for her. And then these ladies, they're from Japan, so they waited, and I held the door. But I was kind of looking at my phone, trying to look something up.
Mm-hmm.
And then nobody, how you like nobody walked by. So then I had my phone, and I looked, and I was like, oh, go ahead. And then they were so happy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't understand. They didn't
so I said, oh, you can go like that, right? I said, oh, and I made a motion, oh, you can go like that. And then they're like, oh, thank you,
Oh, okay. That's sweet.
Because that's how I was raised. That's
It's
Yeah.
same here. Yeah.
You hold the door from them. Did they bow for you?
Yeah, they kind of bow and say, thank you. That's their stuff. Yeah. It's funny, man, because it's just a total, how cultures are different and stuff. So I don't know. But yeah, we can have Saudi stuff. We can. That was a good one. It was 5 hours on the dot. So
Yeah, this is
You
a
made
good
the,
time to wrap up, huh?
yeah.
I mean, truly wrap up though. We can't do Sega forever wrap up time. No. 2 hours, extra hours tapped on it here ain't gonna make it work,
Last time the wrap up was like an hour.
It was, yeah. It was long. Two Man had to get on us for that though, you know.
Oh, Two Man was out. He probably waiting right now. Yeah. Here we go. Here comes the wrap up. He gonna
Yeah,
become.
he here this time of wrap up. He started his stopwatch.
Yeah. Yeah, he got me good, man.
Yeah, he did.
Unlimited. I see you got the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, man. I got it for super cheap because someone was selling it to me for like $80. I'm like,
Yeah.
you know what? I might not be, I ain't into Nintendo like that, but I can't pass up on that. So like, all right, I'll get it. I'll pick it up.
I
And
would
so
have picked it up for that cost.
yeah, exactly. And Zelda, and so I've been giving that game a shot, and see where I go from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're more of a Nintendo guy, right, Toby?
Yeah, oh, I love Nintendo, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
I used to be a Sony guy,
Oh yeah, I know. That's why I used to follow you.
but yeah.
No,
But
for real.
Sony,
I
Sony
followed you.
lost.
You know what, Zobi? I followed you because you were very entertaining, even though I wasn't a Sony person. But man, when you did that podcast and everybody came after you, I was like, "What is this dude? Is crazy." It's like, I was like, "Oh, you get attacked by his own people." So that was the back in the day. So,
But I liked it Sony back in the PS1 days because of the JRPGs. I'm a huge JRPG fan. Nintendo Switch has picked up that mantle, and so I kind of rock with Nintendo because of the Japanese games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, that's what's up, man. Enjoy what you like, my friend.
That's what I say. We're all gamers, and that's why I do not gatekeep gaming.
Yeah,
Like,
look, I say it all the time on my own show, Daya. Don't let me or anybody ever tell you what to like.
Exactly.
And I mean it.
you like what you like, Zobi. Like what you like, man. But whatever, yeah. Just don't be a PC person, all right, Zobi? Because that's.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
They got that locked up.
I never was into the PC gaming. I was always a console guy, going back from the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Genesis.
Yeah.
I was always a console person. I never been into graphics. Never been a graphics guy. I've always just been into like deep stories and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I've always been a gameplay guy. So for me, I've liked plenty of games that people just don't like or say the story is trash, but I played it, had fun. That was good enough for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you got. What you wanted out of that.
Yeah,
I'm
because I grew up on the Sega Genesis, and so my first favorite games are stuff like Sonic and Streets of Rage and X-Men 2, Clone Wars, and Batman and Robin adventures and stuff like that. Like they were just little. Most of them were like little beat 'em ups and platformers and stuff.
Yeah.
Vector Man, remember Vector Man?
Yeah, Vector Man. Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, I was the only kid on the block that had the Sega Saturn because nobody had that damn console.
I had it and I enjoyed it because I like the games. I can't. I'm not gonna lie about that. I like Sega. I did. I like this stuff. It felt like I was playing an arcade at home.
Yeah,
like, their games felt like that to me, and I loved it.
Yeah. So that's my taste right there. If the game's fun, for me personally, everything else just kind of falls in place, and I'd be a bit more forgiving than most people because it's like, man, I just want to have a good time, Because most of the time, when I play games, it's I'm getting off of work, had a long day, so I'm kicking back on the couch to play games. Man, I ain't. It's so for me, it's just a fun hobby.
Right.
At the end of the day, that I kind of fell in love with, and that's how I got into the culture of gaming.
Yep.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too, brother.
Yeah, I'm not one of these people that take it ultra seriously and get pissed off over. Like, to me, most of the shit that people be getting pissed off aren't even that big of a deal. At least in my opinion. Because stuff that I be seeing people get mad at with games, it's like, really? That's where you draw the line?
It's a lot of like play hating going
on. Yeah, play hating. That's a good way to put it. Where some people, you could tell they played it probably because it's a hot new game at most.
Yeah,
but they really hate it.
Yeah,
and then you could tell they hate the shit out the game. Some of them I just think flat out hate gaming in general, and this shit is just a job to them. And I'll die on that hill too.
Yeah,
because there's no way in hell you could play some of these games And there are all type of gamers. There are some who are just retro gamers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But some people, I swear, they just you can just tell they don't like this stuff at all, not even one iota. And it's not the issues with say some of the stuff that are put in the games or whatever might cause that. It's literally just you could just tell that the feeling is damn. I got to play this game the same way some of us wake up on a Monday like shit. I gotta go to work. You
Yeah.
know,
Right. Yeah.
yeah, and I think gaming is infested with way too many of those types.
Agree. Watch them come out of the woodwork for Hellblade 2.
Yeah, yeah,
Because I know some of them don't like that game. It might be too slow for them and all that. Because they said it's going to be similar to Hellblade 1. So if you didn't like 1, you're not going to like 2. I don't care what it looks like, you know.
Yeah.
But they'll play it because it's going to be the hot new thing, and everybody's going to be talking about how realistic it looks and stuff
yeah.
like that, you know.
That's kind of funny because Zobi, I know you've talked about this, but and I'm on the opposite end. I probably think this is probably some of the best gaming I've ever experienced personally with some of the stuff we have.
You said what? You said what's the best?
I think this time in gaming right now is probably one of the best times I've ever had in gaming.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, I know. I've heard I've heard your take on it. I've watched your videos.
Wow.
And I'm not gonna disagree in some aspects, but I think what my thing is just the variety and the selection and that the fact that I can play the game how I want to play it if I choose to play it. Right. I do like games that have multiple facets to it, as long as it's done well, or I shouldn't say well, maybe to my liking. Right. But if I don't like something, I can just move on to something else. You know. I kind of put it up there with the Netflix effect, which can be kind of bad in some aspects, right? Um, but I just like the choice, man, honestly. And then I'm having all these different type of experiences. I guess because I feel jaded because I've played so many games. So it's great to play a game that kind of throws something different at you than what you're used to. You know, like my kids were watching me play a game one time, and I was just playing, and they're like, "Dad, how do you know this is?" I'm like, just makes sense, right? Because if you've been playing platformers for all your whole life, there's right, you know, it's kind of like, oh yeah, the key's probably there, or this is probably this, or this is probably that, or it's probably up there in this corner, right? So I don't know. That's just me, and that's why I
Yeah,
like games. Yeah,
Oh yeah. I mean, I love gaming. Still love gaming. I try to be Mr. Positive and don't see a negativity. And I do that because I genuinely love this stuff. And I played so many. And then for me personally, I missed a large part of the 360 era because that was when I was a broke college student. When you can't afford, like when you can't afford to eat, you're not paying for fucking video games,
yeah.
right? So when I got back into gaming, man, I fell in love with so many games after playing. Like Sunset, that's why I credit Sunset Overdrive as my favorite game of last generation, because that was the first game I played in literally years at the time, and loved it so much it reignited my passion for gaming.
You know, that's such a PlayStation game. It's such a PlayStation game.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's over the top.
Yeah,
It's got the
yeah.
gameplay so much fun. It's got the great and unique weapons. I couldn't ask for anything more.
But that's why I kind of agree with you, Zoe, right? Because it's a throwback. It's a very modern game, but it's such a throwback game. Dude. Just it plays so well. Yeah. It reminded me of those games that were on the PlayStation initially. Like I like PlayStation 1 and 2. Probably for the same reason on Game Pass, man. There was like so many games that I would play because I just like playing
I
games.
didn't like the PS2 because I loved
Yeah.
the Dreamcast so much. I was such a Dreamcast fanatic.
Mhm.
Like what happened to the Dreamcast after the PS2 came out, and I
Mhm.
still think games are as good on the PS2 as they were on the Dreamcast.
You know, I was such a big platformer back then. Platforming was my jam.
Mhm.
You know, and that's one of the things I liked about PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
They had what? Well, I like the platforms. But yeah, I'm like that. I'm a Sega dude. So I was on. Dreamcast was that one niche console that went to the next.
The PS2 to me is my definition of the downfall of gaming, because it was the rise of the Grand Theft Auto. I know you guys like your Grand Theft Autos, but I just
Yeah, I'm not. I don't really.
I don't play it.
Yeah, I don't-
okay.
Yeah.
I feel like it was more. They were back then. I felt like it was fun to be creative in gaming. Now I feel like it's all about the money. Well, what can we make to make money? So let's create Grand Theft Auto so that we got True Crimes LA, we got Saints Row, which is actually a good game, but it just felt like that was the beginning of companies just going, what can we do to make money instead for focusing on making a good game, you know? And that's what one of my gripes with the PS2.
Well, can I ask you something then?
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause I think one of the big problems, at least for me, from my perspective, is the actual people that play games now, right?
Yeah.
Because they're
Well,
giving them what they want. You know what I mean?
yeah, yes, they're going to. That's what I'm trying to say. I feel like gaming is more catered to people who don't like video games compared to when I was coming up. It was all about. It was a sense of adventure, wonder, imagination. I remember back in the day, the games were so limited due to the technical aspects of the consoles that we couldn't wait for the future of gaming. Now, the future of gamer now is just a bunch of grown people fighting on Twitter about who. You know what I'm saying? Like we couldn't wait to see what the basketball games would look like, and we thought it was going to be looking lifelike. And now we only have one basketball game, and that's NBA 2K. Back then, we had like 12 different basketball franchises making basketball games.
Yeah.
Back then, we had like 12 different football games. We had mutant hockey, mutant football. We had it was amazing, and it was so creative back then.
I mean, you factor in the cost as well, too, right? In this day and age, that they're struggling with now.
That's what really pisses me off. Why? I don't think you have to spend that much money on art. I don't think they need to spend that much money on video games. I really don't.
Well, they can't anyway now. So
yeah,
that's true. They're going to start spending a lot less now. They have no other choice.
You know what it was? We talked about earlier. This industry has been so bulletproof for so long. The tech industry in general, right? They're untouchable, and now they're finding out real quick. Oh no, we aren't untouchable. And like I said before in the other podcast, I feel sorry for you, but you guys voted for this. So
yeah,
it is what it is. You just thought you put stuff out and people would buy it, but
yeah. The one thing that I didn't like about the past was the tie-in games sucked. You know, most of them, you know, and nostalgia is not going to trick me into thinking that fucking the Rugrats movie, the game, was good. You know, stuff like that was terrible. And I used to hate them so much. And I used to rent them sometimes. Then I play for a few hours, like, man, this shit fucking sucks. You know, those are one of the few things back then that I'm kind of glad died off. My goodness, man, they were talking about a cash trap. You made them games simple and boring and had the worst controls, charges however much you did. I think games like $50 at the time new. I was like, oh no, man, they scammed a lot of parents and buying their kids that shit.
Yeah, power of marketing, man.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny because that don't work anymore.
But what I do miss is the ability to create new games faster. So I remember Def Jam Vendetta came out in 2003, and then Fight for New York in 2004. And Fight for New York was a major upgrade from the first one, gameplay wise. You know, and unfortunately now, if you go every sequel takes like, oh, this game been developing for 5 years. It's like, yeah, that's how it is now with modern tech and all that stuff.
Those are different times. Those are good times. Plus, it also helps the people working on it actually know that world, right?
Yeah.
You know, like you play some of the games from back in the day. You can tell that people are actually fans. Just like when you read an article off of any gaming magazine back in the day, you can tell they were fans. Unlike now.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna go ahead and head off.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. It's so nice to meet you, Zobi. I think I've heard you before. I know it seems familiar to me, but I'm trying to place it. But my brain is not active right now.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's like on autopilot. So I know I've heard you before though. So it's nice meeting you, and I hope to see you again because you really are. You got a lot of. It's nice listening to some of your thoughts and things and everything, and I definitely appreciate your input.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so thank you so much for the conversation. I really appreciate you.
oh, thank you very much. And
Mhm.
of course, Sega Forever and Unlimited. I don't know when you're gonna do your next show Unlimited, but when you do, I'll be there. Just
Yeah,
let me know.
it's coming back soon.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so just look out for the call.
Okay, got it. Just send it. I'll even if I don't see it right away, I'll see it.
All right, sounds good.
All right, you guys take care, and I'll see you soon.
All
Yeah,
right,
dude.
all right.
Bye.
Yeah, we can wrap it up, guys. Go ahead. Shout yourself out, Unlimited.
Yeah, it's your boy Limber Production, and I do the limited truth whenever the truth is needed. Great show, guys, and always glad hanging out with you.
Yeah, thanks for being here, brother. Enjoy the rest of your vacation, bro.
Yeah, I am.
Got a lot of respect for Unlimited, man. Really do.
Oh, thank you, man. I have great respect for you too, Zobi.
It's,
And I know that you've been doing this for. I didn't realize how long you've been doing this for, man. So I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to check out your older stuff too.
yes, sir.
Yeah, but I mostly I mostly just remember seeing you trolling on Twitter when I was on Twitter, and I remember people like 100 and he was like, "Oh, that's Zobi, you funny troll." And I okay, I think I got it now. And then
Yeah.
then he started doing more of the retro stuff. Okay,
Yeah.
dude's in the retro gaming.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I think I got the gist. I think I got the gist of it. Now it's cool just hanging out with you on podcast. I need to
Yeah.
get you on my show soon if I could, I just gotta find time to do one.
Yeah. Hit me up on Twitter, brother. I'll be right there, man.
Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely shoot you a link someday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For sure.
Go ahead, Zobi. Shout yourself out, brother.
I just want to shout out Sega Forever and the podcast. What's you got different names? What's this show called?
Oh, see how Zobi is. Shut up and Phil scared. And I was like, what podcast we on?
No, you got different podcasts. This is a different one. What's this one called?
Yeah, it changed. It's an all-in podcast. So
Yeah, All In. I want to shout out the All In podcast, man. I got nothing but respect and love for you guys. I like to throw monkey wrenches though. Please don't take it as hating. I just like to throw a monkey wrench in the conversation just to see where people are at. You know what I mean?
I'm just mad at myself because I know you, and I didn't see that coming. But that was a great setup, dude. You went the whole. Dude, you started from like all the way over there, and then when it hit, I was like, "Oh my gosh, how did I not see that coming?"
Yeah, that was
awesome.
like a comedian type thing. Man. That was good.
I throw the monkey wrench, so please be very careful with me.
Don't worry, bro. You always invited on the show.
Yeah.
You always welcome here, dude.
But peace and love, guys. Good night, man. Love you guys.
All right.
Good night, brothers. Peace.
All right, and then I'll shout it out too, man. Xbox All In channel, Sega Forever. All In podcast tonight. Next week we'll be having the Wrecking Crew podcast. Unlimited, man. Thanks for coming on. I know you're on vacation, but it's always great to have your perspective, dude. A lot of people miss you in the community, man.
Yeah. I'm starting to see that.
Yeah, we really do.
Yeah.
Love your perspective. Love the production quality, everything, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude. And plus, you get us thinking, you get us talking, right? So, you're definitely a catalyst for us, man. But you're definitely your own person. So that's all.
I try to bring a different perspective, because I feel like in the world of negativity, sometimes you gotta just be that light, man. And that's all I gotta do for Danny.
I learned from you, brother. I learned from you, man. You're saying, you know what, just play your games, and that's what I started doing. I was like, you know what, you're right. I haven't had a care in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just I got so much games to play, bro. So.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't started. I want to start Harold Halliburton, but I ended up getting sidetracked by getting stuck on South Park before I went to my vacation because I got so many games that even sometimes I'll just, you look at your backlog and like, oh yeah, I remember I wanted to play that, and then all of a sudden, 10 hours later, oh snap! So I guess just the game that I'm going to be beating next.
Yeah, and that's when I was younger, this is a problem that we would only dream of. Now that,
Yeah,
now that we live in, it's like, okay, maybe we can dial it back a little bit because it's like,
yeah, that's too much. I look at my game collection. I just see games. Some of them I'm never going to be able to play. I'm going to be passing them down to my kids.
that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. Like I started Diablo.
Hmm.
Like, dude, this game is amazing, and I'm like, oh man, I wish it sucked.
Yeah, yeah. So you could quit it. Yeah.
Just to, like, I didn't like, sometimes you gotta lie to yourself, right? It's like, this game isn't really
Hmm.
that good, but deep down inside, you're like, oh man, this game is.
Yeah. Look, man. That's why I'm trying to just stay as a one console gamer, man. Because I don't have time to be playing no PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox game. Realistically.
Yeah, man, because we have lives,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Dude, if I like hit a Powerball, right, my life would dramatically change. Then you'd be saying, dang, he went from like 80,000 gamer score. Like this dude's got like a 500,000 gamer score. What's going on? I was like, yeah, dude, I just played.
Retirement. That's what happened. Early retirement. And
Yeah.
just do what you want to do after that. Yeah, I hear you, man.
That's how good we have it, dude. This could actually work in our actual. We can actually add this to our schedule and our lifestyle, dude. That's
Yeah.
how loaded we are.
Look,
So just to let everybody that comes across this, man, look, we're not negative, dude. We are who we are, dude. We're gonna talk about stuff we talk about.
yeah.
But at the end of the day, like I'll get off this podcast and I'll probably be playing Diablo. Right?
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
green here, dude. We're not gonna go anywhere. So
Can't beat that, man. The accessibility of gaming is just off the charts now.
yeah.
It because it's crazy because even if you could even access older games now pretty accessibly with emulation and stuff.
Well, you heard what Sarah Bond them is doing.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You think that's going to be a universal Xbox that plays all generations?
If it happens, dude, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, if it happens, man, I'm putting her on the Mount Rushmore because that's my dream console.
She's already on mine, bro.
Yeah.
When she has her finger on the pulse.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, there's some things that I've been like, okay, well, Xbox, whatever, and you kind of lose that fire a little bit.
Yeah.
She just tweeted out, dude. Just when I woke up, man, she just put a tweet out and says Xbox always. I was like, dang, that's my girl.
Yeah, right.
I need it. Boom. I'm like, yeah, I'm back up. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. That's how it needs to be, man. Because look, like I said earlier, I think Xbox it's not even close. It's the best place to game,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And I just don't like that. But what bugs me, and then Xbox doesn't always do the best at this themselves, is that not cultivating the community in the way, right? Because there's no reason someone like Ebot should have been as angry as he was over the Sea of Thieves thing.
Yeah.
And although I don't like Sea of Thieves, I'm not gonna lie. I've never lied about not being a fan of the game, but I would be upset too if like Starfield goes to PlayStation and all of a sudden it runs better. I love that game, and to me, it's in my mind, it's an Xbox game, and I've interacted with PlayStation fans long enough to know that that's one ungrateful community, right? And so just little stuff like that. I think, and I kind of feel like this in general for America. I kind of wish I need people in this country and the resources in this country to get back to having some pride. Have that. I know American ignorance and stuff, but damn it, when we were peak at that stuff, there was some pride to it, man. And I always had respect for that. I was like, yeah, we're Americans, so what? And the Xbox, like, yeah, this is the American console, deal with it. And they don't even have to be American. It just could be like, yeah, this is Xbox. It's the best play to play. So what? I kind of miss that attitude. And I hope that Sarah Bond, I hope brings up some of that passion back.
Well, I think the thing is, it's a Microsoft. Like Microsoft, this is what I was trying to tell people. It's a double-edged sword,
Yeah.
Microsoft acknowledges them now, and so Microsoft is such an international company.
That's true. That's
This is
true.
why you have all the events they have and all the the stuff they do all the time, right? Recognizing this day, that day, and I'm not just talking about American. I mean across the board.
Yeah. No. You're right. You're right.
They consider themselves a global company, which they are, right? So I mean, it is what it is, dude.
Yeah.
The only thing I will tell people, I'll push back on people,
Mhm.
especially people I watch or on my side when they talk about Xbox. I'm like, well, I'll just say this: I can hang with them, but they're not heavy-handed.
Right. Yeah. And that's what was that was one of the things that was kind of annoying me when everybody was praising Sony for Stellar Blade. But I'm thinking, guys, just last year they had DLC with the Horizon girl being gay. The Last of Us TV show I heard had a whole full on gay sex scene or some shit.
Hmm.
The main star of both of them of the video game is gay, and it's like Sony's about as woke as it gets in the gaming industry. I don't understand how one game that they paid off Xbox with a beautiful woman changes that, because all that's going to happen is after that game flops, and it is going to flop because nobody's buying PlayStation games this year for some reason. Well, I know the reason. I shouldn't say for some reason. But when that flops, they're going to release the next Spider-Man 3, and it's going to be more stupid shit like spray painting as a deaf girl and all that stuff. Like, let's not forget that's what Sony games are full of in their boring ass games.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because they've been more always about the money. Now the
Mhm.
Stellar Blade thing, I'm going to be watching that closely because as far as the political aspect of it, I know a lot of people that I follow will be buying, but not because they play the game, just to stick the finger in the eye.
Yeah,
Same thing happened with Hogwarts. And Hogwarts, they had a built-in fan base. So I was,
yeah. That was
but to add insult to injury, people bought that game. I know people that
yeah,
bought that games like they never read the books, they have nothing to know about Harry Potter. But people was like, we're gonna cancel it. And people were like, okay, I'm buying it, and they shut down the pre-order. I watched
yeah.
them. I
And it
watched
was
the
the
videos. They did it live. Yeah.
yep.
So I think Stellar Blade has that going for it. But they took the money from Sony.
Hmm.
I will, I have to be principled here. Um, I don't think we're ever gonna get that game on Xbox because as soon as all the stuff swirling around, and Microsoft sent out a memo and said to the people, "Oh, we want make games where people aren't over exaggerated, right?" Because Microsoft is like that. They don't like the sexism thing and the
Right.
stuff like that. So, I mean, that who knows, right? Maybe I don't know, dude. All I know is it'll be interesting to watch, and we'll probably talk about it, right?
Yeah.
But are you gonna do a show for the? You gotta do a show for the showcase.
Oh yeah, 100%. If nothing else, I'm doing that. But I do need to get back to doing shows,
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
I can't go this long, and like my audience is just not going to return if I take too long to return.
Nah, dude, they're waiting, dude. Trust
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Because I can tell, dude. Because like on my last video, you and Dale
Mhm.
popped in. Yeah, dude, and people was on. Look, dude. People want to see you, brother.
Yeah. That's definitely. I mean, I also recently hit 2,000 subscribers on my YouTube
Yes.
channel.
Yep, I saw.
So I need to give thanks to everybody that subscribed and watched anyway.
Well,
Yeah,
when you
'cause
come back, man, maybe that can be the first video you do. Just say, hey, thanks, guys. I see you
yeah,
unboxing stuff too. So
yeah. Well, I mean, right now I'm mostly just doing unboxing videos and pickup videos to
yeah,
hold to hold everybody over. But I know they want a full on podcast, man. They want to hear us talk video games and give the different perspective from what everybody else is giving.
yeah, that combination of you, Dale, um, E-Rock when he jumps on,
Yeah,
um, Sega Man, then
Tuck and
Tuck and Zinc. But Zinc, I know Zinc busy, but
yeah,
that's a good chemistry.
yeah, definitely,
Yeah, dude.
definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
keep that stuff going, man. You probably want to have a
yeah,
break.
and I try to curate it one way. One I don't, and I kind of felt bad because one time Hebot said that he didn't like we were more positive than he was on the topic, so that's why they enjoy it. But I'm like, Hebot, man, if you don't feel how we feel, come in. As like my show's not a dictatorship. I do not demand that you love everything Xbox does. Just because I may feel one way, I openly welcome differing opinions. I even allowed. I even befriended one of the guys in my chat who's a PlayStation guy because he was cool about it, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mike Johnson, who pops up on here sometimes, he's
Yeah,
a PlayStation guy, and he was on my show. And I was like, "Yo, Mike, I know you love PlayStation, but I used to just go back and forth with him in the chat. That's how I am. I'm actually super accepting and laid back about gaming because I get video games, it's entertainment. But my thing has always just been don't be a troll. And so the people I've always blocked for the Phil Spencer PlayStation sold 68 million nonsense that be on 100's channel. So I ain't wasting my time going back and forth. And I don't think I do it as entertaining as 100 does neither. Like 100, he be going in and it'd be the funniest thing in the world.
Oh yeah, that's his forte, man.
Yeah. He been doing that for a decade, man. He's mastered that.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
got
but
fix it. Yeah.
yeah, man. He does great stuff, man. It's funny how it's weird because the ones of us who really, I guess, really kind of get it. Uh, I feel that we're just we knock it out the park. You know, we have that perspective, we have that personality, that energy to it. And then when on the flip side, the rare times I see the fakers, you know, the fake guys, the one who jump ship and all that stuff, it just I don't know how to put into words second forever, but you know you could you know how sometimes you just know and feel the difference that someone who's genuine and someone who's not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's how I felt with them. Was like, really, this is your opinion now. You know, if you say this is your opinion now, that means that you don't actually believe what you're saying. In my view, now it's not that I don't think you could change stances. It's more so that if your opinion it changes with the wind, you don't actually believe what you're saying. You know, and that's what makes me not respect some stuff politically because there's some people who opinion is the whatever is popular now, that's their opinion, and that's how a lot of these gamers and gaming podcasts are. It's like, well, one minute they hate games like Stellar Blade. Next, now that's on PlayStation, they love it. You know, and it'll be the exact same people. Yeah, you laugh because you know it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And that's the type of stuff I just can't respect, man.
I seen a dude do that. It's like, yeah, man, this is over exaggerated. This all this is the PlayStation exclusives. Oh man, I can't wait for this game to come
Yeah,
out.
exactly.
It's like,
In this community, there's so many people who does that, man.
I've
Yeah,
had people come at me too. It's like, why you support that type of thing, like sexualization? I said, honestly, not really.
yeah.
I said, oh, so this doesn't bother you? I said, no, you know what I do, bro? And he's like, what? I'm like, I just don't buy
Yeah.
it. I don't-
Now, credit to Hebot because he been talking about that game when it was called Project Eve, and it was supposed to come to Xbox.
yeah.
Yeah, and then I saw the game. I saw the gameplay. I'm like, I don't know. Just as much as I love hack and slash games, I thought the gameplay was actually kind of weak. You know, my gut just kind of tells me that the selling point is really going to be all the drama surrounding the protagonist design.
Oh, that's part for the course right now, dude. That's
Yeah,
which I think is unfortunate. As a gamer, I think that's unfortunate, right? Because
yeah. Because I mean, Hogwarts Legacy was a fantastic game,
oh yeah,
despite the drama. I don't know if Stellar Blade is going to be fantastic if it weren't for the drama. My gut kind of tells me it might be mediocre, but it's going to get a little more love than it deserves because I mean, rightfully so. No, like you always say, nobody wants to be told what to do,
yeah,
and the last thing people want to see in their entertainment in video games is some jerk ass from IGN crying that a fake woman, looks too beautiful. Like, come on, man.
yeah. I think though it does do a disservice for people to do that because then the guy creating it because it's a small studio, right?
Yeah,
I mean, how do you gauge that, right? How are you gonna you know how are you gonna build off of that?
right.
Because you might sell millions of copies, do another game, and nobody buys it.
Yeah, exactly.
And then what? You know what I'm saying? I mean, everything. That's why I don't like this. That's why I talk about this stuff. 'Cause I can't stand
Mm,
the fact that all this stuff is politicized.
yeah.
I definitely go against the people on my side of the aisle when it comes to politics,
Hmm.
who are sitting there telling me, "Well, politics uh, is downstream of pop culture." I'm like, that's a bad thing, bro.
Right.
It's not good, right? This is what the problem with pop culture is. Like, it shouldn't be taken that seriously. You
Yeah.
should not be making life decisions. Look, dude, I just watched My Hero Academia. It was wonderful. The sacrifice, right? The battle, the sacrifice, the superhero. But when I turn the TV off, dude, you know what? Reality kicks in, and I'm like, oh, dude, I gotta go buy a mouse because my thing's broken. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's what I mean. I'm like, I definitely am a person. I think we should, especially as men, dude, we should start putting stuff in boxes.
Yeah.
We need to start being who, we should stop going against our nature in some aspects. But definitely when it comes to pop culture, man, I just think it's taken too seriously, and that's the problem.
Yeah. Everybody. I don't know when it happened, but a lot of people got a stick so far up their ass they couldn't have fun if it was right in their face.
Yeah, dude. And it's funny, these are the same people that made fun of us when we were younger.
Yeah.
when we were into this stuff. When are you gonna grow up? When are you gonna do this? And then now it becomes either because it makes so much money, then they got involved for the industry, and
Yeah.
you start making stupid decisions, they put stuff everywhere. You get those kind of people, or you got the people that now that pseudo nerd, like, oh, I'm a nerd too. I was picked on. I was like, really? Because I was beaten up
Right.
in a bathroom.
Right. Mhm.
What happened to you? Well, somebody looked at me funny. Oh yeah, well, I feel your pain. I'm like, what? Come on. There is none of that stuff. In fact, it's sad because the bullying is coming from the other side now, right? Because
Mhm.
it's coming to this community. So yeah, I'm right with you, man. We need to get back to just enjoying this stuff, and that's why. After I mean, I heard you, but I didn't hear you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I
Told me
get
that.
you.
Yeah, you said no, dude, just play games, and I was like, yeah, I know. Now I was saying I know, but I was still plugged in, and then
Yeah.
yeah. And then when I played my game, I was like, all right, dude. Because you did say, remember you said you're gonna start doing more positive stuff on your show, right?
Yep.
And that kind of was another thing. So I was like playing. I was like, dude, yeah, why am I wasting my time? You're right. Like, why am I wasting my time arguing with people that don't care?
Yeah.
When I'm wasting, I'm arguing with them, dude. I could have leveled up. Like
Yeah.
when I was
Exactly.
playing, what Skies of Arcade? Not Skies of Arcade. What's the other game? Dude.
Exactly. That's what was that's why at the beginning of the year when the Xbox community was in shambles, I'm just like, what? Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Why am I getting? Because I'm not gonna lie, I was infuriated. You could ask someone like E Rock or Hebot. I was posting because we got a little chat on Instagram,
Yeah.
and I was telling the guys I'm about to quit this stuff, this and that. I can't do this no more, and then they talk me off the ledge like, nah, man, just you don't got because but that's how it is, when you love a community like that, at least for me, I genuinely, in the same way that I want the comics, comics fans to do well and
Hmm.
gamers. I want that. Because I've been a part of it long enough to I just love it, genuinely love it. And then it sucks that those of us who love it, have that passion, have that love the history, love learning about it, are the ones that are being pushed away. And what replacing us is not like the next generation of us, right? The way that I also say the next generation of y'all, you grew up on the 70s, 80s stuff in
Hmm.
the 90s, and here I am learning from the greats of then, and then falling in my own love of DC at the time and respecting what Marvel did. But no, now what's replacing us are people who don't like it, don't like that we like it, don't like that we're the target audience, and then are doing everything in their power to get people who will never say for we know for a fact they would never give a damn about gaming,
Yeah.
comics, or none of that stuff.
Yep.
And it's just been nothing but a disaster trying to appeal to them. I mean, that would be like me trying to appeal to my mom about comic books. The woman is never going to like that shit, and there's nothing you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
With-
Yeah.
There's nothing, for some of the people that they're trying to target. There's literally nothing you could do. You could create the greatest piece of art ever, and they will not care.
Yep. That's not something they're concerned about.
Yeah. And they never will be. And to me it's futile to even try to get them. Now I'm not saying you don't try to grow your brand or nothing, but don't try to target people or audience who don't care or hate you. To me it's just baffling that this is where we're at. But as we discussed earlier, that's the world they want to go in, and they're gonna reap the consequences of it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yep.
And then for me personally, I'm not gonna lie, this might sound bad, but I'm coming to the point where if some of this stuff dies, I'm gonna be okay because I still own enough comics. I still own plenty of games. Like I'll be fine. And yeah, like your boy Unlimited got hundreds of games I haven't even started or completed. So in the comics own but haven't read or something, or hell, I could go back to some of my favorites. So I know I'll be fine. So if it comes to that, then so be it. But it sucks that I even have to think that way.
Well, you're not. Don't feel bad. You're not alone. That's what everybody's doing. That's what everybody's doing right now. Is they're going back to the stuff that they because you're not getting what you want. At the end of the
Yeah.
day, you're not getting what you want, so you're gonna find what you want. In my case, I tend to go outside, right, and look for stuff. Like I said, I was rewatching all of my heroes. I was playing my games.
Hmm.
read my books. Like I was talking with Dea earlier, than with Zoe. I've been studying, right? Getting into prophecy, scripture, end time stuff. Right?
Yeah.
And this is why I kind of wanted to do the podcast, just to say this. It's just like at the end of the day, you have to realize that people don't need you
Mm-hmm.
in this industry. Like you might think you're important, you might think your value is important and your goals are important, but at the end of the day, it's what your consumers want.
Yeah.
And if you're not giving them what they want, unfortunately for you, there are a lot of other things that people can occupy themselves with.
Yeah.
And this is why this industry is suffering right now. And this is why all of this stuff is ideologically driven, because the same person would not keep on doing this, right? You're an accountant, right? If the numbers
Yeah.
don't start adding up, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
But these guys continue to do it, so there's no rhyme or reason behind it, and I think that's dangerous. And that's why I put, like, is pop culture in trouble? And I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
It could die.
Yeah. Yeah. And that even the recent Disney situation was a perfect example.
Yeah.
I forgot the guy's name, but he didn't win the votes at Disney, and Disney like, well, we're going to keep doing what we're doing, but it's like, dude, you guys are literally doing terrible. What do you mean you're going to keep doing what you're doing? And I thought Bob Iger gave the worst interview in history afterwards, and then I'm thinking. Yeah, I could not do you know how fast I'd be fired if I was costing my company money, and I told my boss, oh, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, and yet nothing with these guys. Baffling, but again, they're going to reap the consequences.
Well, and that's the thing, right? You would think they would kind of course correct, but they're not. They're going to run this thing to the ground. I'm going to be there for it, right? Because it's not it's not the Disney that they're not being Disney.
Yeah.
It's the Disney not being Disney, right? And so if they're going to continue with this, and then they fall apart. But the sad thing about it is that the people doing this don't care, at all. They'll just move on to the next thing and try and destroy that.
Yep.
So that's why I see all of this stuff coming to a head. I see all this stuff collapsing. We've had a good run, right? So nothing lasts forever. But the sad reality is that they're conditioning people. When they started shutting stuff down, and then some of these guys got a little power happy because they wanted you to stand in this line and wear a certain thing and wear a mask, and they were like, they got a little bit power hungry. Well, guess what? Right? You've conditioned people not to buy your product. You've conditioned people to go without, because a lot of people like myself, you know what it did for me? Unlimited reminded me of a less complicated time.
All right.
When I was younger and actually happier, even though we didn't have anything.
Right.
I sat there and I was like, yeah, I remember. I didn't have to do this. I didn't have to buy this. I didn't have to own this. Why do I have this? Why am I going here? Right? Am I getting anything out of it? Like, you force people to think in that way. And right now you're dealing with people that are broke, and they're finding any type of reason not to buy your stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of like, what? How much does that cost? What did they do? Right? So some of the stuff that's being driven online, right, is just people also trying to find a reason not to buy your stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an excellent point.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, that's amazing to me. There's no hate. There's not. They don't care about no console war. They don't care, But any parent worth their salt and parenting, will sit there and goes, well, son, I mean, I have bills to pay. What do you expect me to do? You want me to buy that for you? I can't. That's Meanwhile, dad goes out with the boys, throws a couple back, right? It's just like, it is what it is. I mean, but they've done that to themselves, and they've conditioned people to not want to buy things.
Yeah.
Which is the irony of this all, right? So
yeah, that.
Oh, it's amazing. But yeah, dude. I know. We'll call it a day. Just want to thank all the people that was here. Dea, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you stopping by. Unlimited, man. Thank you, brother. I know you're on vacation, but I always like to hear your perspective, dude.
Oh yeah, definitely, man.
I'm glad you came in and did the marathon. I'm surprised Two-Man must have stepped out. Two-Man didn't come back on us. And, rightfully deserved, Two-Man, dude. Keep me in check, bro. Go, man. Still love you, brother. You're my brother, man. And I always welcome you to this podcast because I need you on this podcast, bro. I'm not going to say, like, I see your comments, right? And you know what, dude? I need to be reminded, man. I still bleed green, brother. And I always appreciate that perspective. that you bring. Go, we've always been that way. You're always welcome here, dude. Friend me on Twitter, right? I don't think we follow each other on Twitter, bro. I only have Twitter and Instagram. Okay, I don't do Facebook because of all the stuff I post on there. The
Yeah.
FBI is probably tracking me. I'm just gonna be honest, man, because my stuff will just disappear, right? So I'm surprised I didn't get picked up for January 6th, even though I wasn't there. But if you want, dude, you gotta follow me because that's what I do with these guys. Like with Unlimited, I got them both on. I got you both on X, and I got you on Instagram. Sega Man, I only have him on Instagram. Because I don't have my Facebook anymore. So Gogo,
Yeah.
you're more than welcome to be on here, brother. But you need to friend me, and I'll bring you on, dude. And you and Hebot can go like 5 hours back and forth.
Yeah. He probably would be the best for these marathon podcasts. He could go.
Well, we fired him up today. Well, actually, Sega Man fired him up.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him, man. Our brother speaks truth. But Gogo, you can get in on that, dude, and I'll just make my popcorn. In fact, I'm gonna move this computer of mine upstairs into my room. So while this is all going on, I'm gonna like level up my rogue.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what I'd be doing sometimes on my own podcast, man. I'd be having the game on in the background and just let them talk while I get a little game again, trying to host everything.
Yeah, I figured you do, man. Because I'd be like, dude, how did you get that far?
Yeah.
How'd you beat that game? Scarlet Nexus, you finished it already? Oh my gosh. Zobi, thank you for being here, brother. Really appreciate it. You're always welcome. If you want to come on the Xbox podcast, you can. I know you're more of a Nintendo guy, but that's up to you if you want to. But I definitely appreciate you being on the podcast. And you're always welcome on whatever podcast it might be. And I might have to start a CBN podcast with Dan. It's making me feel guilty. Some of the stuff she was saying, man, I better read my Bible.
Yeah.
I might have missed that verse. I better go back and.
No, hey, look, hey, listen, I'm trying not to. I'm trying to get right, so I'm not one of those who claim to know God, but when He comes, He doesn't know me, man. I ain't trying to be left like that.
Oh, no worries, brother. No worries.
Yeah.
It's definitely all. It's a what do you say? It's a journey,
Yes, yeah, very much so.
and it's definitely not a sprint, bro. It is.
Yeah. Oh, look, man, if it was a sprint, none of us would be saved. Cause,
Oh, amen.
yeah, there's been a lot ups and downs. They're going to continue to be so. But when you accept Jesus as your Savior,
Amen.
that's how it is.
You're written down, brother.
Yeah.
But we can, if you guys want to talk, I'm always here, man. Always open to it. I'm kind of going through my own discovery now. A lot of it has to do with my age. I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
Right. I hate to say it, man, but I've gotten jaded in the sense of, I grew up in it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm never far from it, but at the same time, it's always great to,
Yeah.
gotta light that fire every once in a while. You know.
Yeah.
That's why you always have trials and tribulations, man. It's just
Mm-hmm.
Christian life. So, Mr. Kima, Mr. Kima, thank you, brother. Also, we can wrap it up there, Unlimited, man.
All right, sounds good, man. You have a good night. I know it's only like 8:30 p.m. over there, but
yeah,
for some of us, it's way too late, man.
At least you get to sleep in tomorrow, my brother.
Yep.
Enjoy every minute of it, brother. Really.
All right, man.
All right.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, God bless. All right, guys. We did the 5-hour one today, man. I know we were all over the place, but again, this is the pop culture podcast. I will talk a little bit longer. What I really want, what we wanted to talk about tonight, dude, I think we covered it, but just again to reiterate, pop culture, man, is not in a good place right now, and like I said, this has been a lifestyle for me. Kind of the positive thing about it, you guys heard us talk a little bit about God and faith tonight on the podcast. And one of the great things, man, is just like when you're not distracted by all these things in the world, and then you're reminded of look, I love gaming. I love the stuff that I grew up with, the hobby that I've enjoyed my entire life. But at the end of the day, man, it's not important, right? And sometimes it takes things like this happening to remind people what's really important in life. You know, like I sit here and I want to partake in all of these things that I grew up as a kid enjoying, and I see it changing, right? And not for the good. In fact, it's becoming pretty evil. And to me, that's like God saying, "Hey, I'm here. Don't put anything else before me. I was here first. I am your first love. This is what you should be focusing on." And that's the gospel truth. That's what we should be doing. So, that's how I take it as it goes. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, like I said earlier to Unlimited, this is not stuff that's foreign to me. And it's a great reminder to have, dude. Nothing's more important in life than God, your family, right? There's just these institutions that we have that we should be taking care of. And at the end of the day, all this other stuff is stuff that we can enjoy and partake of, but it should never be your God. It should never consume you. I know in my life I've let things do that, distract me. Kind of, if I'm being honest, man, idolized some of this stuff and let it have a big part of my life more than I should. So moving forward, though, this is why we're talking. Like I tell you guys, when I do these podcasts, it's more based on principle. Like I was saying in the Global Poll earlier, the reasons why we brought up the topics that we did is it's all principle based for me, right? At the end of the day, and if I feel like something that I feel that should be addressed, I'll talk about it. And that's how this podcast is. That's how it always will be. People are welcome to come on here. Disagree if you want to, man. I take no offense. Um, this is. I do believe in freedom of speech. I believe in the right of people to express themselves. And because at the end of the day, if we agree or disagree, right? I'm still gonna be the same person. Yeah, like I said on the podcast, man, I'm an older guy, so pretty set in my ways, and I'm happy with that. The only kind of things I change in my life are the things that I know I need to make the changes because it's not pleasing in the sight of God. Um, grieves the Holy Spirit, right? It's my soul was bought with a price, And nothing in life is free, man. I like to tell my kids that everything costs, and that's my salvation cost. So I should reciprocate that in my lifestyle. I know I fall short, and I always pray to God to forgive me, that so that my spirit, so I don't strive from the Spirit, that He can help me get through the trials and the tribulations, man. Like I was telling Zobi earlier today, once you become a child of God, you don't have to ever worry about being alone, because at the end of the day, God is always here. God is everywhere, and when you realize that, you're never gonna feel alone. I know a lot of people are suffering in the world. They feel lost, right? They feel like there's no hope, and life can be hard. Don't get me wrong, man. I can sit here and talk about it, right? But like anybody else, dude, if things go south, man, I'm just thankful that there's strength that I have that I can get from God the Father, because at the end of the day, that's what it matters. Okay. So anyway, I just want to say good night, man. Thank you guys for dropping in. Whoever watches the podcast, have any comments, let me know. Okay. Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever. We out.